Hi Cyril, how are you? Playing Final Fantasy 14 and pick the Archer class. Cool. Cool. Right, here we are. Hello everyone. With our last stretch of leveling to 50. We're also farming, well, trying to farm Idol of the Onder King. I don't know if we can do the dude. I actually have no idea. Probably, maybe. Smoldering Brand actually helps us get any of those drop. And Imbue Brand it smolders as well, but they are very, very rare. This place is gonna fuck me up. I'm pretty sure I remember the way down now to what's he called? Like Slitzik the Mighty or something. Ratman General. No. The Ratmaster General. Remember my buttons there for a second. You on? Yeah, you are on Greater Hold. Oh, interrupted myself. Oops. How foolish of me. Imagine when we actually have some resistance to resist effects. Be the dream. I thought of not having to sit through 6-second stuns. Pretty great. Our aim this week is to try to do Nagafen properly. We don't really need that much from Nagafen, but particularly Blade Stopper would be really nice to get. And after that, it's really just hate and fear. We need to kill three different raids a week, very least, to get the coalesced essence, whatever the hell it's called. The super moat, as I shall now refer to it. I think hate and fear is where we're going to get the majority of our equipment. You guys on either side here. Sometimes this we can single pull this. Can't single pull it with this dude here. Weird. It feels like the other side should really aggro here, but it doesn't. Some weird line of sight thing. If you pull the other side, it seems to aggro this one. And it won't. Iki's still a mystery to me in many ways after all these years. We'll take our chances at getting the rock golems. They're annoying to kill, but they are droppers of imbued granite. I guess Mudman Enforcer as well. It's still kind of an upgrade for us at this point. Kind of need to get it over channel to get debuffs on them reliably though. The full dot treatment. I don't think there's a wanderer up there, is there? Aroma. We need to get down that way on the left. I have bramble up, don't I? Yeah. Hey, Breadstick! What's up? How are you? What's going on? What are you up to? What are you up to today? God, dear God. Can't work. Can't work or talk or brain. Hello, Dreamless. How are you? Journey's going all right. Thank you for asking. How's your journey going, sir? There's a mob down here. Maybe it's a roamer. Ah, yeah, it is. It's a roamer. We need to get in here on the left. I think. Yeah. Yeah. I am on my way to craft the relics before they give us more collab content, getting a small urge of FOMO. Cool. Good luck. Hello, Chili. What are you meowing about? That's a rock golem, right? Does that come out here? Yeah, it does. Okay. That's ideal. That means I don't have to split the room. How convenient. Get over channel. Can actually touch this thing. Yes, I am going down to try to camp a few items down here, as well as doing my last part of leveling. Level cap is 50. I'm 48 right now. Everquest Legends a solo game? Not necessarily. I think a lot of people probably do end up playing it solo. It's a real power fantasy version of the game. You get really, really, really powerful. Kind of the opposite of Monsters and Memories. Need to redo haste. Monsters and Memories have a release date. It should be October the 1st. But I'll believe it when I see it. This is a roamer as well, by the looks of things. Ah, that room's down into there. Okay. This room has 2. Let me try and lull the back one. Rock golems are meaty. They are level 50, like 51 to 53 or something. Guess it's not really that surprising. We lull this one. Didn't instantly root me. You'll love to see that. It edged me though before it got into combat. It's really hard for someone who enjoys their time having to go back to Monsters and Memories. EQ Legends is great because I don't need to wait for others if I'm limited on time and want to get stuff done. Like, I do kind of get that train of thought, and I think it appeals to a very different type of person. Monsters and Memories is very much about that community aspect of things. Like, if you want that in a game, you're not going to get that in EQ Legends. It's just not really a thing. Monsters and Memories, you have to work very, very, very hard. Like, it's very time consuming, and a lot of that time consumption is finding people that you like playing with. And that's a big, big, big appeal of the game to a lot of the people who like Monsters and Memories, right? You don't get games like that anymore. There are lots of games that give instant gratification that allow you to log in and just do whatever the hell you want. So this is kind of appealing to old school players who like EverQuest but no longer have any time to play. And don't want to play a new game because they like their old game. It's a real, like, nostalgia bleed. I think it's a very fun game, but yeah, I don't think it ticks the same boxes as Monsters and Memories. Two very different games that look kind of similar. The appeal of Monsters and Memories is you do need to wait for others and you have to work with others to get things done. That's like kind of the whole point. Literally don't make him like that anymore. There's a rock golem just down here. I can't remember if we have to go up here to the Ratman jails. It's been a while. Let's do inversion. Not inversion, over channel. You interrupt my spell. Monsters and Memories is kind of like the last bastion for people who want to reignite that experience of kind of discovery and trying to figure things out and working together to do things that are way harder than you. What's the other game? Fuck, I can't remember its name. It used to be called Evercraft. Whatever that changed its name into, they'll be doing the same thing. Same people who are playing M&M are probably playing EQ Legends? Kinda. I think a lot of the people who want the experience from Monsters and Memories is a lot of the people. Andrulan Adventures Online, that's it, right? Andrulan Online Adventures, something like that. I don't think people who want the Monsters and Memories experience are going to end up wanting the EQ Legends experience, although I do think there is a lot of crossover in terms of player. There's not actually a lot of crossover in terms of mindset. Again, this is like Power Fantasy EQ. Monsters and Memories is like EQ, EQ, EQ. But new. But not EQ, EQ. I did not really expect to get two pulls down here. EQ is the godfather of M&M. Without EQ, there would be no M&M. Yeah? But, like, EQ Legends is not EQ. Modern EQ is not EQ. Like, EQ Legends is a modern version of EverQuest. Most people, like, who want Monsters and Memories don't want that. Like, Monsters and Memories appeals to the Project 99 player, not the like, retail EQ player. But Monsters and Memories is much closer to classic EverQuest than EQ Legends is. EQ Legends is like a sort of pseudo-modern chassis and has a very different mindset. Is aiming at a very different mindset of players. Players who want to do everything by themselves, etc, etc. This game is not focused on community. Monsters and Memories is absolutely focused on community. They're two entirely different games. I think you can like both, but I think they're very different. And for some people, they will enjoy the autonomy of this game. The Monsters and Memories devs have even said as much in regards to this game, in regards to Pantheon, in regards to Andrulan Adventures Online. They don't want them to be the same. They want them to appeal to different people. They don't want the market monopolized, right? They want people to be able to choose between a bunch of like old schooly kind of games. Which is very healthy. A very healthy mindset. I've played a lot of servers like EQ Legends over the years. Like private servers. Everquest, it's not really the first game to be doing this kind of thing. This has been an appeal to players like a lot over the years. It's kind of solo thing. This is just the most official version of it. And I think it works really well. We're going to have an issue here, aren't we? Those are high level mobs. Ready by October. I don't know, man. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd like to think they will meet their release date, but you know, we've been burnt a couple of times before. At this point, I wouldn't like to bet on anything. That's gonna be a 3, isn't it? That's gonna be a vicious 3 as well. We could try and split it. Because we can't lull here. Our pacify's not high enough level. Our pacify. Oh wait, this one? Is this one pacifiable? This one's pacifiable. Okay, that's maybe not quite so bad. Our lull only goes up to 50 right now. That one? Oh, it's only a single. Okay. Didn't pull Slitzik or whatever his name is. Probably gonna need to over channel for these. We're not gonna be able to land anything. Yeah, I'd love to think he'll be out in October, but I don't know. I'll believe it when I see it at this point. I tried my best to have faith. They've had a very consistent development cycle. Like, they've always met their deadlines right up until this year, and this year, you know, it's getting near release. It kind of all went to shit a bit. They've already said that they might not have them all live, which kind of sucks. Like, all of the revamps live for when they go live. Yeah, again, kind of shitty. Not really a big fan of that. But it is what it is. Yeah, I don't know. I'm worried in two regards. Like, I'm worried that it won't launch and people are going to get tired of it getting delayed. And I'm also worried that they do launch it and it's missing, you know, it's really super rough around the edges. Like, not having some of the classes revamped, it kind of sucks, man. Like, that's very important. Like, if people are locking into classes to play as their, like, mains, to play as their forever characters, they really want to be playing the version that is actually going to stick in the game, you know? But I think what they're intending to do is trying to get all of the, like, major class revamps done, so that the classes that they don't immediately do are ones that are not going to change that much, that they're just going to add a few things to. I don't know. We'll see. I love Monster Memories. I love the team behind Monster Memories. I love the concept of Monster Memories, but this year has been very, very rocky for them. I don't think you can really turn a blind eye to that. Titanium steel collar. Banger. Banger. Oh shit, I really didn't mean to pull that. I thought the room was deeper than that. My bad, my bad. This guy's going to hit quite hard. He is level 54. Certainly if we can't land our slow. Okay. So it's a little slugs. We need to rehaste as well. It's just dropped off. Yeah, it drops it again. Damn. Okay. Our dot's back on. And stop pushing me into Australia. That'd be nice. So he's still good, right? Yeah. It's got a smouldering brand. The actual drop won't have that, but I was wondering where the fire procs were coming from. Out of here, Slizzick. Yeah, rat. Oh, he actually did have a smouldering brand. No, ascendant potential. Wow. Oh shit. It's a fucking rat man around there. This we can actually use. Like this is better than our current weapon. Moat of ascendant potential. Stop. I think these guys can drop imbued granite spolders. Obviously, it's Idol of the Underking we want from Slitzik. I think this is going to be better than both this. Maybe not quite. I guess we'd need another brand to be better than this. Just get to put a proc in. Not really a big deal. I think these guys, I'm pretty sure these guys can drop imbued granite spolders. They're just very rare. Extremely rare. Imbued granite spolders. Login servers are having grief. Oh, really? I didn't have any issues logging in. Ratman Warriors, yeah, they can drop them, apparently. I guess this is probably the best place to camp. We're going to try to get ourselves some spolders. The rock golems are a bit of a nightmare to kill. I have so much HP. I hope they fix it soon at Gorf. So we can grab the elemental from in here. It's any issue, there aren't that many mobs. Oh shit. That is not an elemental, that is a rock golem. Hey Space Audits, what's going on? Jay's the Pope of the login service. Ah, yeah, you're the second person to say that. I guess there is a number of problems going on. I must have snuck in just before the login server problems. Oh no, that's the worst thing. I wouldn't wish that on anyone, mate. Better not log out. I've only been logged in for about, I don't know, 45 minutes, something like that. Now that you mention it, I did have some issues when I was logging in. It was telling me some weird shit. But I managed to sneak in. Enchanter and Shaman, the only ones to have attack speed slow. Beast Lord does as well. Yo. So does Bard. And Rogue does too here. Rogue poison is slow. Trying to think of others. I think that might be it. You can get a walking sleep clicky as well from the same quest that gives oh god, what's the earring called? The troll in the swamp. The really good earring that she gives that has spirit tap on it. That quest also gives a walking sleep clicky, so you can theoretically do it with like cleric and shit as well. But it's a low percentage. 30%, I think, walking sleep. Yeah, Chanter was already mentioned, Rikoru. Said other than Enchanter and Shaman. Nah, this is my first, Gorf. Pull it back a bit, shouldn't we? Don't know if that'll aggro from there. He's not coming anyway. Just make it work. Try moving to Plane of Hate. I want to camp this right now. I'm going to procedurally work my way up to Plane of Hate. Want to do Idol of the Underking. Ideally, I'd really love to get some Imbued around its Spolders. I think they're still really good. But, don't know if we'll be so lucky. Yeah, man, I've leveled in D4 all the way up because I just found it more fun. Our gear is not like anything special at all. We got some real quality pieces like this golden earring. But yeah, like the fact that dying here doesn't really matter means I've been able to do all sorts of weird limit testing and messing around. It's pretty fun. It's very not EverQuest, but like it's fun to be able to do it. This game doesn't really feel very much like EverQuest to me. That isn't necessarily a bad thing. I feel like I've played a lot of EverQuest over the years, It's nice to have this like familiar kind of environment, but not the same game. Mate, the other day someone linked me. I have a lot of friends who are really into WoW. Linked me EQ in the WoW engine. Someone has put EQ in the WoW engine, like the entirety of EQ up to the end of Velius. It's a private server. It's like it's not monetized at all. Actually insane. I was just like, what the hell is this fever dream? It's literally just EQ, but in the WoW engine. Bonkers. If I could play emulated things on stream, I would probably try to play it. But unfortunately, Blizzard are very particular about such things. Am I going to need mana for this? Oh, jeez, I was in inversion. Oh, my mana got too low. I didn't swap back. Oh. Where'd you come from? Real fever dream stuff, though. Seeing, like, the WoW UI all over the wizard spires in GFA and, like, boats and stuff. Maybe cursed. Not sure. Unsure. Yeah, I don't know the I don't know like all of the intrinsic bits and pieces of it, but apparently it's just in the WoW engine. So it uses all of the WoW like raid things and all of that, but it is just EQ and it has all of the spells and everything. I don't know. I'm sure it's very cool. I want to see Slizzic, but I'm gonna have to stop and med, I think. Wait, is that one? Oh yeah, it is that one. Just weird that it didn't come immediately after it did its emote, but it was casting. You seem to have very low resist. They don't seem to need to even use overmastery to get stuff up on them. That's the stupid rock golems. They had two servers as well. They had one that was like just EQ content, and then they had another server where you could go between WoW content and EQ content, like they were connected to each other, which I thought was even wilder. So you could take your Everquest character in the WoW engine through like vanilla WoW content as well. I'm gonna have to be a bit careful here. No, you can come. Looking up right now looks hilarious. What? In the game? Pull it back a bit more, I think. I don't understand. Sorry, Sabo. Ah, yeah, yeah. Oh, you looked it up. I see. You looked it up right now. I'm with you. I'm with you. Yeah, it's absolutely, it's a fever dream. It's an absolute fever dream. When I saw the screenshots, I was like, what the fuck? I don't know, man. Like, yeah, it's something. One of the weirdest things I think I've ever seen in gaming. Like it seeing those screenshots, just it felt like intrinsically just very wrong. Like something was not quite right. I had to check it wasn't fake. I thought it was just like, I didn't think it was an actual real thing. I thought it was just someone doing like conceptual AI artwork of it or something. But no, it's like, it's very real. Really, really weird. Probably very fun. But yeah, I can't really mess around with emulated stuff, sadly. You're so mighty, Slizzick. You're so mighty, sir. The brand. Guess we just merged that. The +5 brand is now looking pretty hot. Pretty hot. Oh dear. Oh my. This is immediately better than this. Yeah, we get a little torch as well. That's pretty cool. We can also, we don't have like super great. We have this, I guess. We can put this in it. We don't really need to keep that. Oh, we need the golem metal one from this as well. That can go on our pet, right? The fist. Our weapons bounce from here. Whoops. When we swapped classes, our weapons bounced. I think we need this one, right? Our one-handed blunt is very low, so it'll probably take a little while to work it up. Oh, it's not that bad. It's a lot better than not having a proc, that's for sure. I didn't have a proc in the Flaming Fist. Yeah, I don't mind getting a few Smouldering Brands. It's going to keep us going for a little while. I'm probably not going to go to Sky until... Ooh, not sure about that. Probably not going to go to Sky until after we... I'm gonna wait for Sky a little bit. I don't want to like just dwarf all my gear in Sky. Farming Sky. Hey Kai Kerry. Hey Lars. How's it going, guys? Rat jam. We're trying to make some rat jam here. Just hit 47. Nice. Am I liking the hole? I mean, the hole isn't anything special. This seems... The rats down here seem a lot better than up a bit. The rats, I don't think, have like crazy resists. The rock golems were unpleasant to fight. We're just trying to camp the improved healing 3 idol. Idol of the Underking. Also kind of hoping to get some imbued granite spolders down here as well. That'll be hot stuff. Got ourselves a smouldering brand as well. Basically popping off. Oh, you got the shoulders from Yale. Damn. Watch out for this guy. You 53 minutes. My Yale kill was very slow, Lars, but it wasn't that slow. that is extremely slow. 53 minutes. What the hell? Hello, Dragon Yoshi. Things are going okay. How are things for you? Oh, I should have stayed in inversion. That's my slow. We get basically no resist on these guys. Even Slitzik doesn't seem to have like particularly high resist. He's a big boy. Not bad, yeah. I don't really spawn behind us. No, you can fuck off my pet. No. Not cool. Not cool. Our first resist feels bad. Second resist as well. There we go. Not super comfortable standing here. Oh, guess I don't have a choice. Give big Kartik and myself. Cheeky little slugs. Hello, Jakero. EQ1 and EQ Legends were both down, and EQ1 is coming up. Oh no. I guess all of their... I mean, I guess that's their priority, isn't it? Probably all their login servers as a whole, then. About to get your relic staff. You got an 8 BP strength IV Prish. Congrats, man. Betting between trying Innie or going to re-clear Nagi and Vox. I don't have much desire to do Vox, from what I can see from the loot table. Vox seems a bit pointless. The only thing I actually want from Nagi is the... God damn it, what the hell is its name? The Rune Shield. That's literally all I want from Nagi. I mean, like, a Cloak of Flames would be nice. I've already got, like, a very basic one. You just got a +1 But, honestly, like, we're just going to get the Sky Belt and be done with it, probably. Be done with... Yeah, Blade Stopper, that's the one. Thanks. We'll fight you in your cage. So, like, how you feel about that, mate? Because this guy is nowhere near as hard as I thought he was. Like, this is a decent camp just to rack up smoldering brands. You can get a decent smoldering brand here. I don't mind sitting here till we get like a smoldering brand +7 or something. This is pretty chill. Yeah, I barely use Striker Stance. I played around with it a lot when I was leveling up. Striker Stance feels really shit to me. it doesn't feel worth the extra button presses to swap into it when you're just firing off stuff. The only time I ever use it is where I'm like just opening on something really hard. I'm trying super hard, otherwise it isn't worth it for me. I use both defense and mage hunter quite a lot, but I almost never use strikers. I got used to having to use Mage Hunter quite a lot because I never really expected this going into the game, but the most terrifying mobs in this game on D4 are the fucking mages. Like, I would never have guessed out of all the mobs it's mages I would hate to see, but like, because mages don't have utility spells, all they do is just blast you infinitely with shock of spikes and blaze, just over and over and over. And I can tell instantly when there's a mage in like a group of mobs that I've pulled because my health disappears. Stupid things. If they have a pet, it's even worse. I look forward to the days when I actually have some resist. They just roll over to that shit. April bracelet. Oh, whoops. Gonna auto merge them. Guess we can pull the one from up the stairs. There are 2 roamers up here. Oh, they're not right here right now. I think they've disappeared down into the watery bit. Not sure I want to mess around with that too much. I'd rather just keep this properly broken. For ease of use. We're not in a hurry. I don't think we're at risk of dying here. We haven't had to use our lay on hands. We haven't had to use our soul fire. Probably spend like 99.9% of my game time in offense stance. Still find it so weird, like looking at the map so much, because you have like pseudo tracking on your map. It's so strange, man. Took me a long time while I was leveling to get used to that. I'm still not really used to it now, to be honest. So weird when I played the druid to 25, like the size of the tracking circle is so obscene. I can only imagine what a ranger's tracking circle is like. I have good Erden maps, and they seem great so far. Figure out what to do beyond, get my last 3 levels in Plane of Hate, and then go to Plane of Sky. The endgame loop is do 3 raids a week. Make sure you do at least 3 raids a week. Really. And farm Plane of Sky as much as you want to. I'm purposely not really fucking around with Plane of Sky right now because it's... What's this? Painty Steel Greaves. It's... The quality of gear there is really high. I know that it's going to, like, mess up the whole experience if I get Plane of Sky weapons. Woo's, Fists, and Aldrin. So I'm just chilling with it. Go and farm Plane of Sky after I've done a bunch of hate and beer. I like the steady progression. Yeah, they're a bit too powerful, really, especially moted up. They seem to go to extreme levels. Like level 10 Aldrin is like, I don't know, it's like 44-26 or something, which is just a stupid ratio. It's an unnecessary ratio. I doubt I'll be in Sky at all this week. Maybe next week. Yeah, the Plane of Sky weapons are the absolute cock and balls, you know. I don't know the Shadow Knight one off the top of my head. I think the Shadow Knight one is fairly similar. Actually, do they get... Maybe they don't get one-hander. It's hard to say. I'm not sure. I know in Kunark, Shadow Knights have the best because they have access to Noctivagant Blade and Shard of Night. I think Shard of Night is better. Shard of Night is 21-24 base. It's actually quite easy to get as well. So that thing will have an utterly obscene ratio. Paladin's West weapon is Jeldorin in Kunark, which is like slightly better than Aldrin. One-hander, I mean. Obviously there are 2-handers as well, but... Yeah, there are 2 Paladin one-handers. There's Aldrin and there's another one with Dismiss Summon on it. They're the same ratio. But obviously in this environment, the Aldrin's better because you can put a... You can change the proc on it. Ah, there's a Plane of Hate 2.0. Do you think they'll put Plane of Hate 2.0 in here, though? Cracksbones. Like, do you think we'll see Plane of Hate 2.0? Because there's some really cool shit in like Kazakh Fuel 2.0 as well. Velius has massive Dragon Claw Shard, which is 28-30. But I don't think they're even going to do Velius here. By the sounds of things. Yeah, maybe they'll put some of the looting customs there. Yeah, I could see that. Like, depending on what expansions they give us, eventually Knights will have some really crazy shit. Ethereal Cleansing, don't touch it. Never even cast it once. Slug's Healing is a lot better. Yeah, Woo's... It's crazy that Woo's Fist is almost as good as... like, I don't think I ever realised this before I actually played EQ Legends. Because I played Monk, but only as a box ever. I didn't realise how insane the Plane of Sky weapon is. Like... Woo's Fist of Transcendence. It's not lore either. How absolutely insane that weapon is. Like, it's so bonkers. It's so out of era in terms of its ratio. for a class that can dual wield. It's so nuts. Yeah, it's absolutely insane. If you strip away all of the EQ legend stuff, where you can be a knight and use it in an offhand, blah 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 blah, like just as a weapon in its own right in a classic scenario, I never realized that had such an obscene ratio on it. Like, you just don't see that type of ratio again for such an unbelievably long amount of time. Probably the best item in all of Plane of Sky, in my opinion. Like the longest, apart from maybe if you count the clickies, probably the best item in Plane of Sky. I don't even know when you replace it. Probably Lucklin? I don't think Velius has a one-hander that's better. Like, you could use... I don't think Abashi's Rod of Disempowerment outdamages to Fists of Transcendence. And that is not something that most players will ever have access to. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Actually, these guys are pretty chill. It's got a little slow bow. Yeah, these guys really don't hit that hard. They're quite chilled out. Oh, I just shifted into recovery before casting slugs. Whoops. Got away with it. Kind of into Slug's pet as well. Whoops, pet is getting the shit beaten out of it. Let's lay on hands ourselves. No use messing around. This door is not the best. We've come this far though. The door's part of the encounter now. Another brand. Well, we're not messing around with the door again. It's +6 now. That is rivaling. +7 rivals are sort of the lost +8. So, yeah, pretty good. The other weapon we can get from here is Mudman Enforcer. But that drops just from the rock golems, I think. They are annoying for us to kill right now. I haven't seen a single Smoldering Brand or anything drop from the rats yet. From the rats or the elementals or anything like that. I assume they do drop though, they're just very rare. I've seen them holding them, but obviously that doesn't mean that they drop them here. This door is the bane of my life. Never again. Never again fighting him in the room. Door's OP. I like, say Monk end game. I actually really like Ranger as well. I think Ranger has some feet in that Monk spot. Because, like, Ranger has a lot of the fighter skills, so it has things like block, so it can fill that role. It also has strike through. Like, the strike through, I think, is very powerful. It has strike through here. It also brings about, like, 27 points of damage shield, just passively. with its self buffs and with Shield of Brambles or whatever the version is called. So it has quite a lot of damage output. I think it's 30% strike through accounts for quite a lot of damage. Most of your damage loss from melee is from avoidance. So if you can mitigate 30% of that, it's pretty great. Heinrico reference? No. Sorry, breadstick. I think we need to rebuff as well. Until we clear these guys. Oh god, war. Water Paladin once I get some gear. I don't know. I think Warrior works with different combos. I think Warrior works a lot better with different combos. Like, Warrior is great if you don't have another class in your kit that's giving you triple attack and dual wield. Because it can do the tanking role while it's also giving you dual wield and triple, which the Knights don't naturally do. But I think, like, the Knights seem to work a lot better with things like Monk. It's got very low. I was not paying attention. The Druid was nuking us. Ooh, wait, we've got an incoming Mage nuke here. That's a lay on hands. We don't mess around with that. Yeah, I don't really, I'm not a big fan of Warrior Monk. I don't get the appeal of it unless you want to do it for funsies. I think, like, what you're gaining from the Monk for a Knight is much higher than what you're gaining for a Warrior for a Knight. What Warrior lets you do is it lets you use, I think, like, Warrior works much better with Bard. If you like Bard, I think Warrior is where you want to be with Bard, because, like, your Bard is your extra slot. Like, you're basically using Bard probably instead of Monk. Or you're using it instead of Ranger or whatever. And then you're using your third slot for a healer, for Shaman or Cleric. Oh god, my pet's gonna die. I would genuinely lay on hands my pet right now. We're up. Go away, mage! Why are you so stupid, man? Why do mages do so much damage? It's not right. Right, let's rebuff. Yeah, there's just a lot of overlap between Monk and Warrior, in my opinion. I don't think you really want more than one of Warrior, Monk, Ranger in your kit. Like, that is... There's just so much overlap between those three classes. Warrior lets you do much funkier builds. So obviously, like, Knight, Monk, Enchanter, Knight, Monk, Shaman, and that kind of thing. They seem very, like, meta, quote unquote, at the moment. I think that's, like, a very standard. If you are trying to do something a bit more out there, I think Warrior is a much better base. Yeah, Enchanter is like a cheat code. Yeah, I think you've got a much better base as a warrior, because that gives you more freedom with your other classes. You're encompassing a lot more with the warrior than you would be with the knights in terms of like your melee damage output. So if you want to do like Berserker or Rogue, all of the like things that are still absolutely viable but are just less common, I think you really want it with a warrior. I think we're just chilling, wait for them to pop. There he is. Alright, so I'm going to give you another chance, mate. We're going to fight you in your room. Arguably, at the moment, I guess, like, triple attack actually isn't as important as some people seem to think it is. It's because it has a very low cap. It only caps at 100, which means that it's a very low percentage of your DPS, triple attack. It's probably not as important as people think it is. So you could probably get away without triple attack in a build, to be honest. Dual wield is more important. Dual wield, due to the way things are at the moment, like, the output is just really crazy with the way that weapons scale when they're leveled up. Even with non-Fist of Transcendence, you can reach extremely high caps. Ah, there's our Idol of the Underking. You love to see it. We're actually just using this right now, aren't we? It's going to be better than our bow. Our shitty little bow. Yep, sure is. Alright, get out of here. Get out of here, longbow. I'm done with you. Let me just double check I can actually use this. This is all, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, look, here's an Aldrin Blade of the Ocean plus 10. 4026. So stupid, man. Like, what the hell? This doesn't make any sense. This is like I don't even know what ratio this is. This is like a expansion 7 or 8, whichever expansion that is. It's like beyond Gates of Discord, I think, in terms of damage. Two-handed TC. I don't get the acronym. Sorry, Spamderzil. I'm sure it's very obvious, but it's not coming to me. Oh, Torrid Corruptor, the new quested sword. It looks really cool. I want to get just the procs from those. I want to get a proc from it and put it on my weapon. I don't really want to use the actual weapon. It looks ultra cool though. I don't know what SKs have for one-handers. Do they have a sky weapon? I should really know, but I don't. Do they have a sky one-hander? No, they don't have a sky one-hander. Yeah, Kunark is where they get Shard of Night and Noctivagant Blade. And both of those are incredible for SKs. 4 weapons in sky. I'll have a look in a second. Sky SK items. Plane of Sky, Shadow Knight items. Ultravision neck. Baseplate. They have Keldon the Blood Drinker. That's the Siphon weapon. They have a shield. Am I dying, by the way? No, I'm okay. Oh yeah, they really don't have anything comparable to the paladin stuff. Yeah, I'm still blown away by how good Wu's Fist of Transcendence are. I don't know how over the many years of EQ, playing original EQ, playing classic, playing all sorts of shit, time lock servers, I don't know how I never realised how absolutely utterly insane. I just never played a monk enough. The only time I ever really played a monk was for boxing it, splitting shit in Sra. Just never registered how utterly insane and out of era that item is. I can't even be bothered to slow. Our pet slowed it. It's good enough, innit? I never really saw the point of the Beastmaster, the Beast Lord pet, sorry. Because it's like, it's just copying my spells, right? But after having played with it, it's great when you're feeling real lazy because your pet puts a slow on the target. It's only like drowsy, but it's better than nothing. Yeah, so Shard of Night is 2124. Shard of Night comes from the Queen in Chardok. 2124 Noctivigan Blade. So these are not like super high-end raid items even or anything. I remember these items being so nuts as well. Like just for playing. Oh, Noctivigan Blade's only 1826, so that is quite a bit worse. Thought Noctivigan Blade was a bit better. Yeah, Shard of Night, 2124. From the Queen in Chardok. That's Knight's real first, like... Sorry, Shadow Knight's first real mega one-hander. And that is, you know, that's better than Aldrin. Like, that's considerably better than Aldrin as well. 2124 will end up being absolutely ridiculous. Hi, Hidden Ellum. A kick follow. Are you a real person? I have to ask. Most commonly not. Blood Moon from Hate. Is that not the is that not a 2.0 item? Oh, okay. It's this thing. Yeah, it's 1828 though. I guess that's like the best you got, right? You're a real human being. Oh my god, a real kick viewer. Holy fuck. What a day to be alive. Oh my word. Thank you. It's very nice to meet you. I'm sorry for assuming you were a bot. Holy moly. Usually we just have not luck watching from Kick. Pretty much the only reason I put up the stream. Ah, no! I've been trapped. Gotta collect my $2 a week or whatever from Kick revenue. Keeps me in house and home. I should probably do my 49 spell, shouldn't I? Really forgot. 49, I think, is a level. I think we get something at 49. We get Pacifier at 49. That's extremely useful. Oh, we get Infusion and Browse. Okay. 49 is an alright level. Pacify. sure we're really in a safe spot here to change our spells, but it's fine. We'll make do. We got lay on hands. We got a Soulfire. We'll be alright. Kick requires 2 rusty short swords plus 2. There's only snakes on kick, Hidden Elm. Right. What are we doing here? Do we not need another spell slot? I think we do, right? So this needs to be infusion. That is under HP buffs, I think. Oh, wait. Is infusion stamina? Oh. Shit, what's the stacking of this? I don't remember. So infusion isn't the upgrade from harnessing. Oh, it's been a while. Does it stack with harnessing? I actually don't know. I'll have to try it out. Does this overwrite our harnessing? I feel like it will, right? Because it does more things. Your infusion of spirit spell does not take hold. Blocked by harnessing of spirit. Interesting. So our strength is 291. Our dex is at 237. 291, 237. Two nine one two three seven. Ah, I see. So this buff's less. So we actually don't want to use infusion. Fuck infusion. Yeah, the login server has been shaky for a while apparently. People are having trouble logging in. It really sucks. I think I snuck in just before the login servers died. Very luckily. So we don't care about infusion. It actually doesn't matter at all. We're better off just buffing stamina. Statistic buffs. Stamina. What else are we doing here? I need to buy another spell slot, huh? I hate extra spell slots. My extended duration AAs down the drain. Interesting. I know most servers just went down. Yeah, so I've been told by people coming through that the login servers have been going down. They haven't been able to log in for a while. But we can use this. Wait, should we have been using this? Oops. I didn't even realize there was a spell below browse. Whoops. Whoops-a-daisy. Logged into Rivervale and the server went down, so did my buddy on Neriak at the same time. Oh shit. So, oh, it's probably the NA servers. It's because I'm on a EU server. This is, I guess that I'm still going. Only thing the EU has ever done for me. What else am I looking for here? Attack? No. Strength, right? Rage. Is that the spell I'm missing? Instrument of Knife. Not that really matters here right now, but... Innate? Combat innate. Kinos haven't had issues, but locked out for 2 hours. Interesting. So it's only some of the US servers. I'll probably crash in a minute. That'll be it. We'll be back on Wizardry again. Both of the times I've tried to play this week, there has been like major downtime. I've had to go and play something else. What do we even want in this slot? It's going to put cannibalize here. A lack of a better option right now. Not divine purpose. That's all right. Divine purpose, not the best. We're gonna want the extra spell stuff for Puma. Anyway, when we get that. Get these guys together in a second if I can. I'm not rooted right now. My slow used to land first. Oh, I am rooted now. Slow on this too. In cap. Don't think we have our back to this, just our side. We're okay standing here. Not really great. I'd like to gather them together, but I think at this point it's probably a bit pointless. Look at us swinging away at nothing. Wizardry, did you ever play Wizardry online back in the day? No, well, I played it for about, I don't know, 2-3 hours. Never really clicked with me. Never really enjoyed it. The appeal of Wizardry for me was always the, like, dungeon crawling. Is there a clicky that does Ixar illusion? Not as far as I'm aware. The only clicky in the game right now that does illusion at all, again, as far as I'm aware, is Dark Elf, is the Mask of Deception. Oh, and Amulet of Necropotence, sorry. Obviously. Skelly Bones. A lot of space. Yeah, just get yourself an AON. You'll probably get one drop after you've done Fear a little bit, and then you don't have to worry about it anymore. Ixar Mask. Yeah, Ixar Mask is Kunark. Then you have the Halfling Mask is Kunark as well, right? That was a wonderful camp. The Halfling Mask in Chardok. Many a soul was lost due to frustration from that camp. I remember I think it was in Velius or something like that. I just walked in there on my boxed bard and just got it on the first drop, and my guild lost their fucking mind. Oh yeah, Flayed Barbarian skin mask from Avatar War. Then there was the Jagged Pine Wood Elf mask, I think, when they put Jagged Pine in. Oh, I'm Ignite Bones, aren't I? I was like, why am I making skeleton noises? I've been Ignite Bones. Oh yeah, Erudite Mask. Yeah, Tinker's Mask from Sleeper's Tomb is known. I remember the Erudite Mask, but I don't have a recollection of how to get it. I don't think I ever did Erudite Mask, but I remember people having it. was not in recovery. Oops. Erudite Drowse in Howling. It drops in Howling Stone. Oh, Mask of Obtenebration, isn't it called? Oh yeah. I did get it. Yeah, I must have had it. Just don't remember it very well for some reason. Mask of Obtenebration, I think is its name. Yeah. It comes from Howling Stones. I completely forgot. I spent a lot of time in Howling Stones as well. Love Howling Stones. As much as you can hate a Lover Zone with a million pitfalls and secret walls in. I'm being real lazy here. I'm not even swapping to over channel. The resist on these rats is really not very high. Sure, just lay on hands, save our mana. Haste Cloak? What, from Howling Stones? I already got the healing totem. I'm kind of campaigning Bee Brown at Spolders, kinda. But I know they're super rare. I'm just getting XP as well. I'm also getting Smouldering Brands to rack up a Smouldering Brand. Yeah, just chilling out, 9 figures. The servers seem to be down for a lot of people. Yeah, I got in before there were server problems. When you got those shoulders, you felt like Superman. Yeah, they're great. Go to hold to the friends. Lower Gook is getting too easy. Yeah, if you've got a group on this server, Lower Gook is very, very easy. You kind of just stomp through it, even on D4. Hole is all right. Yeah, Hole is all right. Ah, the honeycomb belt for druids, right? Ice Doer, it's a druid only haste spell, isn't it? Honeycomb belt, if I remember correctly. Kedge is a lot of fun. No, I'm sorry, I gotta disagree with you that. Kedge is a fucking appalling zone. Kedge has a lot to answer for. Every underwater zone that has probably ever existed in MMOs is probably thanks to Kedge Keep. And I've never seen a good underwater zone, never once. Especially Kedge Keep. I went back in there the other day to get the golden mermaid hair for main attraction. I was like, I've been in Kedge Keep for a while over the years, but it was like I was in there for the first time again. I was just completely lost. I had no idea what I was doing. The map didn't help in the slightest. Like, just horrendous zone. Aggro from all over the place, blind corridors. No real sense of where to go whatsoever. But I know there are some sickos out there who really like Kedge Keep. There's always one. I swear there's one in every guild. That one guy who's like, I love Kedge Keep. I know it off like the back of my hand. I spent so much time in there. It's how you know. Serial killer vibes from these people. I guess we should probably go up and kill a couple of these. As we seem to be... Maybe that just one level is enough that it's made a lot of difference. Awkward, because the close-by mobs are a bit scattered out. We're not, like, beating the respawn time by that much. You're the guy. You are the guy in your guild. Yeah, you. I hope you get better soon. I still. That's all I. That's all I can say to you. I hope you feel better soon, mate. Imbued granite smolders is what he was talking about. Regazozo. It does have a really good ZA. Like it needs to, because otherwise nobody would ever go there outside of epic pieces and that kind of thing. Finnegal is also an absolutely abhorrently bad boss. Like, he's so easy, but he's made artificially difficult by the ring of stupid seahorses that just complete heal him over and over. It's just an ultra awkward pull. That's the difficulty of the boss. I was going to do Finnegal once here, but my time getting the Golden Mermaid hair reminded me of why I should never go to Catch Keep ever. Cauldron Boy, yeah. Yep, it's the easiest bag to grab. Yeah, they're very heavy. Regazozo. They're very heavy, but they're very high AC and have all resist. They're like 18. They weigh like 18 or something. Yeah, they're really great. Killed Finny 60 times. There's something wrong with you. You're like, I really mean this in the nicest way possible, I still, but you're a deranged individual. They're 36.9, are they? Damn, they're heavier than I thought. I'm gonna have to kill something else here as well. Or something to get itchy feet. Thanks, Mal. That's very kind of you to follow. Yeah, the reason why he's easy for you... Well, I mean, he's easy on this server anyway, presumably. But the reason why he's easy for you is because you know the zone really well. And the fact that you know the zone that well itself, that's a red flag, you know? It's the kind of thing you can't put on your dating profile, unlike most CQ-related stuff, which women obviously lap up. Waiting for the login server to not be done. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I hope it comes back up soon. Whoa. I'd give away motes. I would give away motes to the mote tax to not have to do Finnegal. Plus 10 Sky SK sword. Nice. Yeah, I'm purposely staying out of Sky. I don't really want to go to Sky yet. I feel like the weaponry from Sky is going to absolutely destroy the game. I'm kind of enjoying... I've had a lot of fun on this server, like leveling up on D4. I think it's really fun. Genuinely quite challenging in places. I'm not sure how much longer that'll last. Now that we're kind of at the end and we're going to start gearing up and whatnot. Hey, there's up for the fights like candy. Again, if you know how to pull... Aha! Well, hello there. My dearest Smolders. These are imbued granite Smolders. 28.8 weight. So they do drop off the rats as well. My poor monk AC bonus. We don't have pack rat. My weight worn is now in the red just off of the imbued granite smolders. But it's fine. Yeah, I like this camp. I like this camp even on live. I learned about this place quite early in the days when I did my SK epic. Shadow Knight was my original character in EQ. All the zones were really scary back then, but I learned all about this kind of place. When I did I can actually see it on the map here, the part of the Shadow Knight epic, Caradon and whatever the woman was called down here. Yeah, I didn't grab the slave trammels. They start off at like 180 something weight, or an absolutely ludicrous number. Oh yeah, of course, because they have reduced weight because they're +4. Damn, they're so good, man. I'll have to grind up some imbued granite spolders. Spolders. Yeah, I do too. I think using weight as a downside on items is actually really cool. Oh god, he's a mage. That'll be alright, won't it? We never died to a mage before. Never even once. Definitely not repeatedly over levels 20 to 30. This is why mages suck, man. Like all they do is just nuke after nuke after nuke after nuke after nuke. The only reprieve you get is malaisement. So even though their nukes actually do way less than wizards do, it doesn't matter because they're just chaining them together. Never would have guessed that mage would be the scariest thing to see as a secondary class. Never would have imagined it. 13,000 crystals, 5 gold bricks, SSR ticket, and 2 sunstone waiting for you. What's that about, Rizil? Yeah, if they have a pet out. They don't always have a pet, but if they have a pet, it just makes it worse. Look at this guy. He's at death's door and he's blasting the shit out of me. There's nothing I hate seeing more than mage. If I've overpulled a mob and it's a mage, I genuinely in a lot of trouble quite often. I'm definitely going to stay down here until my Smoldering Brand's like plus, I don't know, +7? +8? So we need AAs anyway. Reward from stream today. What the hell? What a ridiculous reward. 13,000 crystals. 5 gold bricks. An SSR ticket. What an insane reward. Let me have a look. Wait, there is a lot of stuff in my mailbox. Sunlight Stone, 10,000 crystals, 10 New World Quartz. Damascus Ingot. 5 gold moons, 500 half elixirs. What the hell? No 5 gold bricks for me, I'm afraid. Or maybe you meant 5 gold moons. I only see 1 sunstone there as well. But yeah, still a crazy amount of stuff. Thanks for letting me know, Rizul. Yeah, moons. You said there was a second sunstone. I'm only seeing 1. Did you get 2? That's OP if you did. A hell of a lot of crystals. Like, why are these so insane, these rewards? What the hell? Oh, there's more. More coming, is there? Twitter reward. And then at the bottom of the pile, there's just 10 silver centrums. Very important. Ah, mage. I was like, huh, this guy's hitting me hard. I wonder what class he is. Weird. I guess we should try and go out and pull something from upstairs. Shut down imminent. Not again, man. Every time. Every time. Every day I've tried to play this week, we've had a shutdown in the middle of the day. Unbelievable. So I'm coming down in 3 minutes. Oh, well. R.I.P. This is a 3. We're not even going to be able to kill this in 3 minutes. I know the other day, Co-Carnage was planning on playing EQ Legends for like a large portion of his stream, and they had like an unscheduled downtime. He seemed a little ticked off about it. No, can't even live vicariously. Yeah, it looks like we're gonna be back on the old whiz slop. Gotta get our collab weapons, don't we? These are so fire. Collab slop, so true. You're server selective. They're doing downtime, 9 fingers. So I don't think you're getting it anytime soon. Sorry, we're about to get kicked out. Oh god. Well, we're probably dead. To be honest. I could feign, but we want to go back to the front of the zone anyway. It's not really a big deal. We're going to want to rebuff. Since we are getting kicked out. First Law, why does that sound so familiar? Is that a book? Is that, oh, is that the, what's the trilogy called? Well, I'm gonna have to look it up. Is it called the First Law trilogy? Joe Abercrombie, yeah. I have never read these, but I have friends who've read them, who tell me that they're very good. Best Grimdark series. Ah, cool. Yeah. I'll log out in a second. This is actually criminal. The 3rd day this week I've tried to play this. Been thwarted by downtime at every turn. Summer Paler and Seox this Flash. Ranger Origin. Oh, Ranger Origin. Wow, that's going to be fucking huge for me. Tower of Babel, new mana turas for Alchemy and Hexa, Odious, Fire Sep, and Odious Dark October. Ennead skips, new main story, cool. Yeah, Ranger Origin's going to be absolutely awesome for Murcielago, no doubt. Right, well, we're done here. Sucks. One day we'll get to play the game. Wait, oh, there we go. We got disconnected. That's why I couldn't slash Q. Yeah, it's downtime now. They've had unscheduled downtime again. Man, that's a throwback. I haven't seen that screen in a very long time. Pro skip. What? Right, it's Wizardry time. We got relics to grind out. One skip that does all your skips. Oh man, that's hot. That's actually so hot. Sad dwarf, yeah. That's Benjamin. Go on, Benjamin. It's like EQ Legends doesn't actually want people to play the game. I'm gonna have to change all my titles and stuff, aren't I? I will keep trying. I'll keep trying. Tomorrow will be the day that I get to play EQ Legends. Relic farm. Treecom paying EQL to shut down the game. Yeah, it must be that. Must be that. They don't have the servers for this demand, and as someone in IT, getting new hardware fast is horrifying and expensive. I don't think it's that. I'd like to give them the benefit of the doubt and say that it is that, but like their numbers, as they said themselves, their numbers have already massively dropped off because, you know, the boom is already over. So really the servers should be struggling a lot less now, if anything. Like the servers originally were really smooth. Like they were surprisingly like buttery smooth at launch. And now it's the problems. Now it's the time that the problems have started. So I'm not really sure what's going on with it. Maybe it isn't even down to them. Who knows? But it's just unfortunate. It's my turn to play EQ Legends. Yeah, it isn't. It's nobody's turn to play EQ Legends. You go into Wrath. I haven't touched the US servers. Maybe the US servers have been awful the whole time. No idea. No idea. We need to go to the town to get our deliveries. Oh, Wrath Mountains. Is Wrath Mountains really bad? I haven't been in Wrath Mountains whatsoever. They added too many frogs. What, there are just too many things in the zone? Weird. Like, Wrath Mountains is a huge zone, an absolutely huge zone with a lot of mobs in. I love these little Final Fantasy jingles. Hi, Citizen. What's going on? Yeah, it sucks. I don't know. I'd love to give them the benefit of the doubt and everything. I don't know. But I don't know enough about it. I'm sure they have some kind of explanation for what's going on. But like the 3 days this week, 3 days they've had downtime. Like they've had unscheduled downtime. Just kind of sucks. Again, like it's really bad because on one of those days, like Co-Carnage really wanted to spend a huge portion of the day playing the game, which would have given it a massive amount of attention and publicity. And instead they didn't really interface with him at all, and he seemed kind of disgruntled about it, unsurprisingly. We're trying to get celestial fragments. I have enough stuff for second relic. Yeah, I think I've got quite a lot of mats for these things now. No, not those. Wrong ones. Anyone needs dagger mats? I know some bots that do. In about 3 hours. I need to change all my titles in a second. I just need to get that out first. Right, YouTube. Better change kick as well now. Can't get lazy on kick, not with real kick viewers floating around. Crikey. I've been streaming on kick for what, like 6 months, and we probably had about 8 organic viewers, I'd like to say. Kick is an absolute cesspool. Is there a kickbox? There is a kickbox. He doesn't go on there much though. Wizardry variants, Daphne. Wizardry variants, Daphne. Okay. The money shot. Site-wide is botted. I could genuinely believe that, Razul, from what I have seen, both across other channels and my own. It's absolutely insane, the situation on Kick. You think more people would be attracted to Kick for what they offer as well, like the fact that they give, 100% of subs to the streamers, and there are no ads. Asterisk. They were like trialing ads recently, I think. But no, nobody wants anything to do with Kick. That Luck guy on Kick, yeah, annoying little shit. Where is he today? Where is Not Luck? I feel abandoned. He'll be back when there's a whiff of Monsters and Memories. I just changed my Kick title to Monsters and Memories all day. See if Luck shows up. Right, back to the mines.
Onward.
EQ Legends are just trying to keep me fit.
A tricky one.
Accessibility of streamers, probably. Kick brought out a lot of the OSRS streamers a few years ago, and that category does quite well over there. That's true. Yeah, that's a good point. Most of the people who go and watch on Twitch are usually watching someone. Sorry, on Kick. Usually watching someone who's gone from Twitch to Kick. And that is generally because Kick has paid them a lot of money. I mean, even for someone like me, even a tiny little fish like me, Kick just gave me partner on there, right? With absolutely no viewer base, no anything. They just emailed me and were like, hey, we've seen you've got a stream that gets like 100 viewers. We'd like to offer you Kick partner. There's no pressure. Come and stream here if you want to. You can multi-stream, blah, 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 blah. And I don't really know what point there is to that, because I don't know. I've never got any kind of traction on Kick whatsoever.
Do as you will with what's inside.
Because there are no real viewers on Kick, and there's no discovery on Kick, much like Twitch. Probably even worse than Twitch.
It's done.
I don't know what they're really gaining about me streaming on there. I don't know. I guess it's just an umbrella thing. get as many people streaming on there as possible. Some people are bound to get views, right? I guess some people are bound to bring people into Kick. Hello, Twitchweet. How are you, my love?
Opportunity. Interlopers, I end you.
Yeah, probably bite me. YouTube is so far the best discoverability, because I can say that
You've done a lot of killing.
even from the standpoint of streaming, because like I had to work so hard to get any kind of following on Twitch. It was so difficult, and I put no effort into YouTube at all, and people just find me. Like, people come in, and I don't get like loads of viewers on YouTube, but we do get, I look at my analytics on YouTube, it flashes up every time I start a new stream, and like the numbers through no effort streaming on YouTube are so much better than like Twitch ever was when I was just starting out on Twitch. Yeah, exactly, Tetras. Like, you just show up on people's lists. It's all algorithm stuff. Like, discoverability is actually incredible on YouTube comparatively to the other platforms. YouTube's the future, man. If I'm going to be honest, like, YouTube is actually where, if you're making content, whether you're streaming or whatever, like, that's where you really want to get a following. Like, YouTube is such a safe place. YouTube is going to be here in 10 years time. Like, will Twitch be here in 10 years time? Don't know, maybe.
We have the initiative.
Will it be in the same kind of state as it is now? Who knows, really. But YouTube's really solid, right? YouTube is here to stay. I don't really care enough to push myself on YouTube. I just like hanging out with the people who are here. And if new people come through, then even better. But I'm happy as things are. But, if I really wanted to make a go at things, I would definitely be putting a lot more effort into YouTube. I'd be making proper shorts and cutting videos and spending a lot less time streaming and more time making actual content.
They're quicker than I thought.
One of the big things that puts people off of YouTube streaming is there's no like, it's much harder to get people to give you any money. Because it doesn't have that like inbuilt subsystem that's easy to access. Like, most people will not earn anything on YouTube for a long time.
Please leave this to me. You need not sully your hands with such drudgery.
No, it's what I said, Breadstick. But that is also an issue. A lot of people getting into streaming do so because they want to make money. Like, they don't really understand the work that has to go into it, and they want to make money. And so a lot of people avoid YouTube streaming because it's very difficult to start making money on YouTube, or it's like apparently very hard to start making money on YouTube. In actual fact, it's impossible to make money on any of these platforms unless you get extremely successful. Yes, it does have channel membership, but it's not the same. Like, people don't view it in the same way. People will much more freely give out subs on like Twitch than they will on YouTube. Even when you're quite a small streamer on Twitch, you can probably get yourself, you know, a couple of dozen subs here and there. On YouTube, like, people really tend not to go in for the channel subscription whatsoever. If anything, you're probably going to get donations, maybe, through YouTube. Like tiny donations. On the new channel too. Yeah, indeed. Especially if there are loads of YouTubers who've done that, Raraki. If you know how to work YouTube, then you can start over and you can do it again. It's actually like a learned thing. Doing the same on Twitch is not so easy. Like, trying to start over on Twitch is a nightmare. Twitch takes 50% of subs, Breadstick, unless you get higher partner. But that's, again, it's not what people are looking for. People see Twitch and they're like, oh, it's so easy to get subs and things. And I think relatively it is easier to get subs on Twitch. Like, considerably easier to get people to give you a sub than it is to get YouTube channel membership. But ultimately, I think it's just harder to make a go of things on Twitch. I think you got a lot more chance and potential of making a go of a channel on YouTube than you do on Twitch.
I am on the defense.
It is a miracle plus
A flies master.
a number of like kind of lucky things and also things that I had to work very heavily for that I have any kind of following on Twitch
I've enjoyed this recently.
as a relatively new streamer. I feel like if I had put that effort into YouTube to start with, then everything would be like much bigger, and I don't know. I think it just feels like at least the discoverability is infinitely better. Yeah, 50% on Twitch. 50%,
This is a good
40%. They take 40% if you're the whatever it's called, like stage 1 of the thingy thing where you get 100 subs, 100 individual subs in a month for 3 months running. And they take 30% at the stage 2, which is a lot more. I think it's like 300. No, not partner. No, partner doesn't have any effect on that. No. No, partner doesn't have any effect on subs.
A treasure chest.
Yeah, partner plus, that's what it's called. Yeah, thanks, Leska.
An insolent lot. We must
Yes,
deal with them.
on Twitch you can make a lot of money through ads. I could make a lot more money if I ran ads. If I ran 10 minutes of ads every hour. So I know streamers who run up to... This blew my mind. But there are streamers out there. There are quite a lot of streamers out there who run 15 minutes of ads in an hour. That's fucking bonkers.
Fill me with pride.
Oh god, this is Tom Brook. That's fucking insane.
Now, while it lasts.
20 or 30. Jesus Christ, man.
Defensive.
2 minutes of stream and 2 minutes of ads. Yeah, like... Yeah, that's where you make money on Twitch. It's through ads and sponsorships. It's not really through subs. Oh, for sure, Capisaur. It's where you make them. If you're not getting sponsorships, you're not doing like constant sponsorships. That's where you make your money on Twitch.
What do you think
The
is
ads are
inside?
what
Disarming.
really pop.
It's done.
It's disgusting, but yeah, it's a very common practice. It's just what you got to do to make money. Like, I make a pittance
This
from
is a
subs.
good
I make an
opportunity.
absolute pittance from subs. I make less from ads, but that's only because I run as the minimum amount of ads I can possibly run. That's why you keep getting ads here. Nope,
While it lasts.
you don't get any ads here, Twitch. Yeah, I make an absolute pittance from Twitch. It's like,
Quickly.
I don't know, a couple of $100 a month from subs, and that's it. Maybe like $20, $30 from the pre-roll ads.
This bores me.
It's not enough to live. If I had to rely on it to live, it's not enough to live.
Come on. A fly.
We're in between ads.
I must not be outdone. Come now. While it
No, I don't blame the streamers. I blame Twitch, to be honest. It's just the way it's set up.
Venturing could be quite
I do
a
think there's
ride.
if people watch, you know, that's down to them, right? If people are willing to watch that, like 5 minutes of whatever, 5 minutes of streamer, 5 minutes of ads,
of
if people are willing to watch that, then that's kind of on them. To be honest, ads are probably more interesting than I am. To gain viewership from ads.
I am on the defensive.
I end you.
I am on the defensive. Ungraceful.
I just want to hang out more than anything. It's lonely playing games by yourself.
Hold no ill will.
Maybe one day if I ever get into really dire straits. Why have we timed out Leska for 300 seconds, please? Bellicoats? Sir? Hello?
They'll not escape.
Bellicoat?
I end you.
How about that? I am on
Bellicoat?
the defensive.
Hello?
I must see to the wounded.
I spilled water on my phone. You're a fucking idiot, mate. I feel like that is fair as well.
Please leave this to
I'm
me.
so sorry, Silka.
Sully your hands with such drudgery.
I'm sorry, not Silka, Leska. My bad. I'm so sorry, Leska.
What could be inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Spilled water on my phone. Ah, Jesus, man.
Opportunity.
I am on the defensive.
I feel like it's one of those things where it's got to be the truth breadstick because, like, the alternative is... There's no alternative that's worse. I'm just glad I caught it in chat. I was just like, what? No, I believe him. How you doing, Bellico? What a wonderful way to announce your presence. Yeah, I can imagine. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what happened to the sea. I've banned people on Twitch by accident before when I've been trying to like click their name and shit, especially when I'm on the treadmill. I hope it didn't make you scared or anything.
What do you think this is?
The gum on the toilet ceiling that never gets removed. He will not jeopardize himself. What? Where'd you come up with this shit, man? It's alright, man.
Onward.
These things happen, dude. Don't worry about it. As long as Leska's alright. I'm sure Leska's fine.
Trick you on.
Hangs out here. He's probably seen worse.
We have
Probably
the
talks about Final
initiative.
Fantasy 13 before in a negative light. Been banned by Fox.
How impressive.
I accidentally banned Tweshry once. I remember. I don't know what I was trying to do, but I was trying to do something. I think I was trying to look at his message history or something. I just banned him. I remember exactly what I was trying to do to him. I'd never make that mistake nowadays. Obviously, I have grand expertise when it comes to the Twitch OBS engine.
I have your back.
Well, no, Citizen, everyone does except for Fox,
On the
really.
defensive.
You wish you got permaban. Why? Why'd you hate me, Capison? I thought we had something, mate. I didn't even permaban Miyabi. Unbanned Miyabi, like, after the stream.
This is a good
I
opportunity.
don't really like permabanning people. It's kind of lame.
You've done a lot of killing.
Our traits don't match.
Feels a bit power trippy permabanning people, you know?
I am on the defensive.
Sometimes you just gotta shut people up because they're being disruptive in chat. Permabanning would be your favorite button.
This is the essence.
I think people just have off days. I have off days as well. I had a big off day yesterday, for instance. Kai sent out unbanning 79k chatters. What, did he just mass unban all of his bans or something?
I am on the defensive. Have at you. Your command.
Who's Aris? I don't think I know of Aris. What does Aris stream? Oh, whoops. On the right door.
This way.
Aries? Aries only bans poor people. Just a streamer. Was he stream?
Please leave this to me. You need not.
Ban is a great tool for female streamers. I mean, ban is a great tool for anyone. I just have a very thick skin generally with things. There are some things that really get my goat, like being called insensitive, because I try my best to be sensitive. And I try my best to give people a lot of personal time when I'm streaming. So that kind of thing actually hits me very hard. It's a very, very personal comment. But like in terms of general abuse, I'm quite thick-skinned. Bans people that ask questions. I love people that ask questions though. I just love talking to people. Sponsors Jenna and streams and stuff, yeah. Like, Aries genuinely like super supports Jenna, right? Like a large part of Jenna's revenue is probably Aries, which I think is cool. Like streamers really need people like that. I don't know, Capital, I have no idea. I'm sure that would be really bad for Jenna, if so. Yeah, like because income is very low on Twitch. Like, unless you are absolutely huge or you are running an unholy amount of ads, having people like that really genuinely helps. Like, Boon Craving helps me out an insane amount. Boon Craving literally keeps my electricity on. Literally pays for my electricity, you know, with the things he drops. Not to mention, the subs that he drops, like, add to what little visibility there is on Twitch. It makes a huge, huge, huge amount of difference. As visibility on Twitch is tiered on chat interaction, subs, in that order. Like follows is like all the way down here. I imagine Aries is a very busy guy. Whatever Aries does, be he an oil baron or whatever. I'm sure Aries has things that take up a large amount of his time. Yeah, I guess that's true by me. I guess most of it was money donated to Paul.
They're quicker than I thought.
This is Iran, a US war start. Oh, yeah, rough.
I am on the defensive. It is done.
Do as you will with what's inside. Disarm it. It's done.
Oh, a treasure chest?
This is the essence of exploration.
Disarm. It's done.
I don't remember the context for that at all. I guess fisting people is cool enough. Yep, no idea.
I am on the defensive.
Oh, Lana's petrified. Whoops. When did that happen? No.
Leave it to me. I'll come
You only been getting
to
regular chests from the APAC today. I had some fraggies, some attestations, sorry, earlier. So they are definitely dropping. Guess you're just getting unlucky. I'm sorry about that. What poor guy? Ray Inukus.
Stay safe.
I must not be outdone.
See to the wounded.
Simpletons. That seems a little unfair. Like, it's not a matter of intellect. If you'd said peasants, then yeah, I'd be with you. Because I think we're all probably peasants compared to Aries. But simpletons, that seems a little unfair. Braggies and attestations. Set amount of enemies that spawn on a floor and patrol, or do they respawn over time? These enemies respawn every time you come in. The notorious monsters, if you're trying to hunt them down, they do actually respawn while you're in the map. But I don't entirely understand their respawn rates. I haven't looked for notorious monsters at all. I've just done this farm because it's so much easier.
Please leave this to me. I am on the defensive.
Oh, thanks, Britsit.
Do as you will with what's inside.
Yeah, you get chests from the 8-pack, and if it's a high quality chest, you can get attestations and fragments from them. Really cool. Yeah, man, it's not about intellect necessarily. If anything, if someone is a self-made person in terms of money, and they're not just hinging on generational wealth, then often it doesn't necessarily mean that they're super smart. It's that they've looked for an opportunity and they've taken it. They've probably just worked very hard. It doesn't make someone super smart or anything. They've worked very hard and they've made opportunities for themselves. You make your own luck, etc., etc., etc. But a lot of people who are rich, their wealth is generational. It's not very easy to make a lot of money nowadays.
I end you.
I am on the defensive.
Depends on morals. Which bit depends on morals? Never got a single one, not the usable scrolls in weapon. Apparently people have trouble getting fragments from the packs at lower levels.
Let us show our valor.
I am on the defensive.
You are magnificently.
Blood as much as I.
Opportunity. Interlopers. I end you.
It's not necessarily the copper exam. I have seen people who have not done the copper exam who are getting 5 attestations and are able to get fragments. So that's not strictly true. I don't know what the separate triggers are. It definitely gets more common as you fight stronger enemies. That's again, it's not true, Breadstick. I've seen people who are not level 70, who have not done the copper grade exam, and they are getting 5. But there is some kind of progression lock on it. Whatever is locking you off of that. Whatever it is that, like multiple things probably, that stop you from getting the highest level of enemy, or highest level of chest.
I'll cast my spell.
I end you.
It seems to affect your fragment income a lot. Party power? I don't think it's party power, but it could be, for all I know. Yeah, I would also hate that, but I could kind of see it. I don't know.
Oh my. There. I am on the defensive.
I don't know what it is. I think again it's just a number of different factors. And they all play into each other, and I don't think it's necessarily one thing. I think you can do a number of things to qualify for it.
Could be quite
Or
Do you think we can open it?
I don't know.
Disarming.
I don't think we'll ever know for sure. It's more like a setting thing. It's a narrative kind of thing. Bellicult. it's to show you like what the different tags, the different ranks are.
What is
Eventually,
this?
if the game lasts for long enough, we will probably see those ranks ourselves. But it's a cool reference point for you to be like, oh, we are still at this rank. There are still so many ranks like above us in the story, and it gets referenced a few times. Like Jarmil, for instance, used to be silver. Like before he died, used to be silver grade. It's mentioned in his story. Morgus is just a chump who gets mobbed by low grade adventurers. Yeah, I mean Morgus is just fucking around, isn't he, Raraki? That's like the whole thing with Morgus. You don't actually kill him. You don't even hurt him. He's just like mildly amused by you.
Let us be off.
And a tricky one.
We have a considered max level. I don't know. You could probably work
This
it
is a
out
cool
though. I'm sure
opportunity.
lots of people have before. How many ranks are there left? Multiply that by 10. Add that to 70.
I am on the defensive.
Alice wouldn't have been an adventurer, right? But Alice was probably exceptionally strong. Yeka probably was an adventurer and was probably the highest grade, I would guess.
Is it not treasure?
It's not
What
referenced.
do you think is inside?
12 abysses planned. There are 12 grade of warp ones, I think, right? So
It's done.
if each abyss has a singular grade of warp one, then there should be 12 abysses. Alice was a
Please leave
child
this to me.
cult
You need
cult
not
leader.
sully your hands with
The
such
drudgery is
drudgeries.
but one torture.
I am on the defensive.
She's a cutie. Wicked. Not that kind of wicked.
Could be quite so entertaining.
She was wicked, mate.
They'll not escape.
Like Gillian was probably a very high rank adventurer as well. Who is Daphne? That is I don't want to say because it is actually somewhat revealed in the latest Abyss, and for anyone who hasn't played through it yet, which is probably quite a lot of people, I don't want to spoil it.
Leave it to me. I'll cast I am on the defensive.
It is finished.
So if you want to find out, play Abyss 4.
Leave it to me. I'll cast my spell.
Variance is actually also explained in Abyss 4, and Wizardry is also explained in Abyss 4. Yeah, I think it's cool, Rotope. Which part of Abyss 4 towards the end, Dragon Yoshi?
Praise be to great Agor's blessing.
Yeah, Yeka closed an
On the
Abyss.
defensive.
Gillian also slew a Greater Warp one. Is that explained in the true best ending? Wizardry is explained in the
Do you think we can open it?
true ending. Variance and Daphne are explained when you walk through a certain place in the Abyss towards the end of the Abyss.
Disarming. It's done.
And it's like, it's explained in the way that it gets name dropped and there is some explanation, but not necessarily entirely like this is why the game is named after this.
It's but one torture.
I am on the defensive.
It's very cool as well. We were like, what the hell is this? Good ending, it's the Wizardry. Ah, good. True ending in Abyss 4 is tedious to get as Abyss 3. I would say that Abyss 4's ending... Abyss 4 just in general is a lot
On the defensive.
better put together than Abyss 3.
I am on the
It didn't feel anywhere near as annoying to kind of get the moving parts of Abyss 4's true ending. I also had much more drive to get the true ending because you get quite, or at least I got quite attached to the characters. Abyss 4 is really good compared to Abyss 3. Abyss 3 I actually quite like as well, but Abyss 4 is the best content that they've produced in the game by a long way, story-wise, content-wise, gameplay-wise.
Opportunity.
Have at you.
Yes. I am on the defensive.
A lot of people really hate sentries. Sentries are just, they use mechanics from other games. So sentries are just FOEs really from Wizardry, from Etrian Odyssey. In Abyss 4 you have something chasing you around, which is basically the nightmare from Mary Skelter.
Onward.
Yeah, don't want to spoil stuff.
Treasure.
What could be inside?
I hope they use this stuff, Raraku. I hope they use some of this stuff. They don't have to use it all the time, but it would be really cool if they used it some of the time.
It's done.
I think all of these things that they've shown in the collab are something that they can utilize outside of the collab, and I just hope that they do. I hope that this isn't something that these aren't systems that they've developed purely for the collab and they're never going to use them again. It would be so annoying just because they're good features, and also it must have taken them a lot of development time to do these things. It's just such a shame to waste them. Yeah, the aggro system would be so much better. Yeah, absolutely agreed. I hope that they think about maybe not using it all the time, but certainly using it for like heavy encounters or something. I don't know.
I am on the defensive.
Abyss 4 made me jump from the birds. If you've seen it, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Get as much
The
as I
birds
can
made me
feel
jump
what's
twice
inside.
in Abyss 4.
Opportunity.
Yeah, you remember it.
You. This will be your grave.
I am on the defensive.
Yeah, I did, Raraki.
Impressive.
I'm glad I'm not the only one, Frosty.
With pride.
Thanks for being honest. BT fights Wizardry style. Yeah, it kind of is a little bit like that, to be honest, Mike. Yeah, I really hope that they take on board the new combat changes. I think they're great. I just think they're super good.
I am on the defensive.
Like, it's so much more strategic as well, because even if you're not using a knight or whatever, you can see something aggroing something, and you can be like, okay, I want to defend with that person then. So you're not just blindly defending with your whole line and turtling up. It actually takes a bit more strategy, rather than just pure luck.
Let us show our valor.
FAS my Ragnarok at 11 attack on the first line. Is that low? I don't actually know the numbers. That sounds low.
Come now. Will it last?
Agreed by me, yeah. They're always trying to improve things with Daphne. It's one of the things that I really love about the Wizardry devs. They're not happy with having a mediocre game. They want their game to be the best. And even though they're never going to fix the shitty engine that the game is built upon, because it's probably impossible for them, they do go out of their way to keep trying to make the game better in the aspects that they can change.
Have at you. This will be your grave.
They don't randomly switch aggro. That's not really the way it works. Yeah, you can manipulate it with health totals and things. I don't fully understand it, but there is some kind of rhyme and reason to the way that they attack. I think it's weighting though, so like it's not consistent. Yeah, knights seem to get aggro way easier now that we can really test it with the aggro system as well. It might just be class based. Yeah, could well be just class based. But like when we use AI on our adventurers, like for when they're attacking, when they're auto attacking, they can tell when a target is weaker. They can tell when a target is more vulnerable, and they'll actively avoid targets that are really tanky.
This is the essence
So
of exploration.
presumably maybe the enemies have that as well.
It's done.
They have something going on there.
No! I am on the defensive.
This! Impressive. You fill me.
You got a 4-star purple bracelet of hatred. Oh, it's a banger.
Do you think we can open it?
Farming 27 of those. Yeah, good luck.
Disarming.
Good luck, have fun, citizen.
It's done.
So blown away. Like, why did Granblue Fantasy give out so many rewards for their live stream? That is that's probably the most rewards I've ever seen from a game, like ever. What the hell? Matsuri week. What's Matsuri? I'm not familiar with it. Summer parade, huh? Hmm. No, it does not, Warthog Guy. Only affects the stats that are already on the item. To show, not just a live stream, they built their games more around being more generous. Yeah, maybe so. I've just never seen... I've never played a game where, like, rewards have been anywhere near as good as that. Like, it doesn't cost them anything to give these things out. It's just surprising to see it. I'm not like, oh my god, they're so generous. It's more just like, I'm shocked. Very much outside the norm.
That was scary.
You're nothing less than gold to me, Pi. Platinum, mate. Platinum. How are you today?
Shall we go out again today?
400 pulls, damn. Why are we losing it? Wonderful on this fine weekend. Thanks for asking. Wow, you're also very loud. Your whiz keeps crashing. Oh, I'm sorry, man. Are you on phone or on PC?
Let us be off. Let us be off.
PC.
An enemy, a tricky one.
This is a good opportunity.
Max level is 70. Yeah, Dark Chaos has got it.
I am on the defensive.
The max level is actually like 140. I'm just staying at 70 because, you know, the game's too easy for me.
You're fine.
Nah, it caps at 70, mate.
I can't lose to anyone. I mean...
Something's here.
Game is so easy. Oh my god.
To me. I am on the defensive.
I've never struggled on any content in this game.
Could be quite so
Do you think we can
entertaining.
open it?
Oh, nice. Yeah, you're actually XP capped, poor guy. You're a beast.
Do as you
Two
will, what's
ends.
inside.
I never died to the 2 ends. Never once. Except maybe a couple of times. Yeah, true, bite me. Look how quickly I wrote off no pull account. Literally 3 days in or something, I was pulling off Sierras. I knew I could subvert Sierras as well, and I still pulled on Sierras. Disgusting behaviour,
This
mate.
is a good opportunity.
I don't do challenge accounts. I just play games the way I want to be fair.
Your
If I want
head
to pull, I
is
pull.
high.
If I don't want to, I won't. Fuck challenges.
What could be inside?
Yes, Raraki, I think she does. From my own personal experience, I played with her quite a lot. She gets targeted more than the other frontliners.
It's done.
Recently, I've been considering doing some weird shit with Eineke.
Please, leave this to me. You need not sully your hands.
I've been considering putting
And torture.
Lingering Blossom on her and building her like Guardian Blow or something. See if I can make her a bit more functional.
I end you.
Or maybe not even building a Guardian Blade, maybe just giving her more defensive stats.
I will heal the blessing of Agora.
Eineke's a mess of a character.
I am on the defensive. I must see to the wounded. I feel more
Kind of weird shit.
adventuring could be
Only the weirdest.
Disarming.
You know me, guys. I love lusting over my anime girls. Maybe not full super. I don't know.
I have your back.
I feel like her stat split's weird.
I am on the defensive. How impressive. Ill will. Who could have guessed
Bellicott is on a banning spree, Tweshwe, so
inside?
yeah, maybe he will.
Disarming. It's done.
I didn't watch the GBF stream. It was on too early for me, Sage. But I did see how many ridiculous freebies we got. Yeah, he needs more water to ban people.
Cast my spell. I am on the defensive. That would hit me.
Buckingham was simpler to build. No idea what to do with Eineke. I would just... To the average person, to anyone, to be honest, I just wouldn't recommend building Eineke, having played with her. The game isn't well designed for Eineke to fit. I wish it was, though. Like, quite often you really need the amount of damage reduction that Knight's Defense gives you, and the amount that
I end you.
Maporfic gives you is just not enough.
How about
It
that?
is done.
But I still like it.
Your command never ceases to amaze me. Blood as much as I.
There are a few different things you can do with her, and none of them really are that great. We need more pickaxes. Pickaxes.
Leave it to me. I cast my spell. I am on the defensive.
Need one-handed maces being buffed. Class as a knight, yeah. Yeah, there are just a lot of awkward things about Eineke. God help you if you're like running a D0 Eineke as well. She gets a lot from her.
So entertaining.
She gets a lot from her discipline. She seems really awful at like low discipline. Kind of like Burke, really.
A treasure chest.
Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming. It's done.
But my Eineke's locked in, you know. She's here to stay.
This is a good opportunity.
I am
She ain't
on
going
the
nowhere.
defensive.
Oh yeah, but I think Burke's still good. Like, I still think Burke is good. She's just versatile. She's really beefy and she's versatile. And like, she isn't some top DPS or anything like that, but she does fill a number of different roles. She can kind of be a pseudo mage while not having to be a mage,
Have at you.
which is really, really great when mages are kind of, yeah. Like, she gets Malefic, Wind as well, which is obviously a really great spell.
This is
True
the
Words
essence
is giving
of
you
exploration.
Moreless, like effective Moreless, without you actually having to cast Moreless. Yeah, she's great. She has really, 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 really high pool totals as well.
This bores me.
So she has, oh, wrong character. She has really high MP, really high SP.
I am on the defensive.
You've done a lot of killing.
I blast through her MP pretty quickly with True Words, with level 7 True Words, but yeah, I don't think I've ever had an encounter where I've run out of resources on Burke, even spamming level 3 Astral and level 7 True Words. She just goes for so many turns
We have the initiative.
before she runs out of anything. And if she even gets low, you can just change to using Earth Spitting, which is extremely efficient. Eineki just doesn't really know what she wants to do. She does indeed, Tweshry. Absolutely huge. Yeah, indeed. So many times have been really useful where like I've needed a ranged attack or I've needed a magic attack or something like that. And I've been able to go just like mental unity into big like 6-7k. Oh, 6-7. 6-7k true words of fire.
That's amazing.
This is the essence of exploration.
It's done. Opportunity.
Should I do the repeat Shadow Lord or just start farming? The only reason you'd want to repeat the Shadow Lord is if you want the bond mates. So that's kind of up to you. If you have collab characters or you want sense of completion to max the bond mates.
Quickly.
I am on the defensive.
32, I think, Relico? So a hot minute.
I am on the defensive. Have at you.
This event will still be going into next month. I think it ends on like September the 9th, 10th, something like that.
I am on the defensive.
Yeah, 32 more days. Relico. Probably close to 31 now.
Inside.
Disarming. It's done.
You'll get there eventually, Sage. You can always go back to the story and level up and get a bit further in. Oh, when do we unlock the thingy? That's next Thursday, I believe.
Ill will.
So 1, 2, 3, or 5 days. Yeah, that's next Thursday.
Inside.
They unlock the next part.
Disarming.
We don't really know what is going to be in that though. Five days.
Please leave
5
this
days,
to me.
Relico.
You need not sully your hands with such drudgery.
I don't want to die!
Hey there, Shay. How's it going?
A flies faster.
I am on the defensive.
A flies faster. A flies faster. It is done.
It's very wizardry, Raraki. It's very wizardry. Yeah, I know. He kept
Inside.
he kept just slipping through the net. I don't know what the hell. I don't know how the hell they code this game. I really don't, man. Like, it must be such a mess under the hood. I wouldn't even like to imagine. It feels like the sort of thing where if they brought in new developers to work on the code, they'd be like, what the fuck? Oh shit, yeah, I need mining picks. I can grab them now. A flies faster. A flies faster. A flies faster. A fly. Do I just upgrade my gear even if it's not green? Yeah, you should do, Razul, if you're still very early in the game. You're still on Abyss 1. You're just looking for the base stats on the item at that point.
There's something here.
You want to upgrade it to +4. Let's beat the demon, then lost the chess game and got stoned. So that it was done for today. Yep,
Whatever.
that does happen. That's rough. Yeah, I guess maybe that's true, Dark Chaos.
What do you need? Looking for anything in particular?
This filth brings to mind unpleasant memories.
Right, show me the
Looking for
pickaxes.
anything
Pickaxes.
pleasure. A pleasure. A pleasure. A pleasure.
Hi,
A
Brim.
pleasure. Here you go.
What's up?
Come again soon.
That's nice, Apocalypse Birds, but I don't think they started neat.
Shall we be going?
I think they started very, very rush
An
and
empty
strung
treasure
out.
chest. This is the essence
And unfortunately,
of
that was the
exploration.
base of the game.
It's done. A tricky one.
Onward. Something's here.
Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming. It's done.
It's a miracle anything works.
Leave it to me. I'll cast my spell.
I am on the defensive.
I must not be outdone.
Your head is mine.
I must see to the wounded.
You're a fine leader.
Who could have guessed adventuring could
If they
be
showed
so
this game to a
entertaining?
Chinese company, yeah, it'll be over. Yeah, she looks cool for him.
I have your back. Have at you.
She sucks though.
Will be your grave. I am on the defensive. That will hit me. That will hit me. I must see
Nexon.
to the wounded.
Jesus, let's hope not.
Command never ceases to amaze me.
The blood as much as I. What could be inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Let us show our valor.
I am on the defensive. Impressive. You fill me with pride.
Probably not.
And never ceases
What poor guy?
to amaze me.
The blood as much as I.
Tomorrow I'll get to play EP Legends without them taking the server down. Probably. Maybe.
What could be inside?
Excuse me? Apocalypse Birds? What the fuck? Hello? That's not a cool thing to type in chat. A little less of that, thank you.
Opportunity. I end you. This is
Ah, you're
my
alright.
torture.
Come on, huh? Yeah, Minecraft. Yeah.
Your command never ceases to amaze me.
The blood as much as
What
I.
do you think is inside?
Just some things that you don't expect to see in chat, from, especially from certain people. That was not on my bingo card.
You've done a lot of killing.
I have heard that Tweshry would like a little piping from Erwin. That is what the Discord has told
On
me.
the defensive.
Has informed me.
This is the essence of exploration.
This bores me.
Have at you. I am on the defensive.
inside.
Queshry. Erwin. More of my type. His words.
Disarming.
Dude, if they genuinely make Lunaria a healer, she is going to be ridiculous. She's going to be absolutely ridiculous. Because I care about you, Twishwit. I'd like to know what you're up to, mate.
Praise be to greater God's blessing.
Owen is getting samurai. Wait. Oh, no, not really. I don't know what they're going to give Owen. I don't think it really matters.
I am on the defensive.
I think if Lunaria's healer, she's arguably the best unit in the game.
Ushering could be quite so entertaining.
Obviously not from a damage standpoint, but from a individual power of how much they can sort of carry a team. Yeah, indeed, Araki. I think we would maybe start seeing people running double healer. Priest is a lot worse. A lot worse.
Opportunity.
She's not really going to be able to open chests as a healer.
I am on the defensive.
Did the rebuilding Rockholm quest. I expected it to be hard from all the doom and glooming on Discord. Bunch of easy waves.
What could be inside?
Rebuilding Rockholm. Yeah, it's not too bad. Wasn't too bad even for me. And you're obviously a lot stronger than I am.
Leave it to me. I'll cast my spell. I am on the defensive.
We don't really know if Monk will be powerful. We know Prish is powerful, but Prish is powerful because of her unique. And obviously she requires an amount of ramping for it. We don't actually know if Monk will play like that at all.
This bores me.
I am on the defensive. I feel more brave.
Don't over him.
With you.
It's hard to say. I would guess so as well, Capisaur.
I am on the defensive.
Treasure.
This is the essence of exploration.
Disarming.
Threefold is definitely a nice tool for her. Any idea on next banner or rerun? We know that there's an altar coming this month, Big Nuts, but that's about all we know.
They'll not shake us.
Yeah, maybe, Vrim. It's anyone's guess, isn't it? Oh, that's a lot of attacks.
Faster.
I can bear this type.
A flies faster. Erwin class changes coming. Did we already have the Erwin rerun banner? We did, didn't we?
That one. I am on the defensive.
Can't remember.
That would hit me. That would hit me. I dodged. I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive. Impressive. You fill me with pride. I am on the defensive.
It is done.
I must see to the wounded. Your command never ceases to amaze me as much as I.
Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming. It's done.
I bet after all this hype, they'll give Lunaria like fighter or something.
This bores me.
I am on the defensive.
But I could see it. I think they just put a lot of effort into Lunaria. It'd be weird for them to put that to waste.
Exploration.
Ninja Lunaria would be excellent as well, right? Because you could reset on shedding.
Please
Be a different sort of good.
You need not sully your hands with such drudgery. I am on the defensive.
I end you.
The new old, maybe.
You've done a lot of killing.
Who could have guessed adventuring
to anyone.
could be quite so
Do you
entertaining?
think we can open it?
Disarming.
Lunaria is not evil though, is she? So very unlikely. Any leaks? What's her? Oh, Big Nuts. How long have you been playing Wizardry, mate? Where'd you? Sorry, not Big Nuts. Borgoff. My bad. Sorry. How long have you been playing Wizardry, mate?
I am on the defensive.
We don't get leaks in this game, brother. Doesn't happen. Wait, Lunaria is evil. Ah, maybe she could be a ninja then. Fuck.
You've done a lot of
I thought Lunaria was neutral. Oh, fuck. Lunaria Ninja confirmed. Never any news that, well, if, like, hope is all there is in Wizardry, so you might as well just make something up for yourself, mate. Just keep telling yourself something's going to happen. That seems to be what most people do. Elite the Tombury King. That's true.
There's something.
Wizardry's worst kept secret. The Tombury King. Do you get more materials or rarer materials the higher your team's grade is? Yes, asterisk. Sin. A lot of people seem to get it upgraded from raising their grade, but I have seen people who have got it from doing other things like pushing story progression. So it's not necessarily just grade, but grade will help you get there, yes. I've seen people getting the max rewards at level 60, but they're in Abyss 4, like quite deep in Abyss 4. Most of the people that I've seen getting it are copper grade, but not all. Yep, it's because you're too low probably. Have you had any attestations,
an enemy. A trick.
Sin?
Is it not?
And if so, how many
This
do
is
you
the
get in a
essence
chest?
of exploration. Please leave this to
4
me.
or 5. Yeah, so you're not quite there.
I
End you.
Yeah, you could try and do copper grade exam. That might get you there. Or you could try pushing further in the story, which might also get you there.
I must not be outdone.
The fragments really don't like dropping unless you are whatever the max level of progression is.
Quite so entertaining.
It's okay. The collab's still up for another 32 days, and so don't sweat it too much. You can easily get there if you want to. Growth Altar will save Wizardry.
Something's here.
If only they understood that and they'd make it.
Perhaps.
Disarming. It's done.
No. Agreed. Agreed, Araki. It's still a miracle that we got Gerard Altar, honestly. I'm still shocked that we got Gerard Altar. After they skipped Gerolf, I thought they were just going to skip
I am on the defensive.
most characters.
Will. Your command.
We've got Adam and we've got Gerard.
News to anyone. I mean,
But Adam was very early days. Gerard, I was surprised that he even got an altar. But he is abysmal, like, without his altar. He's absolutely awful, so maybe that's why.
I am on the defensive.
The guy is, like, completely unplayable without his altar.
that went well enough, didn't it?
Gerard has fan art. Yeah, we've seen it. Narcos loves linking Gerard's fan art.
We have the initiative. Praise be to great Agora's blessing. I am on the defensive.
Fap art. I mean, fan art.
I am on the defensive. Yeah.
Need more Irwin art.
Disarming. It's done.
Benjamin. I don't think anyone has ever asked for that before, bro.
Leave it to me. Lucas, leave it to me.
You might have to commission that one.
On the defensive. I am on the defensive.
It is done.
I must see to the wounded.
Dwarf Knight.
Sound victory.
I love his shadowy face underneath that helm.
Disarming. It's done.
He's not, Borgov. That's the problem, mate. If only that were true. But he's a knight. He's a knight. That's the problem. You have to get his class book to make him a fighter. He's so awful.
I am on the defensive.
I must not be outdone.
If only he were a fighter. Base. Yeah, you have the class book, but most people who pull Gerard aren't going to have the class book, right? Like, anyone who pulls Gerard for the first time, they have an utterly useless unit. And I say this from someone who pulled on Gerard the first time that he ran and played with him for a long time. He is so awful. He is so awful.
I must see to the wounded.
Need to change something with the class change stuff? I don't think so. I think it's fine the way it is, personally, Minigenki. I don't think it's an issue at all.
Inside.
I think it's okay to make people wait a little while for class changes and that kind of thing. They run the events every so often.
You need not sully your hands with such drudgery.
Maybe they'll make it a bit easier to get the books in the future. Who knows? This is not a game where you have a huge amount of instant gratification. I think you've got to expect sometimes in this game to have to wait for things. As much as I know people really don't like doing that. Yeah, I would like to see that a lot, Warthog Guy. If I had to pick something for class changes, I would love to see that. Being able to change freely back and forth, yeah, it sucks that you have to use the class change requests and stuff. The other thing I would like to see is the removal of amnesia incense. Like, what a completely pointless resource. It's so annoying that that exists. I sometimes forget that exists for new players and they just can't unequip their bond mates. It's just stupid, man. Get rid of that shit.
A treasure chest. This is the essence of
That is one of the most called for things, Lesker. It's something they're very aware of. I don't know why they won't implement it. I presume it's some kind of engine limitation. Maybe they'll work it out eventually. But they're very aware that people want that. Japanese players want that a lot as well.
You need not sully your hands with such drudgery.
Oh, Jesus. Uh-oh. Okay, we're safe.
We must withdraw.
Crate not dead.
I have your back.
This is more our speed.
I am on the defensive.
That's amazing.
That would hit me. That would hit me.
any of the 14 players here, can they invite me to the CWLS? So the people that you're probably looking for are Ariatel, Boon Craving, Fox, and Quantum, none of whom I believe are currently really here in any kind of capacity.
Daphne to the wounded. A sound victory you all. Just as expected.
Recently. This is the essence of exploration.
Disarming. It's done.
What more is?
I am on the defensive.
Benny Soda's pretty good,
I
yeah.
must see to the wounded.
You are fine.
I feel like you all enjoy the sight of blood as much as I.
What do you think is inside?
I prefer the way regular Abenius looks to Abenius Alter, personally. I prefer original Alice to the Alter Alice as well.
I am on the
For the
defensive.
original Savia, prefer original Lana. I don't remember. Oh no, I do remember. I prefer the Alter Yeka. I don't really care with Adam. I don't really like the way either of them look very much. His Alter looks like an Astarian cosplay. Who else?
As much as I.
Gerard's Alter looks stupid in my opinion. Chio's Alter looks stupid. Levana's Alter, I think I prefer. Rene's Alter is amazing, and unfortunately can't really use it. Oh Jesus!
Leave this
Got
to me.
these were in. Come on, don't be mean, guys. Don't be mean. Don't be grudgeful.
They do say discretion is the better part of valor. They'll not escape.
Ugh, Cyril, disgusting. Oh, there's 2 of these packs in here. Damn.
Leave it to me.
Retreating.
Leave it to me.
I don't really like either of the Chloes.
Interlopers.
Alter Asher looks way cooler. Alter Asher looks awesome.
Have at you. I am on the defensive.
I guess that's a lot of alters that I actually don't like very much, yeah.
Adventuring could
Yeah,
be
Chloe
quite
Alter's really
so
good.
entertaining.
Let us show our valor.
I end you.
Leave this to me. Now, while it lasts.
Let's run away.
We have the initiative. Praise be to great Agora's blessing. I am on the defensive.
Don't really care for Flute or Milana alters. Yeah, that really isn't a lot of alters that I actually like, thinking about it. The number of times we've run into these 2 Tomberries.
Retreating.
Oh, man, Burkholder looks kind of whack. Like the original Burke's outfit is considerably better, I would say. Although, I don't know.
Let us end this quickly.
Yeah, Rene's is amazing, and you basically can't use it. So it sucks, man. Like, Rene's probably the best looking older they've made. And nobody wants to use it. Ah, yeah, Sage. Yeah, Burkholder's okay. It isn't as bad as it looks when you look at her in the... I remember when I looked at her in the pulling menu, I was like, what the fuck is this? But actually in the game it looks kind of okay. I still think the green and black robes look way cooler though.
Turn back? Whatever.
Well, shall we be going? The coordinates to reach are over there.
An enemy. A tricky one.
Leave it to me. I'll cast my spell.
Limbus, I end you.
Leave this to me.
I am on the defensive.
I totally agree with you, Borgov. I do see what Rocky's saying as well. Like,
Do you think we can
she's not exactly the best of the best by any means, but she is very accessible. I'd put her in a similar spot to Benjamin.
Opportunity.
I am on the defensive.
I must not be outdone.
Benjamin is a more useful inherit though.
Fine.
That kind of gives points to Chloe. I think Benjamin's better than Chloe, but like, yeah, you have to give HP inherits away to build Benjamin.
Leave it to me. I'll cast my spell.
Yeah, I'd love to see that Coffee Brains. I think Asher looks incredible. There aren't really a lot of costumes to copy though. You can't really do Scorpion Woman, can you?
Magnificently.
Do as you will with what's inside.
I'm sure we'll get a succubus probably at some point. Succubus something or other. Criminally underrated. Who is? Sorry, Chloe.
Please leave this to me. You need not
Succubus
sully your
Garov,
hands
if
with
only.
such betrayed match.
Chloe sees quite a lot of attention. I don't know 3/4. I don't know, mate. It's an absolutely insane amount.
Magnificently. This is the essence of exploration.
Disarming. It's done.
Succubus is going to be their 7-year cash grab. Scorpion Woman Burke. Oh.
Leave it to me. How
I
about that?
end you.
I am on the defensive.
Capuso.
This is the essence of exploration.
Disarming.
I wish I'd found that post. I wish I'd seen that post in the Discord.
It's done.
Yeah, it would probably be like Halloween themed. I think Asher was Halloween themed, wasn't she? I think Halloween. Asher was a Halloween altar? Is that right?
I am on the defensive.
Yeah, Asher was. Yep. Honestly, like my favorite altar. She's right up there. She looks so good. They did such a good job with her. Needed to make more Halloween skins. Maybe we'll get a sweet one this year. I think Rene looks really good too, yeah. I think Rene benefits from a new engine. Like, the engine has been updated since they did Asher. And because of that, I think Rene probably does look better than Asher. But I do super like the Asher altar. They actually made the character quite good as well.
Here.
Do as you will with what's inside.
Asher altar will be on Bone 3? I don't think so.
It's done.
She's still, what, relatively recent. I guess she was last year. Maybe, actually. Yeah, maybe that does fit Bone 3. I'm not sure. Not 100% sure on that.
I am on the defensive.
She came out last October, end of last October, during the Halloween stuff.
That's amazing! I am on the defensive.
I think it was just after last year's anniversary.
That's amazing! I suppose that's passable. What do you think is inside? We have the initiative. Praise be to great Agora's blessing. Yep. I am on the defensive. What do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Please leave this to me. You need not sully your hands with such drudgery. I am on the defensive. This!
It is finished.
I feel more brave when I enjoy the sight of you as much as I.
This is the essence of exploration.
This bores me.
I am on the defensive. Your command never ceases to amaze me. The blood as much as I.
This is the essence of exploration. Let us show our valor.
How about that? I am on the defensive. I must see to the wounded.
You're a fine leader.
Who could have guessed blood as much as I?
3 runs I need to do in Abyss 3. Yar. Yar. Yar.
Lot. We must do away with them.
The near eternal grind for relic heart
I am on the
continues.
defensive.
How many of you completed so far? I have 0. Meta Sigma.
That would hit me.
It is finished.
Probably won't make any of them
This is
until I have all the
essence
fragments for each of them.
exploration.
Gotta wait and see if they add any new ones as well. Definitely possible next week.
Please leave this to me. You need not sully your hands with such drudgery.
Abyss 10 having 20 runs. I mean,
I am
maybe.
on the defensive.
Probably not though.
Have at you. I must see to the
Who can say for sure?
What do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Yeah, you get those sometimes, Citizen. What of them?
Is it not treasure?
Yeah, they're
This
like
is
cursed.
the essence of exploration.
This bores me.
I am on the
I'm sure there's like some Final Fantasy 11 reason for those existing.
They're quicker than I thought. This!
Probably not again, Coffee Brains. But who knows? Maybe, maybe.
I am on the defensive.
Oh!
I am on the defensive.
Secret Abyss 11. I mean, there There are 12 greater warp ones, so there might be 12 abysses.
I am
But
on
we
the
won't find out for
defensive.
another 15
I
years.
must get to the wounded.
A sound victory.
Just as expected, adventuring could be quite
Do you
so
think we can open
entertaining.
it?
Disarming. It's done.
We have the initiative. Praise be to great Agora.
Get out of here, Joblins.
It is done.
I have your back.
Yeah, a lot of people are like that, Sin.
How about that?
It's something that I tell people a lot. Like, a lot of people are like eternally in Abyss 3. Abyss 2, Abyss 3. It's where most of the player base of the game is.
I hope I can hold out. I will endure.
Now, while it lasts.
Tanbury! Tanbury!
I am on the
Tawny
defensive.
B! Tawny B!
I am on the defensive.
I suppose that's passable.
Yeah, nice mind games.
Do you think we can open it?
Disarming.
The Gatekeeper is the worst boss in the game, in my opinion. Of all the bosses in the game, the Gatekeeper is the worst designed boss in the game, including mini-bosses. He's actually such a terribly designed boss. The encounter is kind of fun the first time you do it, but like, you quickly realise how just dumb the fight is. It's so unbelievably RNG in the first couple of turns, and then the fight is basically pointless. It's either like you win or you don't win. That's it. Do you meet the damage threshold? Yes, no. That's it. That's the fight. My least favorite boss in the game. I know there's a weak spot. Yeah, it's a really badly designed
There's
fight.
something here.
Sadly, the Abyss 4 boss is a lot better. He's actually got a great design. Really cool design.
Turn back? Whatever. Let us sneak in.
An Ant-Man Thanos reference.
A tricky one.
Don't understand. Sorry, Dark Elves.
Opportunity.
Probably mind games. Yep, almost certainly.
Let us end this quickly.
Depends how easy you want it to
On the
be.
defensive. I feel more brave. Who could have guessed adventuring could be quite so entertaining?
An enemy. A tricky one. This bores me.
Use XP books to level up your Laddie Mophis to level 7. No, I used Marianne's to level up my Laddie Mophis to level 7.
I feel more brave when you enjoy the sight of blood as much as I.
Camille kind of took Shelley's job. You always use XP books for passive skills.
They'll not escape.
Seems smart.
I am on the
You'll get there
defensive.
eventually, Borgov.
Have at you. Is it not treasure?
Camille's the best character in the game.
They'll
When
not
people
escape
start a new
from
account on Wizardry, I tell them to reroll for Camille.
You've done a lot of killing.
Yeah, you don't need Laddie
me.
7.
On the defensive.
It's nice though.
No ill will.
I do use Laddie 7 a lot, but only really because I don't have a healer.
Enough, didn't it?
Treasure.
This is the essence of exploration.
Dishonor. It's done.
Camille is the reroll target
Do you
now,
think we can open it?
if you want to
Disarm.
progress through the game.
It's done.
Copper exam is probably going to be quite hard for you, yes.
Our traits do not match.
I don't think they get any currency for the 4-star exchange,
On
no.
the defensive.
Hopefully, Borgoff. Hopefully.
Hold no ill will.
But when you're just starting out, you don't have that many tickets or anything.
As much as I could be quite so entertaining.
A monster centipede.
I end you.
I am on the
Monster
defensive.
centipede. Don't think so, not here. There are centipedes in the game, but I don't think they spawn in here.
Who could have guessed adventuring
Magnificently.
could be quite so
Train?
entertaining?
Please leave this to me. You need not sully your hands with such drudgery.
Don't think so, Sin. Trying to think about what you may be talking about. You have to point it out.
No ill will.
You see it again.
A sound victory. Just as expected.
Magnificently.
Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
This is the essence of exploration.
Disarm. It's done.
There's like 5 red enemy dudes in a single line. Oh, the big 8 demon packs.
Leave it to me. I'll cast my
This?
spell.
I end you. This is but one torture.
I am on the defensive.
I end you.
Have at you.
Out of combat. Ah, okay.
A fly's fast.
Yeah, sure. Sometimes they Congo line. You can kind of manipulate them a little bit to Congo line towards you. Yep, sure. I'm with you now. I understand. Yeah, so it's actually quite hard to get a Camille out of your starting picks. And arguably, she's the most... If you want to progress through the game, she's more important than any legendary character is. Because she literally just makes fights a fucking joke. Anything that has a status effect requirement, anything that does lots of instances of perpetual damage,
I have your back. I am
anything
on
that
the
needs
defensive.
mana efficient healing. She's really just kind of bonkers.
I feel like I can't lose to anyone.
Magnificently.
I mean,
Even things before Dol, like for instance on Octanaris and Melgina, they have a really nasty attack pattern where they curse the entire party, which is ultra annoying to deal with.
We have the initiative.
And you can
Praise be to greater
completely bunt that with healer. Plays Alice with Camille.
I am
Yeah,
on the defensive.
I would in most teams. I'd replace Alice with Camille. Certainly for a newcomer, where you're choosing between a Discipline 0 Alice, like an uninvested Alice, and an uninvested Camille.
A
I'd
treasure
take
chest?
Camille every single time, without a doubt.
This is a good
But I
opportunity.
think for any challenging content, you want 2 supports.
I am on the defensive.
The average player wants 2 supports for any kind of challenging content, so you want Alice, Alice,
than I thought.
Alice and Camille. Yeah, if the boss doesn't do any kind of status effects, then I guess Alice is better. But a lot of bosses, a lot of the worst bosses they do really nasty status effects.
Opportunity.
Like for instance, Camille doesn't really do anything on the 3rd grader warp one.
I am on the defensive.
She doesn't really do anything there at all.
You have is finished.
Who could
Linlaria healer's coming, guys. Or maybe not. But maybe.
Let us show our valor.
Get your wallets ready. I think people would go pretty wild if Lunaria got a healer. Because, like, she's a good-looking character. She's an ultra-cool character. And suddenly tacking on the best class in the game with a passive that actually supports it. Kind of insane.
A fly's faster.
I will heal.
Help you with the Yeti, yeah. I've heard a lot of people. I've seen a lot of people who've been struggling on the Yeti, and I've been like, have you tried healer? And they've been like, no. And they built Camille and then used her, and they've instantly cleared it.
Disarming.
Helps a huge amount with the Yeti.
It's done.
No, she doesn't even have a secondary class right now.
This is the essence of exploration.
Oh, Lunaria, yeah, for sure. And Lunaria probably will get an ult because she's a very cool character.
It's done.
So, like, if she did get healer, she'd probably get more powerful on top of it. It'd be pretty nuts. Pretty nuts.
Please leave this to me. I am on the defensive.
He's great, Sage. I think Heinrico's a really top-tier general adventurer now. If he wasn't already, which he probably was. I think he's an incredible general adventurer. Better than a lot of the legendaries. Especially Urza. R.I.P. Urza.
This filth, bring be healed.
This is a good opportunity. Leave this to me.
His inherit? I haven't really found a great use for it.
On the defensive. I must
Really could use as a meal for Prish. Rough.
What
rough.
do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Yeah, Shio makes an absolute joke out of those Cyclops sentries.
They'll not escape. Leave this to me. Have at you.
Hello, Herson. How are you?
I am on the defensive.
Salvia Ultra Strong? Yes, but she requires a lot of investment. She's another of the evasion carries. You really need to push her evasion very high.
Disarming. It's done.
She's part of the evasion trio. Deborah and Kagero. Where, like, on paper,
Opportunity.
they're not really very special.
This to me. Have
But if you can
at
pump their evasion very high, then they suddenly become excellent.
Leave
Hi,
this to
Dory.
me.
I am on the defensive. I must see to the wounded.
A sound victory.
I feel just as expected. Anyone?
What could be inside?
Disarming.
Yes,
It's done.
yeah, if you put time into her and get her evasion, you know, 300 plus really at least, then she'll start doing things. Savi is a little more
Please leave this to me.
a little more forgiving. Sorry, my brain.
Such drudgery.
A little more forgiving than Deborah, because she does actually have attack scaling on her ability. But she does super want just a lot of evasion. Makes Heinrico good with Thief. It's a passive called Way of the Thief, which increases your sure hit damage from 1.8 to 2.0. It's a really big chunk of damage. There are some other bits and pieces in Thief, but that is the main thing. one of the most chased after passives is Way of the Thief.
There's something here. I could go for a hot meal right now.
Passive stay a few class change. So the way that it works is if you look at a character's passive,
I want to keep myself as clean as I can.
will to fight here. Unless it says anything on it, this is always going to work when you cross class. But if you... Also for these as well, things that say fighter in brackets or whatever, these work across classes. Don't be fooled by this. This just tells you where the class, which class this ability came from. But I can actually find one here. We even have one on her. Macalky. Good one, right? Macalky. So look on this at Macalky. It says down here, priest, silverhead, nun specific. You have to have this class for this to work, and you will always see this line of text on an ability that doesn't work outside of its class. It's the same for skills, same for spells. Yeah, all mage last spells have that mage, that line on them that say mage specific. Oh, dude, Hassan, don't worry about it. Nobody knows anything about this game. We're all still learning. People find out new shit literally every day. Don't worry about it. It's what happens when you have a game with like closed book information, where there isn't any explanation for lots of stuff. You have to learn about them through word of mouth.
The coordinates to reach
A tricky one. This bores me.
You should never feel bad about not knowing something in this game, and you should never feel like you can't ask.
I am on the defensive.
Never feel like you're stupid because you have to ask or anything like that. Everyone has to ask. The stupid people are the people who don't ask, who go all the way through all the abysses, thinking they understand shit and then not actually understanding anything at all. You're having EQ Legends withdrawals. Is it still down? Like, I probably won't play it for the rest of the day now. I don't like swapping between games constantly. It's just annoying. It's difficult for viewers to keep up.
done.
It's back. Oh, there you go. There you go, Heidenellum. It's back.
Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming.
You're safe. I'll play EQ Legends again tomorrow. Hopefully they won't take the servers down again.
Is it not treasure?
Yeah, apparently it's back up, mate.
I'll cast my spell. I am
You're buying oil to do my girlfriend. Wait. Buying oil to do your girlfriend and your car. Phrasing. Question mark.
Do you think we can open it?
Disarming.
Is there any point to changing elements and race on MC? Race is something that only affects like racial passives. The muffler is pretty dry. Okay. And you're talking about your
I
car.
have your back.
Yes. Is there any point to changing it? Nah, race. Race doesn't actually really do anything.
I am on the defensive. That's amazing.
There are a few passives in the game. They don't really matter. They're on like random general adventurers that reference race. Those are the things that are affected by the race change by MC. So currently there's not really much reason to change race. Elements can be very useful. It depends on what you're doing. If you know that you're fighting something that is weak to an element,
I am on the
sorry, probably the opposite way around. If you know you're fighting against something which does weak damage against your element. Oh, were we stoned? Yeah, we clearly were. Then you might want to change your element. For instance, if you're fighting like Morgus, then you might want to change to Dark Element. because you'll take a lot less damage from all of his shit.
Please, leave this to me. You need not sully your hands with such drudgery.
Do something with Wanderer MC? They already do. Wanderer MC, I've used it. Legitimately used it several times. Because you can enter class trials with it. Even if, obviously it's not a Wanderer class trial, you can always use Wanderer in the class trials. So I used Wanderer MC for Priest trial, for Mage trial, for Thief trial, for Knight trial. Yeah, Wanderer already does its thing.
I must not be outdone.
I must see to the wounded. Your command never ceases to get as much as I. Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done. This bores me.
I am on the defensive. That would be awesome.
Now, whether Wanderer is worth leveling up to 70, the time it takes to level it up to 70 just because of that, I don't know.
See to the wounded.
But if you're, yeah, if you're capped on XP, I mean, I'd definitely go for it. There's no point in not leveling it up.
We have the initiative. Praise be to great Agora's blessing. I am on the defensive. Have at you. I must see to the wounded.
I'm waiting for them to add something super good. I wonder at like level 140. I don't think it's happening. Any EQ restrictions? I take it you're not talking about Everquest, Dark Chaos. Equipment on what? Sorry.
Oh my.
On Wanderer, you could use anything on Wanderer. Not like ninja weapons or samurai weapons.
I am on the
You can use any of the equipment there. Heavy armor class.
I am on the defensive.
You can use shields, you can use any weapons.
I am on the defensive. I must see to the wounded.
This is the essence of exploration.
Disarm. It's done.
What you doing over here? Little pup.
This is a good opportunity.
I end you.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of gear touching.
I am on the defensive.
Hate touching gear.
A sound victory, you all. Just as expected.
Recently.
What do you think is inside?
Disarming.
Which ways would we consider Western collabs? A Witcher collab would fit insanely well. Yeah, I think Witcher probably would fit quite well. I just can't ever really see them happening. I don't think Witcher has ever really done anything too major in Japan. And without it being Japan focused, there's just no way they're going to do it. As we've seen with Final Fantasy 11, you know, like, this is a collab that they've done entirely for Japan. And they probably will again. I still haven't read the interview, I haven't had a chance, but I did notice from other people talking about it that they seem very, very positive about the idea of running more Final Fantasy collabs in the future, which is something we talked about quite a lot, right? The fact that they have done this so well is going to make Square Enix or the Final Fantasy producers, it's going to give them a lot of, it's going to instill a lot of faith into them, that they're going to support their IP and promote their IP very well from its appearance in the game. So we may well see more in the future. There is no Shantoto. Thank Christ, Curacao. Fuck Shantoto. It's Pris, Zaid, and Iroha.
They'll not escape.
I end you.
Have at you.
Which would fit because we have Doug Cockle, Garolfa Frivia's voice actor in the game. That's true.
What could be inside?
We want to do more Final Fantasy collabs, but we also want to give Ult's class change to the current collab characters, yeah.
Disarming.
I wonder if this will be a thing going forwards as well, that they are only going to push towards collabs where they are able to support the collab with future collabs. Maybe they're looking more for like long-term agreements with companies. This would also explain why they haven't gone for things like Goblin Slayer, which are easy kind of slam dunks for them. We know that they can do Goblin Slayer. We know that they've done Goblin Slayer with other games in the past. We know that they have a lot of things working on the same teams. Maybe they don't want to do it because they don't want to do IPs that are just like flash in the pan IPs. That'd be kind of interesting. They only want to do collabs with things where they are going to repeatedly go back to the world. Yeah, indeed, Hassan. In Japan, Wizardry is a really big deal. It's a really, really big deal. It's a cornerstone of RPGs, and so it has quite a lot of clout. It's not like Final Fantasy levels of popular, but it has quite a lot of clout and quite a lot of recognition and quite a lot of respect.
I am on the defensive.
So having two cornerstones of the RPG genre, like working alongside each other. They haven't had an opportunity to do that in Wizardry before because Wizardry's never run any kind of like live service game that's been semi-successful.
Do as you will with what's inside.
Because unfortunately Wizardry Online was not that.
It's done.
Italian Parliament member Tifa. What?
Opportunity. I end you.
Yeah, it's because they wanted the aesthetic. They were looking for the aesthetic. Generally when gachas look for collabs or when games look for collabs, they're not really looking to match the aesthetic. They don't really care about any of that shit. I think that came as quite a surprise to the Final Fantasy XI director, and it certainly came as a surprise how hard they worked on it and how faithful they were to the source material. I think they left a very, very, very good impression.
Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming. It's done.
I have your back.
Wizardry is a very special game. I've said this a lot, we will never see another game like Wizardry, so enjoy it. We'll never see another game like Daphne, so enjoy it. It's not happening again. It's an anomaly that this game exists. It shouldn't exist.
This is the essence of exploration.
They added the Masked Adventurer mask into 11. I didn't know that. Damn, that's so cool. That must mean the collab went exceptionally for them.
Is it not
That must mean the collab has gone exceptionally.
Disarming. It's done.
Very cool. Wizardry is like you, for real. What? You shouldn't exist, Rufus. I'm glad you do, mate. You're a pleasure. They made Final Fantasy XI free to do anything up to Shadow Lord. Damn. That's so positive for the game, man. It makes me really happy. Yeah, people still play 11. It's kind of the same as like Everquest, right? People still play Everquest, retail Everquest. It's just not like super popular. Yeah, game actually grew. Yep. The collab has been really positive for both parties.
We've been here before.
Yeah, it's a little bit reminiscent of that, Dark Chaos, because like Langrisser Mobile isn't a game that has anywhere near as much soul in it as Wizardry does, but they did. It is an interesting game in that they did collabs that were targeted towards that demographic, and they did really obscure collabs. And they did it purposely because it was meant to appeal to that kind of age of gamers. It's somewhat similar. Exactly, this is one of the benefits of the gacha. We were talking about that yesterday. The game never grow as a single player game. Yeah, it would never have this kind of impact as a single player game. There wouldn't be any kind of point of Final Fantasy collabing with it. This game is popping in Japan. It's actually really popping off right now. It's been doing well throughout its 2-year lifespan, but the Final Fantasy collab has made it absolutely pop off from what I can tell. Yeah, I'm not a big. I've played lots of Final Fantasies, but I still wouldn't claim to be a Final Fantasy fan. I'm not a big fan of like the general Final Fantasy aesthetic or the way that they tell their stories generally. Not really my favorite kind of RPG. It's good, but nothing very special. I've never really played Final Fantasy 11. Probably played about 10 hours of it. Didn't know anything about it, but I love the collab. I think it's just incredibly well done. Like, just so well done. Kinda Meta Sigma. If you look at free-to-play currency game, it's hard to call it friendly. Free-to-play currency game is obscene in this game, but other than that, it is a pretty friendly gacha. Yeah, I would agree. Ooh, it's very hard to say no wishing. It could be literally anything. More intentional JP marketing. Yeah, they are really pushing JP marketing. They're trying to push Western marketing as well. They just don't know how to do it. They really want this game to pop in the West, but they don't know how to do it. Most significant growth came from pass revamps. Yep. People want to be able to put money into the game without feeling like they're getting fucking shafted. Because like they actually like the game and they want to put money into it and they want to enjoy, they want to reap some rewards from it, but they don't want to spend a fortune. In Japan, this game is getting enough players now that... Okay, so in gachas, the smaller the player base, the more whale dependent it is. The larger the player base, the more casual dependent the game is. So in Hoyo games, a huge amount of the profit is made from just a shitload of people buying the battle pass, and in Japan the player base is now getting to a point where there are enough people playing that the battle passes are making big bank. They're making a huge amount of money for them, and it's becoming less and less whale focused, because to start with, when this game first came out, it was entirely whale dependent, particularly in the West, for any kind of profit in the West, but even in Japan it was very whale dependent, and slowly over time, because the player base is actually growing in this game, it's getting less and less so. They don't start doing weapon banners. I mean, every banner is a weapon banner if you actually think about it, Coffee Brains. Our weapon banners are ingrained into our regular banners. But thankfully, they are really chill with the gacha equipment. The gacha equipment generally is just not very important. Yeah, there is Dark Chaos. Granblue Fantasy is a more realistic example, I guess, for a Japanese game. Like Granblue Fantasy, a lot of Granblue Fantasy's earnings apparently are through their battle passes, and their scamchers, which are like these rotating packs, which are relatively cheap, which give you quite a lot. So they make a lot of money through their casual players rather than through their whales. But most gachas nowadays, especially flash in the pan gachas, which are most gachas that are aimed towards this initial like burst of income into maintenance mode of the game, they are looking at appealing to whales. They're not looking to appeal to the casual player base. Yeah, indeed, Sin, and it's also very unrealistic to build a gacha weapon. You would have to be putting an immense amount of money in it. Something like, on average, $600 for a single copy of a gacha weapon if you're just pulling through the gacha for it. So, to get a good version of one of those weapons is unrealistic. It's just not something the average player can ever attain. Now, on occasion, you get a gacha weapon that subverts that. Back in the day, it was Cuisinart and Raven Dagger. I wouldn't say it is anymore because I don't think those weapons are good for the average player. But Citrus Blossom Hairpin is the shining example of that now. Yuzu's kunai. It's something that is so good that even if you got a 1-star white version of it, it's still better than anything else you could possibly ever get in the game at +10. Now, thankfully, the way the weapon banners are set up, you can get that without paying a single cent because you can just pull 100 times on the banner. But if you are a free-to-play player, getting that many gems together is difficult. It takes a long-ass time.
It's done.
Do you have to unify gacha weapons? They come at 1 out of 3 item strength. So you can already take them to +10. But yes, in order to make them +15 or +20, you have to unify them. So you need extra copies of them. Again, for Citrus Blossom Hairpin, this doesn't matter. A +10 Citrus Blossom Hairpin is better than any weapon that you can find in the game. But for all other gacha weapons, it's very hard to... Very, very, very hard to replace. It's 3 hits, it defense pierces, it charms, it has really good stats on it as well. It's just so hard to find a replacement for it.
It's done.
For the main hand. He was trying to get the highest score on something. Oh god, he was leaderboard chasing.
How about that?
Oh, everything that was wrong with gachas.
I can bear this type.
Maybe they made regular kunais better. Maybe in the future, Frosty. I don't think the Citrus Blossom Hairpin thing is a real problem because, like, it's something that if you are mindful of, you can attain as any player. You just have to manage your resources properly, which I don't think is an unrealistic thing to expect from someone who wants to do well in the game. If they did it on every banner, then it would be very annoying, and it would probably make the game a lot worse, but they really don't. It's very rare that they do stuff like that.
Leave it to me. I'll cast my spell.
Hi, Birdle. I got another Garolf. Should I dismiss him if I don't plan to use him later on? If you don't have any plans to use him whatsoever, you don't want a backup fighter that's good, that's a pretty decent fighter, then yeah, you can dismiss him for tags.
They'll not shake us.
Yeah, I would not go out of your way to buy any gacha item in this game other than Citrus Blossom Hairpin. I'd always just get copies of the character. Yeah, we are at a point where one-handed weapons, like 3-hit one-handed weapons are still used at a very, very high level, right? Raven Dagger and Cuisinart. But 2-hit one-handed weapons, and heaven forbid, the axe and mace, they don't really have a function. Like axe you can use for guardian blow builds to benefit from the little bit of defense pen, but you don't actually use the weapon itself really, you're just using the defense pen that comes with axes, so it doesn't matter which axe you have particularly. It kind of sucks. Yeah, they probably need to do something with them at some point, but I don't know what. I'd rather it be this way around than the way it was before the two-handed rework though. Before the two-handed rework, it was like if you don't have Cuisinart or Raven Dagger, you're just fucked. So I think it's a lot preferable to that. Rework Eruption Strike, good luck. Good luck.
I am on the defensive.
Yuzu is broken without the hairpin? I don't agree. I think Yuzu is very powerful with the hairpin. She's also very powerful with the class change as a ranger, but I don't think it's to the same level. Yuzu without her kunai is just good. She's a fine unit. She's a good unit. She's still a decent enough character, but it's really the combination of Yuzu and the hairpin that make her extremely good. It's not getting reworked, no, Sin.
Leave it to me. I'll cast my spell.
Interlopers.
Ah, Castorus. Castorus is the only character that I know in Honkai Star Rail. Because it was... Oh, God. Oh, dear God. I wasn't paying any attention. Because we talked about it on the podcast that I did with Tectone and people. Nope, we need to stop hitting this.
I will endure.
While it lasts.
Are mages cooked? Yes. Mages are in a very, 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 very bad place in the game right now. They had a place before healers came out, and now they don't, really.
It's done.
Tawny Bee! Yeah, the Tawny Bee
Do as
cooked
you
me.
will with what's inside.
Anyway, to remove the grudge? No. Not to our best knowledge. It's not much of a grudge if they forget about it, is it?
They'll not escape.
Let us end this quickly.
I am on the defensive. How impressive. I am on the defensive.
But to be honest, like 1,000 damage and 1,000,000 damage doesn't really make that much difference. Using Inherit plus Ranger class is absurd. Removes Ranger weakness, which is single target. Yeah, it's okay. I'm glad you like Ranger more, but from what I've seen, like, Ninja usually does massively outperform Ranger as with Hairpin. I think it's probably an attack level situation. So probably earlier attacks because Yuzu's using a two-hander as a Ranger. She's going to be stronger, maybe. She's maybe going to hit for more damage. I think probably around the 400-ish attack mark. Somewhere around there, Yuzu's going to start massively outperforming with Kunai.
Leave this to me.
But I do really like Yuzu Ranger. I love that there's another option for her. And I think it's super cool that you can play her in that way if you want to.
Our traits don't match.
400 is for Q5. Good to know. Yeah, I don't know about for like just regular attacking though, Baraki. Not for just like general attacking. I'm not sure how Ranger stacks up against it. I don't know what kind of numbers you need to look at for a Kunai to overwork
I am on
Ranger.
the defensive.
Not sure.
Hold no ill will.
Of course, it depends on the defense of the mob as well.
I feel like you all enjoyed the sight of blood as much
Do
as
as
I.
you will with
Ranger
what's
problem is going to be
inside.
Heinrico. The next one needs to be special. I think there was already a Ranger problem, Hassan. The Ranger problem was that Yuzu existed. Like, Yuzu got Ranger and is, like, without being main class Ranger, is already the best Ranger in the game, right? By, like, a really long way. Ranger's kind of already cornered. There's not really much you can do with Ranger. They're probably going to leave Ranger alone for a while. There's a reason they don't make a lot of mages and a lot of priests. Because Shelly exists. And Alice exists. So you can't really make these characters without them being completely worthless. It's hard to make characters better than those characters. And I think Ranger's probably in that situation as well. You already have Yuzu and you have Heinrico as a general adventurer. This skill is like it's an attack which puts an effect on the mob, which kind of like battle greffs it. It's like a kind of second battle greff, and when it expires, she deals a chunk of damage based on the damage that you dealt to it. It's not a terrible skill, but yeah, it's good on Prish.
What is this?
Ranger is really beginner friendly. Yeah, it's great for new players. Great for new players. The fact that Heinrico exists as well and he's such a good Ranger really helps with that too. Not a fan of Rangers, to be honest, due to the out of combat active skills. I don't think the traps out of combat have been supported very well. They seem to just flag a lot of things as not affected by traps now, just so they don't have to deal with it. I don't think it's coded very well. I don't really assess rangers based on any of their trap stuff. I'm sure it's very nice in the odd situation.
Onward.
But I think rangers are just great blasters, really. They have versatile attack patterns. How good is Yuzu's debuff? It's pretty good.
Leave it to me.
That's pretty good.
How about that? I am on the defensive. Impressive. You
Spider Urza has a cool skin, yeah. It's about all she's got going for her.
This is the essence of exploration.
Treasure.
What do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Please leave this to me. I am on the defensive.
It's really great how good of a general adventurer team you can make now. I remember the days when people were running general adventurer teams as a sort of challenge thing. Nowadays, I think like general adventurer teams, there's a very good chance they will be better for the average player than legendary adventurer teams are,
Disarming.
because of how much you can discipline them. Breakpoints for Hugh 357, yeah.
Me.
I am on the defensive.
No, that's not true, Sin.
I must see to the wounded.
Big Reddit misinformation. Most skills, though, you can.
Leave it to me.
If you have to guess, it's probably 357.
I am on the defensive. That would hit me.
What Raraku's just told you are the attack soft caps for those, which is really useful info as well.
You're a fine leader.
I feel like
You
I
all
can't
enjoy
trust
this kind of
anyone.
blood as much as I.
Please leave this to me. You need not sully your hands with such drudgery. I am on the defensive. I must see to the wounded.
This is the essence of exploration.
Disarming.
I have no idea if the two-handed caps have. Yeah, they're going to be different. I have no idea what they might be on it. A lot higher, but I wouldn't like to say what.
I have your back. I am on the defensive. A sound victory. I feel just as expected. Anyone? I mean, I have your back.
I end you.
Any resource that pulls all this info. No. 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 The only real decent site for the only real decent like amalgamation of information is going to be Faster Thoughts, and it's not going to have that kind of stuff. Your best bet is probably searching on the Wizardry Discord, like using the search feature on Discord.
It's done.
Try to find things like that.
I have your back. How impressive. I am on the defensive.
I wonder, Cavisaur, it's almost like it's to do with the number of hits the weapon has. Yeah, true. Chinese wiki does have a bunch of subcaps. Good point, Beerus. I can't navigate that site. I have no idea what's going on with it. But it is out there and it does exist.
I must
I think the Japanese, there's a Japanese wiki out there somewhere as well with that shit. It's Gamer CH. Or Gamerch if you prefer. A lot of people do.
Opportunity.
Oh! Not Gamerch.
I am on the defensive.
Oh, this is a different site. Yeah, there's some soft caps on Gamerch.
A sound victory. Who could have expected?
I've never seen this site. I didn't know this existed.
Sense of exploration.
Disarming. It's done.
Yeah, I had no idea this Chinese wiki even existed. Oh, I thought you were talking about don't know why you'd be talking about a Japanese site. And saying Chinese, no idea. What do you think about collab drops?
We have the
2 rings.
initiative.
It's just the same as anything. If you get a good one with good blessings on, then you can build it. If not, probably not worth it.
It is done.
It's all about the blessings, really, isn't it?
Opportunity.
Leave it to me.
I've never seen this site before.
I am on the defensive. Impressive. You fill me with pride. I am on the defensive.
Seems pretty good. Actually doesn't look that hard to navigate.
I end you.
What do you think is inside?
Yeah, there are always going to be bits of Eastern
It's done.
languages translated. They come out to often like very sexualized things. I mean, collab mats to have, don't know.
Please leave this to me. You need not fill your hands with them. I am on the defensive.
Some. I just hit things so they fall over. I'll work it out later.
That went well enough, didn't it?
Need to trade in, speaking of which, another like
This is a
30
good
minutes.
opportunity.
I end you.
I am on the defensive. This.
I guess I'm just going to do all the relics on Wizardry because
I feel more brave when I log and join the freedom blood as much
indeed, Dark Chaos.
I have your back. I am on the defensive.
Generally, when you machine translate those things, those languages, you often get like these very, very sexualized terms.
Just as expected.
Magnificently.
Could be quite so entertaining.
I'm not sure why it leans towards those over other translations or other contexts.
Leave it to me. I'll cast my spell.
I end you.
I am on the defensive.
Nice, Rusty. Congrats. I haven't been paying any attention to junk at all. I dread the day when I have to go through my junk again. Probably going to end up with a whole load of junk from this, huh?
I have your back.
No general mage with Earth
I am
spell
on the
inherits.
defensive.
I guess because they made Yeka Earth.
I feel more brave when I log and join the freedom.
Yeah, it looks like they have loads of good info on here. Thanks for sharing, Beerus.
let us show our valor.
Leave it to me! I am on the defensive. Do you think we can open it?
Useless gear is great, Cappy, so it means that I can get rid of it.
The coordinates
Easily.
to reach are over there.
An enemy.
Leave it to me. I'll cast my spell. I am on the defensive. Our traits don't match.
Bones from random enemies. So every single week you can get 1 bone from enemies. So you probably have just got 2 bones over 2 weeks.
What do you think is inside?
Disarm it. It's done.
Well, 2 months. Ah.
Treasure.
Yeah, every single week you can get 1 bone from chests if you farm enough. Inherit Alice Alter to Yuzu. I mean, you can.
Please leave.
Alice Alter's effect is really not very powerful, so it doesn't matter too much who you invest it into, in my opinion.
I am on the defensive. That's amazing!
It's got like a 2% proc rate, I believe, when it's inherited. Not exactly reliable.
This bores me.
I am on the defensive.
Disarming. It's done.
Hey Bob, how's it going? Yeah, you can use it on
This.
you can use it for like auto farming strategies where you are trying to preserve SP or MP. That's probably the best usage, where they're like getting their SP back from Deborah. But honestly, it just doesn't really matter that much. That's awesome.
Turn back.
I'm glad to hear that, mate.
Whatever.
We've been here before. Onward.
A tricky one.
I have your back.
Those spells can sure hit.
I
Ooh.
end you.
I am on the defensive.
He's gonna be popping off.
Treasure.
What could be inside?
This bores me.
Leave it to me. Impressive. I am on the defensive. You fill me with pride. That would help.
Do you build Phoenix Lady as a fighter in terms of stats on gear? Yeah, she's just a fighter, really.
I feel more brave when I've gassed up adventure. Could be quite so entertaining.
This bores me.
No, I don't really agree. I don't think you build to the healing spells whatsoever. I think it's pointless. Unless you have a good version of her Gacha Spear. In which case, maybe. A Gacha Spear is what gives her the conversion, so without the Gacha Spear, there's no real point in building her other than it's like a regular fighter. A heal isn't good enough to be spending effort on it, really.
I must see to the wounded. Your command.
And as far as I know, she can't equip a staff or anything, so she
Do
can't
you think we can open it?
gain up divine power that way. Hit the soft cap.
Please leave this to me. You need not sully your hands with such drudgery. I am on the defensive.
Ah, sorry. Yeah, you replied to the other message, I see. How bad damage spells are, it feels weird to be strict about mana replenishment. I guess it's more for healing than it is for mages, really.
I will heal.
Yeah, I got you know where she...
Blessing of Agora. I will heal. Thank you. Blessing of Agora.
Iroha is honestly a very brown bread character without her gacha equipment, which is kind of sad. Even with her gacha equipment, I don't think she's particularly amazing. But the only thing that really sets her apart is that gacha spear. And even then, you could probably equip that onto
As much as I, what could be
like
inside?
another character and get kind of the
It's
same
on.
effect, right? I don't know.
It's done.
It's weird. Yeah, she looks great.
Please leave this to me. You need not sully your hands with such drudgery. I am on the defensive.
Yeah, she feels like she's got some of her skills missing. She feels like quite an incomplete character. Again, I want to be very clear on my thoughts here. I think it's very good for there to be collab characters that are bad. And just characters that are bad in general. I think it's a great sign of the game's health.
I end you.
But for people who are fans of Iroha, I can understand disappointment.
Could be quite so entertaining.
Yeah, I think if she had a div to attack conversion in the kit, then she'd be kind of cool. But she does not.
I end you. This is but one torture.
I agree, yeah, I think she's the nicest looking of the three.
I end you.
There's some great animations and things.
Your command never ceases to amaze me.
Do as you will with what's inside.
Yeah, it's on her weapon instead, so it's like,
Disarming. It's done.
eh. Because all that would do, even just having that attack to div conversion, all that would actually do is just make it so that she can do the whole like swap to Mardios, swap to her staff and Mardios thing. But like Einaki can do without having to swap to a staff. That's all it would do. It's not like it would break the game or anything like that.
Leave it to me. I'll cast my spell.
End you.
Leave it to me.
Yeah, I don't know.
Sound victory. Just as expected. Lose to anyone.
It is what it is. If they ever get updated in the future, like they've said that they want to do updates for these guys with future collabs, etc., then maybe she'll be more viable.
They'll not escape.
I am on the defensive.
We've done a lot of killing.
The biggest travesty of her kit for me is the revive, is the resurrect, because like it's just so restrictive. I hate that it's exactly 100. I feel like it should be something like 75% plus or something like that, so you have some wiggle room for standing on traps and that kind of thing. It's silly. This troll! Fix your damn game.
Let us show our valor.
Have at you. I am on the defensive. You are under the fence not as much as I could
This
be
is the
quite so
essence of
entertaining.
exploration.
Disarming.
When they sabotage, yeah, it's super
It's
fun.
done.
Yeah, that would be cool as well, Mini Yankee. Like Big Nut says, it's not even that big of a deal reviving at 104 anyway. Like it's very easy to hit the revives at 104.
Praise be to greater glory.
So it's weird.
I am on the defensive. This
Impressive. You fill me with pride.
That's smart, then, Laria. Yeah, that is
I am
smart,
on the
mate.
defensive.
Yeah, it's once per fight.
On the defensive.
I must see to the wounded.
This is the essence of exploration.
Disarming. It's done.
Yeah, the revive's not the best.
This is a good opportunity.
I am on the defensive.
No ill will.
A sound victory.
Who could
Just
have
as
guessed that
expected.
this dream could be quite so
What could be
entertaining?
inside? Leave it to me. I'll cast my spell. I am on the defensive. I feel more brave when I guessed it.
Could be quite so entertaining. Something's here.
What could be inside?
Pretty much just any number of things they could have done to make the revive less shit, but unfortunately they did not. Where it is. Tis what tis.
There's something here.
Tis what tis.
That was scary.
take you on.
Yeah, it might have been
This is
cool.
a good opportunity.
Might have been cool, Somnio. I agree.
I end you.
But again, I would really rather. I think the problem is with her, right, is that there is no real functional reason to run her over a fighter. You could just run any fighter. Any fighter in the game is probably going to perform better than she does, which is just a bit sad. So like, it isn't that she is a niche unit or a unit that is, you know, not the best. It's that there is actually no real functional reason to use her, other than you like the way she looks, which is just a bit sad, I guess. So it would have been cool if they'd given her a gimmick like that. If they'd given her 25% of her attack to Div, she would still not be a particularly good unit. But, like,
This is the essence
she would
of
at least be able to
exploration.
use her kit.
Disarm me.
If they'd made her revive a little more functional, then
It's done.
she might have some kind of usage for, like, newer players who are struggling on things. Like, if her revive works just once per fight, regardless of fortitude, and she came back and she did like a big cool revival burst attack or something like that, that would be cool. Anything like that would be cool. But there's just not really a lot of reason to put her in your party at all.
Finished.
As a new player, if you pulled on her, like, you're literally better off going to your bank and getting your Benjamin out and putting him in instead.
What do you think is inside?
He'll function so much better. She has such limited weapon usage. Nothing wrong with spears, don't get me wrong, but it means the amount of equipment that you have available to you is lower. She does have both poised and earth splitting, which is great.
That's amazing.
Yeah, indeed, she's not useless because she's a fighter.
This is the essence of
But I don't even know if her
Exploration.
coefficients are as high as a fighter's are.
It's done.
I don't know if anyone has run the numbers on them, but I would say it's very likely that her attack power scaling probably isn't as high as a fighter's.
We have the
Wouldn't be shocked.
initiative. Praise be to greater Gora's blessing.
Hello, son.
I am on the
How are you?
defensive. The types do not match. They'll not escape. I am on the defensive. A sound victory. Who could have guessed?
Was it GBF summer stream earlier? Yeah, I couldn't catch it. It was on too early. Sadly. Each impetus stack we do, but I can't remember the numbers. If Cappy Sauce here, he can tell you.
I am on the defensive. How impressive. What do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's
The
done.
Rocky's here, he might be able to tell you as well. Unfortunately, I can't remember the numbers.
Let us show our valor.
I am on the defensive.
Crystals are in danger. Well, on the upside, son, you just got like 16,000 crystals or something as rewards from the live stream. Because they gave out, I can't remember the list of things they gave out, but it was absurd.
A flies faster.
That one graceful. I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive. Have at you. I am on the defensive.
Do as you will with what's inside.
My Halloween spark.
I have your back. I am on the defensive.
Your head is mine. It is done. Opportunity.
Atonia B.
Have at you. This will be your grave.
Free gem promo code. Not as far as I. Oh god. Not as far as I know. Oh god. Go away with it.
Lasts. I am on the defensive.
Right.
It is done.
Your
See
command
ya.
never ceases to amaze me. Blood as much as I.
No, didn't count at either of them. Thank god.
Disarming. It's done.
Nice try, Tonbury. Maybe next time.
Let
Probably
us be
next
off.
time.
Treasure.
What could be inside? Onward. Something's here. I have your back. Let us quickly do away with this rabble.
I end you.
So, like, the funny part is, no wishing, Alt Adam and Alt Yeka used to have their base inherits, and it was so much better than it is now. Both of those skills are completely worthless that they gave them. They just made those alters so much worse than the base copies. Sad.
This bores me.
Have at you. This will be your grave.
Shadow Lord's a sucker.
I am on the
It
defensive.
is done.
You all have been doing this recently.
Blood as much as I.
Sure, Grand Burial Ehrlich would be great someday.
This way, right?
Damn.
Let us show our valor.
I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive. I will heal the
Service and battle.
If only. What? If only.
Who could have guessed adventuring could be quite so entertaining?
Let us show our valor.
I am on the defensive. That will hit me. I must see to the wounded. That went well enough, didn't it? What do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Hey, Quantum!
We have the initiative.
How surety do I need for it to regularly proc? At 100 surety, you will sure hit 100% of the time. However, monsters in this game have surety evasion, and different monsters have different amounts of surety evasion. So especially towards the end of Abyss 3 and in Abyss 4, you will notice that a lot of your sure hits will go awry even if you have 100, which means that you may want to overstack it.
I end you.
I am on the defensive. How impressive.
Have at you. Your command never ceases to amaze me.
Blood as much
One surety and incredible luck. True. Unless they have one surety evasion, in which case you need a miracle.
This bores me. I am on the defensive. Leave it to me. I'll cast my spell. I am on the defensive.
Almost time for us to go and do our turn in. I guess after this run.
I end you. A fly's faster.
Flies faster.
Poison. A fly's faster.
I am on the defensive.
Poison.
I am on the defensive. Hold your ill will.
Do I need to unlock the cursed wheel to defeat the collab boss? Yes, you do. Right.
What could be inside? I want to wash up.
I want to keep myself as clean as being healed.
What are these pickaxes made of? Salt? Fucking hell. 3 strikes, 3 pickaxes. We're getting into debt over this shit. 4 pickaxes in 4 hits. This is outrageous. Does playing Burke feel any different for fighters? Yes.
Leave it to me.
But Kanan has quite a different playstyle to
I am on the
fighters.
defensive.
True Words of Fire is a very, very powerful spell. Yeah, gold pickaxe are sweet.
Bores me. I end you.
I am on the defensive. Do you think we can open it?
Probably not going to get to see many gold pickaxes. Yeah, you may have seen this place once or twice before, Scrag. Oh, yeah, maybe you played Final Fantasy XI, mate. This is the Final Fantasy XI collab. It's very, very well done. Oh my god, what is wrong with my pickaxes? What is this?
What is it?
How long is this sticking around? Another 31 days.
I look forward to our return to town.
Ah, we need to get back, don't we? Yes, you can get Prish, Zide, and why does her name just escape me sometimes? Aria? No. Oriha? No. Phoenix girl. Iroha. Yeah, Iroha. I just sometimes forget her name. she's so immemorable to me. Yeah, Erwin. Ah, you must have hit it right on. Have to do another run. Did they change all the UI sounds to Final Fantasy 11? Yeah, they sure did.
I want to keep myself as clean as I can.
What are the must-buy things from the event exchange shop? These skill books, Rag. Yeah, you can get one for free. Yeah, only for the collab area. No play online, sorry.
Shall we go out again today?
Infiltrating. A tricky one.
They do not have that, Scrag. Sorry to spoil.
I am on the defensive.
Gearbox is worth getting. Maybe. Maybe eventually, but the skill books are where all the money's at.
It is mine. It is done.
You're a big play online fan, Wonton Bear. You got some deep dick for play online. Who wouldn't?
We have the initiative. Praise be to greater God's blessing.
Since using Stove, play online's gone up in my estimates.
Holds no ill will.
Stove makes literally anything look good.
Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
Is it not treasure? Leave it to me. I'll cast my spell. I am on the defensive. That's amazing.
Your command never ceases to amaze me.
News to anyone.
What do you think is inside?
I was about to make a very, very poor taste joke there, Frosty.
Do you think we can open it?
Oh boy.
It's done.
Can't say these things while I'm streaming.
They'll not escape.
I am on the defensive.
Using play online while on dial-up. Ah, those are the days.
I am on the defensive.
DC when you receive a call. Yep, those were the days. CZN is the first game I deleted just because of launcher. Like, it genuinely is that bad. It's unbelievable that it's that bad, but it genuinely is that bad. Stove is an abomination.
This is the essence of exploration.
I don't know what that program's doing, but it's up to no good. It's making a great deal of trouble in my neighborhood.
No!
Impressive.
It is
You
done.
fill me with pride.
This bores me.
I am on the defensive.
I feel more brave when I go.
Hi, no,
Be
Lance.
quite so
How are you?
entertaining.
Let us show our valor.
I am on the defensive.
I must not be outdone.
I end you.
Doop-a-doop-boop-boop-boop-a-doop.
Disarming. It's done.
Love to hear it, mate.
No!
What have you been up to?
I end you. This is but one torture.
Have at you. This will be your grave.
A sound victory.
I feel
Just
like
as
this
expected.
adventuring could be. What do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's done.
What time is it? Damn, it's really early. I feel like we've been grinding forever.
This bores
Stowe
me.
was all in on web UI launcher apps. Literally followed Microsoft into hell. I really don't know what it's doing, Liminality. Like, there is something very abnormal about its process allocation. Like, it's using so much memory, it's using so much everything, and it's putting so much strain on the processor. It's crazy. I don't know what it is. I really don't know what it is that it's doing. But it's not good. I can tell you that much.
Something's here.
This is the essence of exploration.
That was obviously my initial thought, but I don't know. I don't know if they could get away with that.
No!
I don't know what's wrong with it, but it's bad. It's cooking your PC. It feels like it. Like, I couldn't, when I had Stove running in the background, not CZN, Stove running in the background, I had serious problems with other games and things. Like, I think if we're being realistic, it's probably some kind of anti-cheat thing.
It's done.
That's what's causing the issue. It's some kind of very, like, invasive anti-cheat, maybe. But I really don't know. I wouldn't like to say for sure.
Please leave this to me. You need not sully your hands with such drudgery. I am on the defensive.
Have at you!
I must not be outdone.
Ill will.
Enfield, the first month of its life, had an issue where a process in the anti-cheat got stuck and would eventually cook your CPU. Considering Enfield had an issue where you used other people's credit cards to your PayPal, that doesn't really fucking surprise me. Maybe it's an anti-cheat that checks your PC as long as it's open. That is my best guess. If I'm not being like tinfoil hat conspiracy theory, it's mining my PC kind of thing, or it's like stealing all your data and selling it, whatever. The most realistic thing is probably that it is doing some anti-cheat things, and it's putting a lot of pressure when you're opening up other programs because it's got bad interactions, as a lot of anti-cheats do with other programs.
Please leave this to
But
me. You
I'm
need
just
not-
guessing.
I am on
I'm
the
certainly no
defensive.
expert in the matter. Yeah, they gave us so much stuff once on Bear. It's like a Damascus ingot, a sunlight stone, like 16,000 crystals, 5 gold moons, like just all sorts of random shit. It's a mailbox full of the stuff.
Please leave this to me. I am on the defensive.
I liked CZM for a bit. Using Stove on PC really turned me off from the first install. Such a horrible application. All apps call home, but I use a Pi-hole on my network for DNS blocking. Never really saw anything malicious being sent out. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it's doing. I don't think it's... I don't think they could get away with it being like a Bitcoin miner type thing, or some weird like security hack for back-ending. I don't know.
This is a good opportunity.
I very much doubt they could get away with that, but it's doing something. It's doing something or other.
I am on the defensive.
And I think it's like PC based, it's local. I don't think it's interacting with the internet. I don't think that's the issue. I would love to know though. It's incredible how poorly that program makes your PC work. And I've never seen anything like it. I've played with a lot of really shit launchers over my time. Things like Uplay, you know? But I've never seen something destroy your system's resources like Stove does. I also enjoyed CZM for a little while. Good, I don't know, 400, 500, 600 hours? And it really put a weight on my PC just playing CZN. I thought it was CZN being poorly optimized, but it's actually the launcher. Because when I played other games with the launcher open, suddenly my PC felt like it was under fire. And only when I uninstalled Stove, suddenly, miraculously, my PC worked again properly. Weird. It's uninstalled Stove, the anti-cheat. It still works on your PC. I don't know about that with Stove, because I don't think it's even confirmed that Stove has an anti-cheat in it. But certainly for a while with Wizardry Daphne, that was true. When you uninstalled Wizardry Daphne, the anti-cheat still worked on the PC. I don't know if that's still true. You played Banju and all your friends for trying to have a LAN party when Siege first released into beta. I've never installed it since. Wow. That is something, because you were like on the same IP and it was receiving lots of logins from the same IP. Wow. That's something special. Love playing Ubisoft games at LAN. Sucks, man.
I'll cast my spell.
I end you.
It's good to know, Liminality, sorry, that you actually checked it and it wasn't sending out anything malicious. That does rule out quite a few things. Having Zide hit a shorty for a casual 1k plus is so funny, especially when I'm not that strong. Yeah, Zide hits really hard. Zide hits really, really hard. We were saying the other day, I think, personally, Zide is by far the best of the three for a new player. I think he just gets his damage rolling very easily, and he does a lot of damage. So I'm glad you're having fun with him.
What is this?
His damage is very on demand. All you really need to do is put up Soul Eater, and then he just kind of trucks.
That was scary.
Sometimes smart TVs cause the drama on your network more than anything. Really? Just because of the weird network. Yeah, smart TVs, I guess. Really interesting. Learn that the bracelet of hatred doesn't work with Gillian. As in, like, when Gillian hurts himself. Frosty.
Shall we go out again today?
A tricky one.
Do you have much investment on your Prish? Can't be sure.
We
Have
have the
interest?
initiative. Praise be to great Agora's blessing. I am on the defensive.
Should I build evasion on Zide? I wouldn't bother. His evasion is really dog. His like evasion coefficients and his action speed coefficients are really, really low. Barely anything, Capital. Zide's Abyssal Strike is such a huge boon to new players. Yeah, I think it's pretty good for new players. I genuinely think Zide is quite good for new players. Especially now we know that in the future, there's absolutely no guarantee of this, right? But like in the future, it does seem like they would like to theoretically support these characters further.
Tricky one.
Kind of makes the idea of Zide, I think, for a newer player,
Let us show our valor.
pretty alright.
I end you.
I am on the defensive.
You wish you got Gillian. You could get Zide. Zide's pretty similar.
May you have a... It is finished.
Your command never ceases to get as much as I.
Just keep fucking Shantoto out of the game. Jesus. Please.
I have your back. I am on the
I do think for the most part Zide is a kind of better Gillian. Yeah. Certainly much more accessible. Like the fact that you can just auto with him if you want to and he doesn't kill himself is a really big deal. No, she's so annoying, Scrag.
They'll not escape.
She's everything I hate about the Final Fantasy series. They want Shantoto in the game eventually, didn't get a chance to do it in this collab. Let's hope they don't get another collab then, friends.
It's done.
Has garbage come out yet? Nah, no garbage yet. I think their biggest limitation for Shantoto, being in seriousness, I think their biggest limitation for Shantoto is she's a summoner, right? Like, that is hard to code. Like, that would have been very, very difficult for them to get working. They've already done so much for this. Oh, she's a black mage, is she? Oh, okay, maybe not then. I thought we saw her summons. I thought I've seen her summon stuff before. Tombury King as an adventurer would be sweet.
I am on the defensive. Who could have guessed adventuring could be
They do
quite
have
so
that
entertaining?
no wishing, yes, but I don't know how functional that would be for an actual like class mechanic, right? Might not be fleshed out anywhere near enough.
They'll not escape.
Leave this to me. Come now.
I am on the defensive. This have at you.
I must not be outdone.
I am on
Ah,
the defensive.
okay, so yeah, it looks like Shantoto's animations just make it look a bit like she's a summoner because her magic's really powerful. So she summons these like
I must see to the wounded.
almost summon-like animations when she does her spells in a lot of the games, where it looks like there are beasts appearing, phoenixes and shit. But she's not actually a summoner; she's a black mage. That makes more sense. Yeah, the bot. That's what No Wishing was talking about. I do think Summoner could kind of work because of that, but we don't know how fleshed out that system is. It might need a lot of refining before they could do something like that.
That went well enough, didn't it? This is the essence of exploration.
Because those things right now are just working for companions that are there for, you know, like the whole fight or similar parts of the fight. We don't know how hard it would be to like summon one to there, especially if you can pick between different summons and that kind of thing. Might be really, really difficult for them to do. Or it might be really easy, I don't know.
I am on the defensive.
Depends what kind of framework they got set up, right?
I dodged it.
This bores me.
Impressive. You
I
thought
must
you
not be
had.
outdone. Come now, while it lasts.
You. I am on the defensive.
You all
Enjoying
fall
the sight of
innocently.
blood as much as I?
Ah! Monster!
We have the initiative. Praise be to greater God. I am on the
Oh
defensive.
shit, I need to go back and hand in my things. And I forgot. Yeah, I'm not sure, Kakiri.
I am on the defensive.
It's done.
What do you think is inside?
Disarming.
Chaldia is stronger buff than Macaldia. Apparently, I've never used
It's
it,
done.
but I'm told that it is much stronger than Macaldia. So if you have a ranger, then you may want to single target Chaldia them. Have you used skill scrolls or anything yet? What at
could be
all in the
inside?
entire game?
Disarming. It's done.
I've used quite a lot of skill scrolls at this point.
This bores me.
Leave this to have at you. I am on the defensive.
It is the bot, yes. So I'm told. I know everyone says two-handed swords are powerful and two-handed axes are the same. Seem it's the same stats. Two-handed axes are typically better because they have defense penetration on them. Greatswords don't really do anything particularly special. You'd rather avoid using greatswords if you can. Maces deal damage even if they miss, and also they can randomly stun. Spears attack an extra row, so greatswords are the only thing that don't do anything special.
On the defensive.
Two-handed weapons are really, really powerful, yes. New name guy. Right now, unless you have Cuisinart or Raven Dagger and a lot of attack, like a lot of attack, a huge amount of endgame attack, you are not really going to rival the damage that two-handers put out. Still have to farm the Sand Shadow Cave. I don't want to since they give so little currency. Oh, for skill books, Frosty.
I am on the defensive.
The skill books are definitely worth it.
Could be
What
quite
could be
so
inside?
entertaining.
Disarming. It's done.
Skill books. Oh, skill books.
This bores me.
Leave this to me. Have at you. This will be
I am
your
on the
grave.
defensive.
I must not be outdone.
This.
+5 codex. Hell yeah. Love to see +5 codex.
That would hit me.
I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive.
That's amazing.
A sound victory.
I feel
Just
like
as
this
expected.
Magnificently.
I mean,
What could be inside?
Disarming. It's done.
what do you think is inside?
I remember we farmed, like, people farmed Sword of the Promise and they changed two-handed weapons like 2 weeks later and made them completely worthless. They not only nerfed Sword of Promises, but then immediately after changed two-handed weapons.
Have at you.
RIP Sword of Promises.
It's done.
A sound victory. Just as expected.
Magnificently. This is the essence of exploration.
Is Ground Strike only on Zide? Yes, as far as I know. I also don't know anything about its
It's
numbers.
done.
I have not seen many people using it or talking about using it. Do you know where Greenskin's King hides after Lulu spots him? They've been trying to remove the Tombury King from the game. I don't know if he's still in it. I don't know what his state is anymore, I'm afraid.
We have the initiative. Praise be to greater God. I am on the defensive.
This. Have at you.
I didn't fall into the FOMO by not playing the game. That is the best way to not fall into FOMO, guys, especially for gachas. Quit your gachas today.
They'll not escape.
I end you. This is but one torture.
I am on the defensive.
This.
That's where he was originally, yeah, Kai Curry, and then he started showing up in floor 2 instead after they tried to patch him out. I don't know if he's still in at all now. I've no idea.
They'll not escape.
Got baited by a 1-year-old Reddit post to farm Horned Eagle Sword. That's unfortunate, Warpog guy. They're redoing Fordrake this month, so we may see like a new Honed Eagle Sword or something similar. I don't know what they're going to do to it exactly, but I'm kind of interested. I like Fordrake as a dungeon. I think it's cool. You too, Axiom. No. Yeah, Horned Eagle Sword was cracked for a long time.
What is it?
It was really, really great. Yeah, man. Horned Eagle Sword was banging. Yeah, the Tombury King code is so bad that it has become sentient.
Scary.
Maybe the bottom. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Wow, that was a real person. Real person actually wanted dagger fragments. What are the chances? What are we making next? We're just gonna make them all. Are we making all of these? I guess so. They are actually the goats, yeah. Where would we be without them? Are we just making all of them? I guess maybe we are. At this point. And then relic farming becomes 10 times easier. Yeah, maybe. Maybe they'll add a load of relics and they'll make it like twice as easy. Maybe they'll make it harder. Who knows? Who can ever tell? Who can ever tell? I don't even know what glory is. It's probably like the fucking sword. But yeah, we're definitely going to play enough to get all of these done. It is possible, Ghostmania, that two-handed axe is one of the weapons that they could make. Based on the Final Fantasy 11 relics. Yeah, could do. I figure I'll just make them all. Who knows what the future holds? I'll remake the two-handed sword as much as I need to anyway. I feel like I'm going to be gated. Honestly, I feel like I'm going to be gated by Ouroboros ore on the stupid remakes. Like, Ouroboros ore seems to come in very slowly. Maybe we'll just have enough gil by the time we're done. We can just buy Ouroboros ore. I don't know. If you do a couple of 100 golden pickaxes, but that's what I'm saying, Raraku, about like gil. Need gil, right?
We've been here before.
Right now, I still don't have enough gil to buy the books out.
An enemy, a tricky one.
So you're gonna have to wait until we've got enough attestations and fragments to make all the shit.
Opportunity.
You have a late.
Leave it to me.
You have a late. Have strat for gil.
Will it last?
Okay.
I am on the defensive.
Talk me through it, Kalkari. Yeah, it's much better to buy pickaxes than Ouroboros in the shop. You have a late. Oh, late game strat. Late game strat. Okay, sure. What's your late game strat for gil? Other than just trading for gil. Is that your late game strat?
Leave this to me. Have at you.
I am on the defensive.
Get out the guild shop in like 7 days max. Nice. Good job. Wondering where game... Yeah, game fits in the world. Yeah, I was also like, Have you finished Relic? You can add your friends and just trade dagger and shield mats with each other for guild. No. I think there are a lot... It looks like there are quite a few ways to earn guild, just on like your friends list or whatever.
I have your back.
I don't think it'll be a problem.
I am on the defensive.
Once you have everything.
Do as you will with what's inside.
Laundering mats the main way to farm gear. Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, I can see it,
Let
Kaikaru.
us show our valor.
Interlopers, I end you.
I am on the defensive.
I am on the defensive.
Impressive.
I am on the defensive.
Hold no ill will. Do you think we can open it?
Disarming.
If anyone's actually watching the camera.
It's done.
It's a Lana plushie.
Wet my blade.
This bores me.
Have at you. I am on the defensive. I don't want to.
Edie bought it for me back in early this year.
It is finished.
I wasn't going to get one. And Edie found out about it and she ordered me one.
Magnificently.
To anyone, what could be inside?
Disarming. It's done.
I have your back. Leave this to me. Have at you.
Good old
On the
Edie.
defensive.
I long for the day when we can use alter, when we can change the skins on characters and I can change back to the original Lana Vale because I think she looks so much cooler than shitty Wandering
I
Lana.
am on the defensive.
Looks so much like so much more like
On the
unique.
defensive.
I must not be outdone.
I am on the defensive.
I don't mind Fighter Lana, but I definitely prefer the Night Lana.
I grow
Just as expected.
Magnificently.
What could be inside?
disarming. It's done.
Link Lana, oh, here he comes. And he's changed back his name color. Sick of being, sick of
Please leave this to me. You need. I am on the defensive. I must see to the wounded.
He's Night Lana just because of the skin. She grew on me with time. Yeah, I can see it.
Please leave this to me.
Zara is better with her armor on. Definitely. For me, I could not agree more. How are you, Aravas? What's going on?
That went well enough, didn't it? What do you think is inside? Please leave this to me. You need not sully your hands with such drudgery.
Probably some relics. Nice.
I am on the defensive.
Yeah, a lot of people like Deborah with her mask on.
Is it not treasure?
A lot of people were very disappointed originally because you couldn't change it back. At least you can do that now for people who you can like change the appearances based on whether they've done their character quests or not. You used not to even be able to do that.
I'll cast my spell. I am on the defensive. What could be inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Watch my Eineke go ham. You're probably the first person to ever be jealous of my Eineke, Doro.
Leave it to me. I'll cast my spell.
I like her though. I know she's not that great, but I like her. I'll find a way to really use her at some point.
Have at you.
I feel like there's something there. Maybe she'll get some more support when Abyss 5 comes out or something.
Please leave this to me. You need not sully your hands with such drudgery. I am on the defensive.
I think she has more function than Iroha. She's got more things setting her apart.
Must see to the wounded.
A death buff seems good to me. It's not good enough. That's the problem. If you're talking about Morphic,
What's inside?
quite often in this game, if you're getting hit really hard by stuff, you need Knight's Defense because it's 50%. Morphic's only 15%.
Treasure.
And it's just not enough to stop things killing you quite often.
Disarming.
At least with the more difficult content that they've released in the game.
Leave it to me. I'll cast my spell.
I feel like now that we know, or it certainly seems like she gets more aggression than most characters do just by existing. I feel like maybe combining that with like Lingering Blossom or something
Have at you.
might be the way to actually make her work.
A fly's faster.
Because she doesn't have Knight abilities to take aggro.
I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive.
That's not copium. I'm gonna use her regardless. Because I thought maybe it would be cool to try and play around with some things.
I guessed adventuring could be quite. What do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Thanks for following, Lance Slow. Very kind of you.
No. I am on the defensive.
I'm not coping though. Like, I don't know.
Must see to the wounded.
I'm gonna use it regardless. Nah, no class change for Burke yet. I think probably because I don't know how much she's changed in the manga, but she probably, like, Iarimas obviously has some different things that he does in the manga. It's probably more difficult to do a class change for Burke. Like,
you think we can
she's
open it?
probably still the same as she was before. Not manga. Whatever it is. Light novel. I don't know.
Opportunity.
I am on the defensive.
She's not a knight though, no wishing.
You fill me.
That's the issue, right? They might not even give her the bits that would work if they did do that.
I am on the defensive. I must see to the wounded.
The thing is, like, I don't have anything else to do. I already like Eineke and I'm already invested into her, right? So like, I'm not gonna change her out with anything else. So regardless, I'm gonna use her. Doesn't really matter.
Leave it to me. I'll cast my spell.
Interlopers. Trades clash.
I think it would be cool to try some things to like try to bring out like some kind of synergy with her abilities. Knights don't have the luxury of being able to act on every one of their turns, right? Because they have to Knight's Defense on their turns.
It's done.
Eineke has the freedom to be able to act. That's like what she has overnight. She has the freedom to be able to act once she's put Morphic up. So you have to figure out a way to actually take advantage of that while also protecting the team more.
How impressive. A sound victory you all.
If they gave Eineke like Lord or they gave her like healer, some like healer abilities or something like that, that would obviously make her very useful as well, but I don't know how likely something like that would be. Like, I'm sure she will get some kind of support if and when they do another Blade Ambassador collab. But that is both assuming that there will be another Blade Ambassador collab, which there probably will, but who knows really. Won't know until it's here. Is Buga any good? Yeah. Yeah, he's pretty good.
I am on the defensive.
He does a lot of damage. He possibly does more damage than Shio in some situations. But of course he doesn't have Lingering Blossom.
Do you think we can open it?
Disarming.
He's really good at exploiting weaknesses, exploiting elemental weaknesses. Like they're almost bound to do another Blade Ambassador just because of garbage, right? I can't imagine that they would actually deprive the player base of garbage. You know what? Like the player base wants garbage so much. No, indeed, and because they are two classes, like effectively two classes, all of the Blade Ambassador collab characters, they could really get anything. With the Final Fantasy collab characters, it's probably a bit more cut and dried. Like, Iroha is going to get fighter skills. There's nothing really else. She's just probably going to get the entire suite of fighter skills. Zaid, I mean, is probably just going to get fighter skills as well. And Prish is probably going to get monk skills, isn't she? Assuming they've released monk by then. Garbage has been mentioned, it's true. Wait, did I? I'm pretty sure I didn't zone out before I went back in. Whoops.
Opportunity.
Unless they have not spawned any enemies.
I end you.
How impressive. Your command never ceases to amaze me. To anyone.
Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming. It's done.
The second part of Blade Ambassador collab. Oh wait. Yeah, third part of Blade Ambassador collab. There's the mage as well.
What is this?
I can't remember her name for the life of me. The character that got added later. Anyone know off the top of their head? No. Raraja's the thief. There's the mage.
Well done.
It's a later character. We were talking about it. You are fake, Somnio. Hold on, I'll look it up. Orleia. That's what she's called. She's like a priesty, magey thing. Priesty Magi. We thought for a little while before the last Blade and Bastard collab that she might be. That she might actually get added instead of either Garbage or Eineke. And people were actually kind of okay with it when they looked into it. She seems kind of cool. But it ended up not being that way. It was because that they did some like... What were they? They were like teasers, right? They were like... They were like buzz lines for the characters, and one of them really sounded like it fit Orleia. We couldn't work out who the two characters were because we didn't realize at the time that they were planning on doing an altar for Burke. So it didn't really make sense, like the two characters together.
Interlopers, I end you.
So it looked like the altar Burke they were talking about was actually Orleia. But of course it ended up being Burke.
You've done a lot of killing.
Magnificently.
She's a small-statured demi-human race. Need I say more? perfect for 99% of Japanese players.
We have the initiative. Praise be to great Aurora's blessing. I am on the defensive.
That's amazing!
You're a fine leader.
I feel like I can't lose to anyone. I mean,
Rhea, that's the name of the race. They're like little halfling animal people.
I have your back. I am on the defensive.
I must not be outdone.
I am on the defensive.
We don't.
That would hit me.
We don't. It's true. Rocky. The closest thing we have is like Irwin, I guess.
to anyone.
Could be quite so
Do you think we can
entertaining.
open it?
Disarming. It's done.
Sad fuck off, Twitchery. I guess kind of Prish, yeah, but she's a collab character to be fair, as well.
Have at you. This will be your grave.
Hi Arito! Cyril Rosen was looking for you. He wanted to be added to the link shell, I think. On
Do as you will with
he
what's
also wanted to
inside.
know which server you guys were on Chaos.
It's done.
It's a sign if you made it, yeah.
Please leave this to me. You need not sully your
Take your
hands
word
with
for that.
such drudgery.
Sure.
I am on the defensive. I must see to the wounded.
Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming. It's done.
Leave it to me. I'll cast my spell. How
I am
about
on the
that?
defensive.
I must not be outdone.
I must see to the wounded.
I feel more brave when I
Well,
look at
as
it.
much as I could
Do
be
as you
quite
will
so
with what's
entertaining.
inside. Disarming.
I better go check on the cat soon.
It's done.
Is the 4 surety bombmate for Zide worth it? Tired of fighting this boss? Probably. If you're planning on using the collab characters, the bombmates are probably worth it.
Leave this to me. Now, while it lasts.
I am on the defensive. This!
Your head is mine.
I must see to the wounded.
I feel like
You
I
all
can't
enjoy
lose
the
to
sight of
anyone.
blood as much as
I mean,
I have your back.
Right.
I am on
Be right
the
back a second. Let
defensive.
me sort of shit out downstairs. Back in a moment.
You fill me with pride.
Oh my. Oh my. I can bear this time.
I am on the defensive.
Oh
You touched it? I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive. I touched it?
You've done a lot of killing.
I feel more brave when I look at you.
magnificently.
Do you think we can open it?
Hey folks, my apologies. Stop and wait for rerun of the collab. I wouldn't recommend that one. As per usual, Twishry coming up with some stellar guidance.
Leave it to me. I'll cast my spell. I am on the
It
defensive.
is done.
What do you think is inside?
My pickaxes have not been giving me big money here.
This is a good opportunity.
Have at you! Leave it to me!
Leave this to me. Come now, while it lasts.
You!
A sound victory.
I feel
Just
like
as
unexpected
expected.
adventuring could
This
be
is the
quite so
essence of
entertaining.
exploration.
Disarming. It's done. This bores me. I enjoy.
Have at you!
I am on the defensive.
That's amazing! I must see to the wounded.
I feel more brave when I'm there with you.
Magnificently.
A diddly doo 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 ba doo.
I have your back.
I am on the defensive.
That would hit me. I must see to the wounded.
I feel more brave when I'm
Who could have
there
guessed
with you as much as
adventuring
I.
could be quite so entertaining?
Is it not treasure?
This is the essence of exploration.
A disarming.
It's done.
You got the codices, nice.
This
I'm not there yet.
interlopers. I enjoy.
I presume I'm gonna have to get to the end of the relic farming and then trade some guilt. Swap off a character on my team.
On the defensive.
Very close to 0 prog.
You all love enjoying this
The
recently.
blood as much as I. We have the initiative. Praise be to greater Gore's blessing.
Very close to 0. Love these two that much. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty attached to my team.
I am on
And I mean, they're all massively inherited as well. Like, it's very hard to swap two characters that are not massively inherited.
No ill will.
Maybe they say that they're going to make it easier to do that kind of thing in the future. So maybe then.
Adventuring could
This
be
is the
quite so
essence of
entertaining.
exploration.
Yeah, Benjamin and Garolf were my like flex slots, right? And they both went at once.
They'll not escape.
There's no one here who I can really replace.
I enjoy.
I am on the defensive.
Hold no ill will.
Play CMC, I wish I could, mate.
Your
Wish I could.
command never ceases to
enjoying
amaze
this
me.
recently.
Blood as much as I.
Let us show our valor.
You can't have males in your team, can you?
Have at you.
Leave this to me. Come now, while it lasts.
I am on the defensive.
I hope I can hold out. I will endure.
Come now, while it lasts.
I am on the defensive.
It is done.
A sound victory.
Just as expected.
Magnificently.
Do you think we can open it?
Disarm it. It's done.
Let us show our valor.
Oh,
I end you. Let us end this quickly.
I am on the defensive.
elite over there. This big boy. He's hanging out. Pretty sure he wasn't there when we left the room.
Leave it to me. I'll cast my spell.
I end you. This is but one torture.
My
I am
spookster.
on the defensive.
Traits clash.
Our traits don't match.
Your traits don't match. You fill me with pride. I am on the defensive.
Stop doing that. Brother. My brother. My brother in Christ, please.
How impressive. The types have at you. I am on the defensive.
My mat. My mat.
Must not be outdone.
Please.
I am on the defensive.
My mat.
Our traits do not match.
Why he like this? Like?
I am on the defensive.
What jerk?
I am on the
It
defensive.
is done.
That was well deserved.
Do you think we can open it?
My man. He did give us some attestations. Fair enough. Fair enough. Does Oblivion Flash inherit work like Flooding Flash? As it's just a chance to activate. Oblivion Flash. Oblivion.
What is
That's not the name of the attack, is it? Oblivion. Edge? Oblivion. Oh, it is Oblivion Flash. No, never mind. Yeah, you're right. Oblivion Flash. So Oblivion Flash, when it's inherited to someone other than her, it still works every time where it can see a kill on someone.
A job
But
well
you can, yeah, it only limits it so you can only use it once per battle if Abenius doesn't have it. That's the big limitation. It's still very good though. I would say it's a much better inherit than Flooded Dream Flash is. Flooded Dream Flash is actually sometimes a kind of malice, and it's very inconsistent.
We've been here
Oblivion
before.
Oblivion Flash is the opposite. Oblivion Flash is very consistent. Just great for like catching kills that you just miss.
Do as you will with what's inside. A tricky
Flooded Dream Flash is cute, but yeah, not even always useful. Sometimes actively detrimental. Like for instance, fighting Tonberries. You don't really want to be Flooded Dream flashing Tonberries, as it turns out.
On the defensive. Hold no ill will.
an enemy.
We have the initiative. Praise be to great Agora's blessing. I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive. A sound victory. Just as expected.
Don't lose to anyone. What do you think is inside?
Yeah, indeed. Indeed, what? Sometimes Flood of Dream is just annoying because it makes combat take longer than it normally would. As performing Flood of Dream flashes is much slower than just auto-attacking.
That's amazing! Hold no ill will.
You all enjoy the sight of blood as much as I.
Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming. It's done.
Please leave this to me. You need not sully your hands with such drudgery.
How about that?
You gotta get your nod on.
It is done.
Maybe she just really likes Command and Conquer. If you got that reference, you're very old.
Let us show our valor.
I am on the defensive.
Oop.
I will endure.
While it lasts.
I am on the defensive.
Yeah, you're safe, Bob. Don't you worry, mate.
I am on the defensive.
You all
Who could
fought
have guessed
magnificently.
adventuring could be quite so entertaining?
What could be inside?
Disarming.
Never change Wizardry.
It's done.
Never change. Of course, we had a little wobble across squares there as well.
This bores me.
These things happen, don't they?
Stay safe. I
You've
am
done a
on the
lot of killing.
defensive.
I must see to the wounded.
Let us show our valor.
Leave this to me. Have at you. This will be your grave.
I am on the defensive.
I must see to the wounded.
Yeah, it happens. It happens quite a lot. It's perfectly normal. It's just one of those things. It's a feature. It's a feature. Warthog guy there. They're making the game harder by hiding between the squares.
You. This will be your grave.
I am on the defensive.
They're trying to sneak attack you.
What do you think is inside?
It's a great feature, guys. I don't want to hear a word against it.
It's done.
Yeah, they've eaten a lot of Amelias.
Leave it to me. I'll cast my spell.
Leave this to me.
I am
While it
on the
lasts.
defensive.
Poor Amelia.
I am on the defensive.
Who am I?
I will heal the
I'll repay you with my service in battle.
Hold no ill will.
Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming. It's done.
leave this to me. You need not. I am on the defensive. Hold no ill will.
Disarming. It's done.
We have the initiative. Praise be to great Agora's blessing. I am on the defensive. This! A sound victory. Just as expected.
Magnificently.
Ooh.
Could be inside.
Disarming. It's done.
I have your back. I am on the defensive. Have at you. Impressive. You fill me with pride.
Right, I'm gonna shove
Your
it.
command never ceases to
This is too much sitting around. I feel everything's seizing up.
Let us show our valor.
Leave it to me.
My body's atrophying.
I am on the defensive. Have at you.
I must not be outdone.
I feel more brave when I get as much as I.
Do as you will with what's inside.
That Asmund clip that got him banned, which time? Recently? He got banned again? No.
The coordinates
What did he do or
to
say?
reach are over there.
A tricky one.
I have your
Well,
back.
well, that's not really that surprising, is it?
I am on the defensive.
That seems like a fairly reasonable thing to get banned for.
This!
It is finished.
Do you think we can open it?
Good. I'm glad. Hopefully he stays banned. 0% chance of that happening.
It's done.
Yeah, it's just not really a topic that needs to be discussed, honestly.
Let us be off.
It is Somnio. Gotta say, you know, maybe not fit, but
This way.
bit adjacent.
Leave it to me. I'll cast my spell.
I get the point he's making, but it's a really unsavory and blunt way to put it. Yeah, indeed.
I am on
Like-
the defensive.
Asmongold has now made a career. Like, Asmongold was an enjoyable streamer to watch for people who played. He was a person who played games, is basically a nerd. He's not that anymore. Asmongold is a person who says controversial things to get views and to get money. I think anyone who thinks otherwise is absolutely living in a world of delusion at this point. And this is just one of those things that he said. And this one has misfired for him. He'll be fine. He will pick himself up and walk it off because he will be unbanned in no time at all. It's a paid vacation for him. So no need to feel sorry for him. And no need to really be surprised by it. It's going to keep happening over and over and over. Who cares?
Have at you. This will be have at you.
I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive.
May you have it is finished. This is the essence of exploration.
Disarming. It's done.
Leave it to me. I'll cast my spell.
I am on the defensive.
Your command never ceases to amaze me. Lose to anyone.
This
I
is
mean,
the essence of exploration.
Disarming. It's done.
Take a break from farming Wiz so you can farm my Wiz men account. No, okay, no, thank you. Farm your own Dan account. No, thank you. Very kind offer, Radias, but you know, gotta turn you down. I've tried to take a break from farming Wiz 3 times this week to play Everquest Legends, and every time there has been unscheduled maintenance. Every single time, within an hour of me logging onto it.
Leave this to me.
Unreal.
Not sully your hands with such drudgery. I am on the defensive.
Literally forced. Yeah, literally forced, Milky Way, indeed.
It is finished.
that went well enough, didn't it?
I wanted to wait, because the collab's on for so long. I wanted to give it some time to settle, you know? But no, I'm not allowed to. All this is doing is accelerating us back towards Granblue Fantasy, where I have to do my Sede de Spade grind.
Opportunity.
I am on the defensive.
Which I think is quite a long grind. Oh, we need to go out.
What do you think this is?
Original Arknights is getting its
I look forward to
PC
our
client soon.
town.
So I'm more excited for that than playing Enfield. I'm not surprised. I've kind of given up on Hypergrowth. I think the company's fucked. But I hope that's not the case. People who do enjoy Arknights.
Let us sneak in.
Let us be off.
A treasure chest.
Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
Enfield's graphics are high quality. Yep, certainly.
A tricky one.
Their optimization is very high quality.
Opportunity.
Because it's soulless. Because they don't give a fuck about it. Or any of the people who play it.
Angie.
I am on the defensive.
It is very popular, but like it makes me wonder what they're doing with their focus. Like, are they already looking at making a new game? Clearly Arknights is not enough for them, or they wouldn't have made Arknights Enfield in the first place. So then the question is, what do they do now? They can't go back to just Arknights.
I have your back.
The company's too big now. They obviously need
need to be making more money to please the shareholders. So they've got to work on another project. So what's the next project going to be?
I am on the defensive.
Like, Enfield is a failed gacha.
I must see to
It's already in massive decline. So what's the next thing they work on?
Got as much as I.
Do you think we can open it?
Arknight Starfield. Maybe.
Disarming. It's done.
We've been in an era of high quality graphics. The years to the point where graphic quality is almost used to hide underlying bad game. Oh god, yeah. Especially true in gachas. They don't even necessarily even hide it in like good texturing and stuff. They just make models which are really flashy, generally with their tits out. And then people are like, oh my god, the graphics are so good. And when you zoom in on any of the textures in the game, it looks like it's from fucking 2005.
Could be quite so entertaining.
It's like they're, you know, the North Korea memes of where they have the, they introduce a foreign dignitary to their city, and they take you through the city, and they just have all of these pop-up stores where they've literally like painted over them and have like fake merchandise, and people paid to smile, people threaten to smile and wave. Like, it's basically every gacha game is like that these days, all of the AAA ones. Just this completely fake city. Where once you start peeling off the top coat of paint, it's like, oh, oh, oh.
This is the
I can't eat any of this.
Disarming. It's done.
Yeah, true, Tweshery.
This is a good opportunity.
Leave it to me.
They're very inexperienced in their interviews where they spoke about the challenges of open world. Now their game is 2 years too late.
Got as much as I.
This is the
It's a bad combination of their game being 2 years too late and also it needing to cook for another 2 years because they put no fucking work into it. Like, that game got rushed out like crazy by the shareholders because they needed to make money immediately, right? And they probably didn't have any idea what they were doing with the direction of it. They were probably told at one point, we need you to make a bigger game. We need you to make more money.
I must not be
We need you to make a new project that's going to make more money. And that's probably all the guidance they got. And they just had to make their own shit.
Used to anyway.
We want a game like Genshin. That seems to be the thing going around the market, right? This is what all developers are told. We want our game that does what Genshin does. Uh-oh. Yeah, we got away with that.
I will endure.
while it lasts.
I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive.
Rushed out now despite looking good, it's clearly not as high quality. No, it's just paint. It's just a paint job. It's exactly the same with Neverness to Everness. The game actually looks like shit when you break it down, when you take it apart and break it down and look at the surroundings. Some of the assets are high quality, but the surroundings are not at all.
Let us show our valor.
I am on the defensive.
And I'd expect that to be the running theme going forwards with these AAA games.
You're a fine leader.
People joke about it, I can't remember what the interview was. There's a talk of other dev ideas being turned down in other IPs because quote unquote that's not in Genshin. Exactly. I'm not joking when I say these things. This is something that is plaguing the industry right now.
It's done.
Shareholders want more money. The CEOs of the companies are like, make a game like Genshin. We need a game like Genshin to float our money, because they don't understand what the fuck's going on. They don't understand how gachas work. They don't understand any of this shit. They're too rich to understand any of this shit.
Let us be off.
And so the game company just has to scrounge something together that's like Genshin. Hi Miyabi, how's it going?
I have your back.
The hidden gems of gacha games are generally run by companies that don't even aim to make that kind of money in the first place, which is why the games are actually good. They are shooting for a niche in the market, they're shooting to do it quite well, and they are shooting to gain a loyal subset of players, rather than to make fucking $50 million a month.
They'll not escape.
You feel better? Good, I'm glad to hear it, man.
On the defensive.
I'm alright, thanks.
A sound victory. I feel just as expected.
Magnificently.
Do as you will with
Working on an upcoming open world gacha, you're telling how they were originally going traits like combat, but got forced into swap combat. Yep.
disarming.
I'm not an expert in the industry, but I've played gachas long enough. I'm not bullshitting you when I tell you these things. I'm not bullshitting you at all. They are literally told, make your game like Genshin. Make a game like Genshin. Probably in those exact words. I've seen it documented over and over and over again. And it checks out, because what do we end up with? Imitations of Genshin all over the place. And it's like, oh, it's really different from Genshin because we've got driving. It's like, yeah, but it's still fucking Genshin, isn't it? You peel that away, you still got Genshin, and it's a shit Genshin at that. It's like a very much not fleshed out Genshin, because you spent a load of time developing the driving, and badly.
I am on the defensive.
Yeah, Daphne is a game that's made by passionate people who are at the behest of a very large company, but the very large company depends on them rather than the other way around. They are allowed autonomy to make their game. Dricom, for all of its many faults, is a what's the right term? A miracle investment. No, that's not the right term.
You need not sully your hands with such drudgery. I will feel the blessing of Agora.
It's basically a fairy godfather investor, right?
Well done.
What it does is it shoots for these investments into projects that potentially could win the lottery for them.
Disarming.
And to do so, it realizes that it has to let them have their own autonomy. And in most of these cases, the project absolutely falls on its face and dies. It's just in Daphne, it didn't, for a number of reasons, like a combination of reasons. The stars aligning.
This bores me.
I am on the defensive.
I must not be outdone.
What's the right term?
Hold no ill will.
Angel, an angel investor. That's pretty much what it is. It's an angel investor, but obviously corporate.
Have at you. This will be your
Leave
grave.
this to me.
I am on the defensive.
It's because the Dricom don't have any idea what's going on.
What's inside?
We talk about Dricom being the developer of this game, but it's not really. The developer of the game is the company, the little group of people that's behind the game. Dricom is just there, trying to make some bank from this. Just lets them do what they need to do.
Caught.
It's recession proof. Yeah, I do think. Look at things like World of Warcraft and League of Legends, right? It doesn't matter how the games might decline over time, they're never going to die. They can live forever. They're like nuclear explosion proof. They're not going anywhere. Just too big. They got too big. And because of that, they're never going to drop off to the point where they die.
What could be inside?
Did incredibly for a small group. It's because they don't make gachas. They made a Wizardry game and then insert a really shit gacha system into it.
Opportunity. I end you.
I am on the defensive.
Everybody Alchemy Star. A lot of people speak very fondly of Alchemy Stars.
Could be quite so entertaining.
They know to get out of the way of actual game devs.
They'll not escape.
Yeah. They don't try to interfere in stuff from what I understand at all. If anything, they give them too much autonomy because they don't help them at all. They're just like, make us a game. Make us a game, make us money. Here's some money. That's fucking it.
I have your back. I am on the defensive.
Years of playing Gacha turned your brain to mush, yep. Gacha, by and large, is just instant gratification. Absolute nonsense. It's flashing lights and colours, reward pings and whatnot, flashing shit all over your screen, telling you that you've done a great job. It's just, it's modelled on addiction, on compulsive behaviour. It's meant to exploit it. All video games are to a degree, but Gacha's really kind of turned that up to 11 to 67.
There's something here.
Adventuring is so fun.
Yeah, I mean, big numbers are going to do that in any game. Big numbers are designed to do that. It's where floating combat text came from. People love floating combat text. People love seeing numbers. Love to see some flowers growing on some bones, yeah.
That was scary.
But by and large, this game doesn't really try to FOMO you, does it? It even keeps its gacha element quite hidden away.
Let us sneak in.
When you log in, even when there's a new banner, the most you're seeing is a red dot on your wheel, right? On your, what's it called? Bone place.
An enemy, a tricky one.
We have the initiative.
Yeah.
Praise be to greater
Does a good job. It's not a perfect game by any means. There's so much wrong with Daphne. But it is a game. Which I don't think can be said for a lot of like gachas. They're not really games. Just compulsive behavior machines. FOMO machines. Designed to extract money. Don't have to go to the gacha to reverse junk? Like, kinda.
A tricky one.
Kinda limality, but it's even separated, right? All of your junk is at the top of your list. And then your bones are like right at the bottom. You don't even really have to look at them. And if you don't have any bones, it's still in another section. It's really hidden away compared to every other gacha on the market. Trying to find the gacha in this game is actually kind of a bit of a challenge for a new player. I've had loads of people ask, like, where do I pull? Because they can't find it.
I have your back.
That's generally not an issue in most gachas.
I am on the defensive. I must see to the wounded. Your command never ceases to amaze me as much as I. Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
Dialogue bloating is the worst thing ever to happen. Dialogue bloating? You mean in gachas in general? Bloating dialogue because they get paid more to write more lines. They have to fill more space.
On the defensive.
Is that what you're talking about? Hey, for a month, the only pulls I did, what did you get when you first downloaded the game? Yeah, I think that's very common for people. Hi, No Che, how are you?
Your command never ceases.
Night Lana or Fighter Lana? Probably Fighter Lana for most people. but make sure you level up her knight before you
We
swap
have
her.
the initiative. Praise be to great Agora's blessing. I am on the defensive. Have at you.
I mean, even one of the other games that I play
Please.
falls very much victim to that. Like, Granblue Fantasy is incredibly bloated in the lines of text that it has in a story, most of which do not lend towards the story at all. The stories in Granblue Fantasy are probably twice or if not 3 times as long as they need to be to tell their stories, by and large.
A fly master.
I am on the defensive.
Yeah, pretty much for general play, Fighter is significantly better than Knight.
I must not be outdone.
But there are times where you would really like a Knight.
Do as you will with what's inside.
Regardless of whether Guardian Blow hits for 5k or not, like, when you're autoing with a character that is Guardian Blow build, they do fucking nothing. And most of the game is autoing. So Knights are a great character to have if they are your 7th party member that you bring in when you need to. They are not good for general play whatsoever.
Defensive.
Terrible, I would go as far as to say. Especially if you build them Guardian Blow.
What do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Some of it's just very irresistible. Yeah, that's a problem people just have generally in gacha games, right? Unfortunately, gachas prey on people like that. You just can't hold back the gacha demon, as it's put.
This is a good opportunity.
I am on the defensive.
Exactly, Hassan.
This
You
is a
farm so
good
much of this
opportunity.
game, it's a huge portion of the game. Make sure you have your roster, your base roster kind of sorted before you worry about having luxuries such as a knight, in my opinion.
I am on the defensive.
It's done.
It doesn't mean that a knight can't be useful for when you're progressing through the game, but there's a lot of time where that knight is not strong, where it's actually kind of dead weight. Can't help but pull every single banner. Yeah, I see that quite a lot. It's not uncommon at all. Gacha players. It's sad, but you know, companies obviously prey on players like that.
What more is?
I am
Just
on
gacha
the
as a
defensive.
genre.
You all enjoy the sight of blood as much as
Magnificently.
I. What could be inside?
Got salt pickaxes again.
Dredger.
I want the later abysses to be a haunted cemetery. That would be cool. I'd love to see that kind of thing. Haunted cemetery with a nice haunted mansion that you work your way into. That'd be sweet.
Your command never ceases to enjoy the sight of blood as much as
Do
I.
as you will with what's inside.
Like haunted clock tower, haunted basements below the mansion. A haunted estate would be an excellent abyss.
This is a good opportunity.
I am on the
Very North fan.
It is finished.
Healer does make Yeti a lot easier. Worst thing MiHoYo normalized for the gacha
Exploration.
is needing a team of characters. You don't like in order to make them, oh yeah man. When they did Battlefront of Heroes in this game, I was very, very, very concerned we were going to see Genshin-style tower content. As it turned out, it was not like that at all. And they did a pretty good job with it. But I was extremely concerned at the time.
On the defensive.
Because that's one of the worst things I can ever see in a game, is tower-style content, where the new units are pushed in the tower. That's pretty much the end of most games for me when I see that, the second that I see that.
What could be inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Love some undead. Yes, Apprentice, indeed. I've seen people in Abyss 3 who are getting the silver junk and who aren't. I've seen people who are copper grade who have got it, and some who don't. I think it factors in a lot of things like it usually does in these collabs. It factors in more than just grade and level and Abyss progress. It probably factors in all sorts of other stuff like side story progress. Maybe it works off of, you know, the invisible adventurer points, whatever they're called, reputation points that you get. Might be that. Probably a combination of loads of different things.
Leave this to me.
I am on the defensive.
Yeah, Battlefront is much more enjoyable than Old Castle Ruins. Old Castle Ruins had great rewards, but the leaderboard aspect of it, the multiplayer aspect of it was awful because the game is so exploitable. Just made the competition a joke. Cat to level 40, he's cleared Abyss with true ending and is only getting steel gear from the collab. Interesting, Somnio.
This is a good opportunity.
I am on the defensive.
Steel gear, so they're 2 tiers down. So I wonder if they ranked up to level 60, whether they would immediately get it.
It's done.
Challenge, I guess, Pereg. I've seen two people do similar things. Yeah, you can complete Abyss 4 at level 20. You need to have a real idea of what you're doing, though. As I always say in this game, the most powerful thing is knowledge. You know how everything works. You know exactly what you need to beat it. That's all you really need for a game like this. You don't need mechanical skill, do you?
No!
The more you know about the game, the more powerful you are.
I am on the defensive.
That's amazing!
Doesn't matter if you have all the tools if you don't know how to use them. Which is partially why misinformation is so bad in this game. Why I come down on misinformation so hard. Because if you have the wrong info,
On the defensive.
that is bad knowledge. That's tainted knowledge, you know? Yeah, that works fine. I think that's part of the reason why the game is great.
Disarming.
What? Because you can over-farm stuff just fine. And just bomb through stuff. You can spend a shitload of money and get like D9 Yuzus and a million kunais and whatnot, and power through the game that way. But you can also clear the game with basically anything. You don't need all of the, like, you don't need power creep units. The power creep isn't even particularly bad. You can do it with no-name units. We've seen that loads of times. You can do it with level 20 units.
Let us show our valor.
Have at you!
And yet some people who spent a fortune on the game and have played a shitload still struggle on like Abyss 3. Because they don't have the knowledge. Yeah, absolutely, Somnia. It gives a lot of freedom to the player, and because it's an entirely single-player game, regardless of it being a gacha, it is an entirely single-player game, especially now with Old Castle Ruins removed. So, like, what does it matter? You know, you're just progressing at your own pace. You can do whatever you want. You can solve your problems however you want to. If that's throwing money at them, go wild. If that's playing an unbelievable amount, of course. And if that's trying to think your way through these challenging situations, completely like outside of the box, and that's cool too. Or any combination of these things. The freedom to play is one of the best things about this game. Drives me a little bit mad when I see people talking about meta, because we don't really have a meta in this game. At a very high end, there are some things that deal more damage than others. But like, when you're looking at those kinds of numbers in this game, you're so far beyond any kind of numbers you need to clear the game, it doesn't fucking matter. It has no real bearing on anything. So who cares? Enjoy yourself, play the game the way you want, and try not to focus too much on what other people are doing.
A treasure chest.
Do as you will with what's
They've actually tried their best in this game
Disarming.
to make people do that as little as possible, but it is still a gacha. And because of that, there will still be FOMO. People's worst enemy is themselves in this game.
A tricky one.
Since I picked the game up, again, I play for an hour a day, sometimes less. Progress to best 3, yep. This is an average player here. Hassan is an average player. This is actually what the average player looks like in a game like this. Maybe even more casual than Hassan, perhaps. If you manage your priorities in the game, it goes a long way, yeah. So I imagine, Hassan, you probably have a higher than average, much higher than average, like, understanding of the game for someone who's played as much as you do, and because of that, you proceed in a very measured way. But I think there are probably lots of people who play a similar amount to you who don't understand the game anywhere near as much and fall over themselves constantly. And this is why most of the player base is on Abyss 2 and Abyss 3.
Do you think we can open it?
Disarming.
And a lot of people give up there as well.
It's done.
And a lot of other people just take their time. Take a very long time. Not that casual of play. No, not at all. The bot. Not at all, mate. If you're in Abyss 4, or you are near the end of Abyss 3, you are actually ahead, like well ahead of the pack. But again, if you go to Discords, you go to like Wizardry Discord, you go to streams, or you look on Reddit or whatever, all you're going to see is people talking about Abyss 4 and optimal comps and damage numbers and all sorts of bullshit. It's not a proportionate representation of the game. I'm not going to do dailies. Do a couple of den runs. Have one, have all dispatches, and then I do maybe 3 floors of a new Abyss a week. Farm here and there, yeah, I mean, and you probably have a lot of fun doing so, right, Hassan? I'd imagine the game is very fun to play that way. Before long, you will still be at the end of the content, probably well before they release Abyss 5, I would imagine. You probably spent some time outside of playing the game thinking about the game, right? And theorizing about the game. And that goes a really long way. Again, knowledge. Knowledge powerful. The number of people I see who start the game and they get stuck in Abyss 1 and they're like, I don't know, I'm doing everything right. Why is this game so stupid? Kind of stuff. And it's like, are you defending? Are you defending with your characters? Are you using consumables on your characters? What do your character rows look like? Are you using the right weapons? The number of people who get to like the end of Abyss 1 and they're using swords in their backline. It's crazy. Like, the average knowledge level of this game is so exceptionally low because the game is set up in a way where it's hard to learn, where you have to ask other people questions to try to figure out what's going on. So if you understand even like the basest mechanics of the game, you're probably ahead of the pack, you know? And it's designed purposely in that way. She was one of the best investments. Oh god, yeah, she's so good. Thank you so much for following, Logiscan. Appreciate it.
Impressive. You fill me with pride.
Consumables are extremely underrated. They are indeed. I ran through Abyss 1 with more or less no priest
This is the
due to low,
exploration.
due to how useful potions are. Yeah, and you absolutely can. Abyss 1 and 2 are easily doable with just potions. You don't need a healer for either of them. There aren't enough like status effects and things. Abyss 3, it's a bit harder. It's a little bit trickier,
Opportunity.
but probably possible.
I am on the
I mean, the
defensive.
guy has now soloed, the solo guy has now soloed the dragon in Dragon Cave, so probably possible.
Magnificently. This is
Hubs,
the
if you're familiar with these RPGs, yeah,
exploration.
absolutely. If you've played Dungeon Crawlers Blobbers before, then you kind of know a lot of these things. But even then, there are things like openings in this game when you defend. I've never seen that in a game before, in a Dungeon Crawler before. I didn't have any idea until I saw Mimic, and I was like, how the hell do I beat this? And I was like, maybe if I defend with the front line, we can like beat it up with the back line. We can just spear it to death slowly. And then it was like, wait, what's this over its head? What the hell's going on? Hold on a second.
What do you think is inside?
And that was the first time a lot of the people, not only myself, but a lot of the people who were watching, were like, wait, what the hell's that?
Opportunity.
So it's really easy to miss some of these things. There are quite big things in the game.
I am on the defensive.
Aurora weapons and relic weapons are doing well in Abyss 3. I bet they are. I bet they are. Yep, that's the idea, Hassan. They have been trying to push people through Abyss 3 in a lot of different ways, and I think the collab is playing into that as well. I think that's why they're giving you relic weapons and higher drop ore, high drop gear, and they're also making it so you're incentivized to progress further through the game, to get better drops from this to finish your relic weapons, which is also helping push people through the abysses. It's giving them incentive to push through. I know quite a few people in this game as well who've just stopped on Abyss 3 because it's comfy for them. And they're like, oh, I don't want to go to Abyss 4 yet. I just want to keep grinding Cave of Separation or Sand Shadow Cave. Because they're just comfortable there.
This is but one torture.
I am on the defensive.
Too much misinfo on Shia. Mostly coming from you, sir.
I am on the defensive.
Hitting for 3k at level 20, yeah, seems reasonable. Dwarf Cave Dragon solo, yeah, Raraki. There's a video of it. He cheeses it with poison. He makes it lap him endlessly and kills it with poison.
Defensive. I suppose that's passable.
I'm surprised you haven't seen it
What do
already.
you think is inside?
I don't have the video link, unfortunately,
Disarming.
but it is out there.
It's done.
Let us show our valor.
You saying it's real, Tweshry,
I am on the defensive.
does not lend itself to its reality, but yeah, it is real. Really enjoying Iroha, Lana, Camille, MC with a bow, Alice and Rene. Only level 30 at the moment. How would you suggest I position them to get the most out of them? So you have Iroha, Lana, Camille, MC with a bow, Alice, Rene. So Rene really wants to be back row, MC really wants to be back row if you're using a bow. Alice wants to be back row. It's kind of awkward. You've got like 4 back row characters there. Iroha's potentially a back row character as well because she's spear only. So you've got a lot of back row there. I'm not exactly sure. I guess you would go front row with your MC. I don't think Rene wants to be front row, especially low discipline. Because Camille and Alice definitely want to be on the back together. Like, you can't have a healer or Alice front row, not when you're leveling up, really. They're going to get murdered. Yeah, MC is the most viable to go front there.
Disarming. It's done.
Yeah, unfortunately, you've just you've picked a lot of squishy characters. But yeah, I would imagine MC wants to go front in that scenario. Even if you keep using a bow, I'd probably still put MC front. Camille, Rene, Alice just can't really front row.
I must see to the wounded.
Rene potentially could with like quite a lot of investment, but probably not where you're at right now.
Disarming. It's done.
All back row characters is better than all front row characters, that's true. At least they can all attack.
This is a good opportunity.
Yep. I am on the defensive.
No ill will.
I've been using relic weapons, so I'll switch bow to one hand, and shield in front, and shove Camille to the back. Use relic weapons. Switch bow to one hand. Yeah, don't switch bow to one hand. Even front row, man. The bow is going to be better than using a one-handed weapon. Just by all means, switch to another two-hander, but probably where you're at as well. If you've got the relic bow, it's probably going to outperform any two-hander that you've got.
They'll not escape.
Any other two-hander that you've got.
To me. Come now, while it lasts.
Even for MC. Yeah.
I am on the defensive.
When you're level 30, two-handers,
Your command.
like one-handers don't come close.
The blood has
Lana has your relic two-hander, that's fine. But you've got a bow. You can use the bow as well. There's no reason why you can't use the bow. And you could just use a regular two-hander if you wanted to. Just like a normal two-hander. They're going to massively outperform one-handers.
Let us
Your
show
relic
them.
one-hander,
I am on the defensive.
it's probably still not that great. You could try it,
How impressive.
but I'm pretty sure the bow is going to seriously outperform it. In an ideal world, yeah, bow would be for the back row, but in the game at the moment, two-handers, especially at low levels, massively outperform one-handers.
On the defensive.
So, and a bow is still a two-hander. So you're going to do probably a lot more damage with the bow than you would with a one-hander.
This is the essence of exploration.
Disarming.
The difference between bow and sword or axe or mace or spear is that they don't benefit from Way of the Warrior, which is a fighter passive. So they're going to deal somewhere between 8 and 10% less damage than a spear, axe, bow, spear, axe, mace, sword.
On the defensive.
But it still doesn't really matter because it's still going to do a lot of damage.
I must see to the wounded. Your command never ceases to amaze me.
The blood as much as
Do
I.
as you will with what's inside.
One-handed is used on Guardian Blow Knights, but you just really use an axe, I think, for the most part. Because it gives defense penetration. You don't really use it for the weapon itself. It does, yes, the bot. It does indeed. It works on close and medium weapons, short range and medium weapons.
What is this?
Whatever works for you, Britt.
A job well done.
Use Staff of Weakness on your knight. Yes, you can do that. Do you have a lot of the Ouroboros thing? No, not a whole lot, Noche.
Shall we go out again today?
An enemy. A tricky one.
A treasure chest?
Spear's a great weapon type. It's good even if you're on the front row.
Infiltrating.
What could be inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Any tips or guides you recommend for a new player? I'd recommend the Faster Thoughts website, Silverbyte. There is nothing more than I would recommend than that. It is the most incredible resource. It won't cover absolutely everything, but it will give you much more of an idea of what's going on than anything else when you're stuck. Tips. Don't resurrect at the church when your characters are below 50 fortitude, or they might dust. And then if you try to res them again, they might permanently die. You should get loads of warnings. You should never really be in a position where you permanently die, but I have seen it happen once or twice back in the day. Defending is very important in the game. Don't just ignore the defend button. Defending can actually increase your damage, and it's a huge amount of damage reduction. Consumables, very, 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 very important. If you're stuck on things and your inventory isn't full of potions and scrolls and things, you're doing something wrong. Yeah, probably don't mess around with your inherits and stuff until you're really sure of what you want to do with them.
I am on the defensive.
If you have a Camille, who is a general adventurer, you should probably level her up, which will make the game a lot easier for you. That's a lower rarity adventurer. She is incredible because the healer class is bonkers. Same with like Heinrico is extremely good, general adventurer again. Yeah, I guess just in general, don't ignore the general adventurers. A lot of them are better than the legendary adventurers for new players. Yeah, we've seen a few new players come through, haven't we? Mimics told me defend was a needed mechanic. Yep, me too. Me too.
We have the initiative. Praise be to great Agora's blessing.
You can join our Discord if you want to. There's no pressure on that. Our Discord's kind of small. The people on there do answer questions and it isn't flowing too quickly to read. You can always come and ask here, even if I'm not playing Wizardry. You can always feel like you can come and ask questions here. Doesn't matter if I'm playing a completely different game, feel free to ask, I don't mind at all. Always happy to talk about Wizardry. Rejoin Discord, excuse me. Scum. Oh, Rene would be better for front row. In my opinion, I don't agree. I don't agree at all. I just don't agree at all. I don't think that's good advice to give to anyone ever. Ninja should be back row, always back row, or any new player. It's too hard to gear them. I wouldn't muddy the water by even suggesting anything else. You have a ninja, it should probably be back row. They take too long to level and they're too weak on the front row. You need very, very specific gear to make them work. They're already stretched very thin because you need so much attack on them to make them work. Wouldn't recommend it at all. Ninja, front rowing a ninja is a luxury that can only be afforded to people who've played the game for quite a long time. And even then, it might not be something that you want to do.
Do you think we can open
Front row priest in the game? Technically any priest is front row usable because they actually are quite meaty, but I wouldn't recommend that you ever use a front row priest. It's just not very good at the moment.
This is a good opportunity.
There's not a lot of reason for your priest to be front row, you know? They don't really benefit from it in the slightest. You have two frontline ninjas, never two ever. You're incredibly strong, so please don't confuse people more. I was literally just saying it's something that is afforded to people who've played the game a lot. Trying to give advice to new players here.
opportunity.
I am on on the defensive. The types do not match.
This is something to watch out for in the game, by the way. There are a lot of people who've played this game for a very long time or have farmed a massive amount who view the game through these very, like, this real fisheye lens where they can't understand the game from a new player standpoint anymore.
Disarming.
And they will give you some awful advice. Despite them knowing a huge amount about the game, they will give you some absolutely awful advice. So just be aware. Don't listen to everything you read, especially if it's on Reddit.
Praise be to great Agora's blessing. I am on the defensive. This! A sound victory, just as expected.
Magnificently.
Standard skills is different if the priest is front row instead of back row. Wondering because standard skills is different. Oh, when you're autoing. Yeah, there isn't really a viable front row priest at the moment. You could maybe theoretically do something really niche, but it isn't something to even concern yourself with. It's not optimal at any real level from what we understand.
I am on the defensive.
Definitely not as a newcomer. Yeah, indeed, Fame. Wizardry Facebook group is good. I've actually heard that it is, but I'm somehow not old enough for Facebook, despite my veritable age. So I cannot attest to that. Someone said here before, Reddit is nice on what not to do in the game. Unfortunately, yeah, Reddit is a real mishmash of information from a lot of different sources, most of which gets it wrong. And a lot of people even upvote comments which are just completely wrong. Aniki's the only one, she's not really a priest. She doesn't even really work as a priest in the front row. I wouldn't recommend her in the slightest, even if you could access her. Priest doesn't have different auto skills depending on the front row? Yes, they do. In the front row, they heal when things are low and they auto attack when things aren't low. In the back row, they heal when things are low and they defend when they're not low.
A treasure chest.
Opportunity. I end you. This is but one torture.
She's weird. Einiki's bad. To put it very bluntly, Einiki's a bad unit. And I wouldn't recommend anyone build her, especially a new player.
Do you think we can open it?
Which is just as well, you know, she isn't available at the moment anyway.
It's done. Opportunity.
What else? There are no banners up at the moment that are particularly special. I don't think there's a single unit up on any of the banners, which is like incredible. Maybe on the 6 unit banner, but that banner is not great to pull on. Trying to aim for 1 unit in 6 at 1% each is a bit of a crapshoot.
It's done.
Lion furry guy, Galbardus, I wouldn't recommend it, but you can if you want to. If you like him, by all means. He's definitely not great.
This is a good opportunity.
Don't recommend any of the collab unit banners? No. If you were to want to use one, I would recommend a Zide. If you're going to pick one of them and you're desperate to use a collab unit, I would push you towards Zide. Zide is relatively easy to build,
This is the
and he does quite a lot of damage. You got the Zide for free. There you go. By all means, give him a go. He'll probably work out great for you. He does a lot of damage. Galbardus inherit good. Yes, it's one of the better attacks for one-handed weapons. It's not bad for two-handers either. It's a little bit behind Moonlit, but for one-handers, unlike Moonlit, which only works with one-hit attacks, if you're using a 3-hit weapon, Raging King is pretty great. I mean, even if you're using a 2-hit, I guess it's a lot better.
This is the essence of exploration.
But generally, one-handers only really work if you're using a 3-hit weapon. How hard does your Guardian... Oh, sorry, that's not me. A perfect bot, yeah, pretty much. Just some other things. It's just she's just awkward. She's not very focused,
Leave this to me. You need not sully your
and her
hands.
gimmick doesn't really work.
I am on the defensive.
This is the essence of exploration.
He's so hot. I think Galbardus looks and sounds great from a aesthetic point of view. I think he looks and sounds awesome, like really awesome.
They'll not escape.
The weird thing with Raging King is when you give it to someone other than Galbardus, unlike most inherit skills, it doesn't really drop off. It's only on its highest iteration of damage, I think, that it drops off a bit. So just regularly using it, you're not really going to notice much difference between Galbardus and any unit you inherit it to. That's one of the things that kind of plagues him a bit. Usually when you inherit a character's signature ability to them, to someone else, it suffers quite a bit of damage drop off. Usually around the like 30-40% area.
You need not sully your
Hi Narcos!
drudgery. I am on the defensive.
Yeah, his auto taunt is at the start, Toshvi.
What do you think this is?
A job well done.
Let us sneak in.
The coordinates to reach are over there.
Something's here.
Do as you will with what's inside.
Cheer kind of is the best tank. It's true.
Treasure. A tricky one. Do as you will with what's inside.
The coordinates to reach are over there. Let us show our valor. Leave this to me.
I am on the defensive.
I must not be outdone.
Whatever works, the what?
You fill me with pride.
A sound victory.
I feel
Just
like
as expected.
adventuring could be quite so entertaining.
Disarming. It's done.
Let us show our valor.
I am on the defensive.
You might want to check out Somnio's videos on YouTube as well, if you are still out there, sir. Ah, yeah, she's certainly out. Somnio's videos on YouTube are aimed towards newer players. I haven't personally watched a lot of them, so I can't attest to their quality, but I've heard only good things, so they seem pretty good from the little bit that I have watched. So you might want to have a look at those.
A sound victory.
Just as expected.
Magnificently.
Could be
Do
quite
as
so
you will with
entertaining.
what's inside. inside. Disarming.
Oop. Yikes.
It's done.
I have your back. I am on the
Somnio.
hold no ill will.
Not sure if it has any letters on the end. You should be able to find it if you look for Somnio Wizardry.
No!
You got it. Nice.
On the defensive. Hold no ill
There are not a lot of content creators for this game because, especially those who cater to new players,
What could be
because the game is
inside?
just not, it's not really profitable in the West to make content about. You have to put too much effort into researching things, and the number of people who actually watch it or interact with it is going to be relatively very small compared to a mainstream Western gacha.
This bores me. Interlopers.
Somnio just does it anyway.
This
So
is
yeah,
what one torture
enjoy.
Must not be outdone. Come down.
I am on the defensive. And now you're asleep. You look better. I dodged it? I will heal the blessing of Agora. I am on the defensive. Impressive. You fill me with pride.
You're a fine leader.
Yeah, boy.
Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done. This bores me.
I am on the defensive. That's amazing! I am on the defensive. I feel like I can't lose to anyone.
Magnificently.
I mean...
You like this battle music? This is Final Fantasy 11 battle
This
music.
bores me.
Leave it to me! How about that? I am on the defensive.
Rene just better because of Where the Thief than Yuzu.
Will.
Nah.
Could be quite so entertaining.
Where the Thief is pretty good.
No!
At the end of the day, it is just damage.
This to me, have at you. This will be your grave.
May you have it is finished.
A sound victory. I feel just as expected.
Magnificently.
I mean...
I think Rene needs a lot of investment to be comparable to Yuzu.
This bores me.
I do think she does get there, but I think it takes a long time.
Not be outdone.
At you. I am on the defensive.
Definitive best relic to hunt first? Yes. For the average player, for 99% of players, it's going to be Great Sword. The Ragnarok, the Great Sword. There's nothing that comes close in terms of
As expected.
how relevant it will be to the average party. Almost every party, starting out, or even quite a long way through the game, is going to have someone who can use a Great Sword.
I am on the defensive.
And it is an excellent Great Sword.
A sound victory. You are just as expected.
Magnificently.
They'll not escape.
It's excellent.
I am on the
It's extremely good. I don't know what the fuck Prorog is talking about. Isn't it just the best greatsword you can have?
We can open it?
No.
Disarming.
Not necessarily.
It's done.
Like, there are lots of situations where you would want to use things like Beastbuster, right? Against anything that's magical beast related.
Leave it to me. I'll cast my spell.
But, yeah, it's an excellent weapon. Something that you would use almost all the time. Probably forever. At least until Abyss 5,
I must
which isn't out yet.
A sound victory, you all.
just as
expected.
expected. Adventuring could
Do
be
as you
quite
will
so
with what's
entertaining.
inside. Disarming.
Hello, Akiben, how are you?
It's done.
Please.
One-handed swords spent
You need
a long time being the best weapons in the game. So there's always a chance it will happen again. Going over the GBF live stream, yeah, quite a few things. Lots of freebies.
No! Leave this to me. Have at you. This will be your grave.
Not for you, economy, you don't play the game. As you see Eric Art's progress going on them.
We've done a lot of killing.
I will heal the
Yeah, there's a bunch of freebies in your mailbox, Quantum.
battle.
It is done.
I feel more brave when I
enjoyed
enjoy
this
this
with
with
you
you.
as much as I.
What do you think is inside? Leave it to me. I'll cast my spell. Leave this to me. Have at you.
I am on the defensive.
I must see to the wounded.
Holy crystals, indeed.
What could be inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Please leave this to me. You need not sully your hands.
I must not be outdone.
I am on the defensive.
Thank you, Narcos, that's so nice of you. Thank you so much for gifting a sub to Garth Soldier. Really appreciate it, man.
Sound victory.
Thank you so much.
Just as expected. Adventuring could be quite
What
so
could be
entertaining.
inside?
Disarming. It's done. I end you.
I am on the defensive.
You're a fine leader.
I feel like I can't
blood
lose
as
to
much as
anyone. I mean, what could this be?
I could go for a hot meal right now.
As a Blade and Master Fire Dragon Solo, I think not a Dwarf Cave Dragon Solo. Searched far and wide and I found no trace of it. Okay. I'll take your word for it, Raraki. Until someone links it again. Yeah, it was a poisonberry kill.
Let us sneak in. An enemy. A tricky one.
Please, leave this to me. You need not sully your hands with such drudgery. Have at you! I am on the
Can I rent you to do my farming? Nope.
That went well enough, didn't it?
Let us be.
An enemy.
No!
Summer Fedial on banner. Congrats.
I am on the defensive.
Just unlocked 2 rank 5 classes. Cool.
Do
Congrats.
as you will with what's inside. Disarming. It's done.
Oh, a treasure
This is
chest?
the essence of exploration.
Disarming. It's done.
Hello, sweetie pie. It's great jumping.
They'll not escape. Leave this to me. Have at you. I am on the defensive. No ill will. A sound victory.
I feel
Just
like
as
this
expected.
is anyone. I mean,
Yeah, it got linked in our chat, but I didn't take any record of it, I'm afraid.
I have your back.
I end you.
I am on the defensive.
This bores me.
Have at you. I am on the defensive. That hit me. I dodged it. I am on the defensive. That would hit me. That would hit me.
I dodged it? I must see to the wounded.
You're a pretty girl.
Leave it to me. I'll cast my spell.
Interlopers. I end you. This is but one torture. I end you.
I think he had some sort of buff on him, Raku, because he wasn't taking any turns. The buff was staying up, but I don't know what it was. I can't remember what I was doing. I think I was on like EQ Legends or something. I couldn't really watch it properly when it was linked. Bit rude.
Blessing of a god. I am on the defensive. You look better.
Did he have reactive healing on him or something? Like, you know, you can inherit single target reactive healing from Camille. Did he have that on him? I can't remember. Unfortunately, yeah, I just didn't watch it in enough detail.
Disarming. It's done. This bores me.
I know,
I will
I think it's RNG based because the dragon can do a dispel. And I think it's noted somewhere that he had to play around the dispel. He had to like find a run where the dragon didn't dispel him or something.
I am on the defensive.
It is done.
You are under the sense as much as I could be. What do you think is inside?
We have the initiative. Praise be to great Agora's blessing.
I don't know what it was that was keeping him alive. I can't remember.
It is finished.
I didn't ask.
Opportunity.
Leave this to me. Have at you. I am on the defensive. This.
May you have a... It is finished.
Your command never ceases to amaze me.
Magnificently. This is the essence of exploration.
Disarming. It's done. I end you.
Some crazy fucking players in this game.
On the defensive. Have at you.
I must see to the wounded.
Also, another side that action speed is completely broken and needs to be reworked. I wonder if they ever will. Action speed is so fucked, man. One of them's in the crew as far as I know. I doubt anyone's done the dragon at level 20, so I guess level 20?
I am on the defensive.
I know someone's done it with no names and Camille,
I end you.
but they were max level as far as I know.
Wounded.
What could be inside?
And apparently that can be abused the other way around as well, Goth. Problematically.
What could be inside?
Disarming. It's done.
I am on the defensive. Have at you.
I must see to the wounded.
Yeah, Prog.
Your command never ceases to amaze me.
Magnificently.
Do you think we can open it?
Always hard to balance, yes, but
Disarming.
when it gets to a point where a character can take infinite turns, I think it becomes more than just problematic, you know?
This is a good opportunity.
I am on the defensive. The types do not match.
There needs to be some kind of cap on it or something. I don't know exactly what they can do, but they need to cap it at like 2 actions a turn or something or other.
What do you think is
Because it's only going to get, the problem is only going to get worse and worse. And the only way that they can balance it is to raise the action speed on mobs. And if they raise the action speed on mobs, then suddenly newer players have the time of their lives trying to outspeed the mobs.
This is a good opportunity.
So that's not really viable.
End you. This is but one torture.
Come now, while it lasts.
I am on the defensive. This.
May you have a... It is finished.
You are the devastated blood as much as I mean,
True, Raraki, yes, because it's exponential growth, isn't it? Yep, true. So yeah, I don't know I don't know what you can do.
Good opportunity.
I think they just have to cap it.
End you.
I'm surprised they haven't done it already. I feel like they need to rip the band-aid off with it at some point because it's going to be a problem. If it's not already, it's going to be a problem. It's already shown to be a problem twice. A game-breaking problem. I just don't really see the harm in capping it, you know?
We have have the initiative. Praise be to great Agora's blessing. I am on the defensive.
Yeah, they will.
Impressive.
They will, but I mean, like,
Fill me with
they're just going to have to do it, aren't they? Or it's going to just break the game.
I am on the defensive.
impressive. You fill me with pride.
I am on the defensive.
You all
I feel
fought
like I can't lose
magnificently.
to anyone. Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
There are minigank, yes, and they have the technology to do that, but that's not really, it's not really an ideal solution, is it? For a character that acts infinite turns.
Bores me.
Like, that comes down to the character acting infinite turns until it dies, or until it kills the boss, with nobody else acting. Seems kind of bad.
Your command never ceases to amaze me.
Sight of blood as much as I.
No!
I am on the defensive.
Oh, really, Gar?
I
I didn't know.
Adventuring could be quite
think
so
we can open it?
entertaining.
Disarming. It's done.
It's so nuts, man. 320 action speed. Insane. She must be such a monster.
What could this be?
I look forward to our return to town.
The gap between new players and old and like players who've ground a lot in this game is pretty huge.
We've
Must make encounter design for them very difficult.
Infiltrating.
But I honestly think action speed is the worst offender of them all. I think action speed really, really fucks up their encounter design a lot. Because if they're banking on players taking one action a turn, I think encounter design is quite easy even if they're dealing a lot of damage. But when they have to cater to some people having less than 100 action speed, and then other people taking 3+ turns
we have at you.
in a turn, it makes it kind of difficult.
I am on the defensive. This!
You all
Who could
fought
have guessed
magnificently.
adventuring could be quite
Do you
so
think we can
entertaining?
open it?
Disarming. It's done. An enemy.
How impressive!
Leave this to me. Her traits do not match.
At you.
I am on the defensive.
I do think that is something similar than that to that kind of should happen in my opinion now, guys. I do think that there should be some kind of
So entertaining.
cap. I don't know if it necessarily needs to be entirely round based,
A treasure
but maybe after your second action of the turn of the until every other unit has moved, you can't receive another action.
On the defensive.
Like it stunts you until you take another natural turn.
You're fine, Mater.
Who could have guessed adventuring? What do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Why don't they cap it by max? Getting to lap once? Yeah, I mean that is probably something that they should do, in my opinion.
Something's here.
I think it must be very difficult for them to design encounters around it, which is my biggest worry for it.
We have the
It makes it very hard for them to make content that caters to both newer players and older players. And as they have a pretty small team, they can't really afford the development time to do both. Yeah, indeed, Raraku. You already have the weird diminishing returns on Chrono Delay.
This way, right?
Do as you will with what's inside.
It could be something like until X turns have been taken between a character's actions, they receive like a penalty to their wait turn.
Let us show our valor.
Leave this to me. Have at you. I am on the defensive.
Yeah, it's what Raraku's saying. It's wait turn delay. No, guys, that's what Chronostasis and Delay are doing. Wait turn delay.
It flies faster. I am on the defensive.
So it's not actually like hitting their action speed.
That would hit me.
Yeah. Different terminology.
A sound victory you all
Just
fought
as expected,
magnificently.
adventuring could be quite so entertaining.
Like for instance, shedding says it's action speed, but it's actually wait turn.
We have the initiative. Praise.
It actually affects wait turn,
I am on the defensive.
I must see to
which
the
is why it was so completely problematic when it was in the state that it was in before.
entertaining.
Because wait turn gets real broken real quickly. I'm sure they must do Narcos. Otherwise they wouldn't have two things in the first place. I would imagine, at least. They have buffs and things that are like wait turn. You can fasten a unit's action with chronostasis. Really? There's a reason why they've started making some things immune to chrono. The ability's really busted.
I must see to the wounded.
Suck the blood as much as I.
Do you think we can open it?
How much attack speed you have? Who, me? My units are all... My Alice is like 250. My other units are all between about 100 and 150. They're not super fast.
This bores me.
I am on the defensive.
Hold no ill will. You are
Look
enjoying
at
the
us,
fast
blood as much as
adventuring.
I.
What do you think is inside?
Thanks, Raraku. Your chronostasis can actually speed them up. That's really interesting.
Leave it to me. I'll cast my spell.
Yeah, mine's way faster than the average player, and you're seeing these guys talking about their 300, 350 like DPS units. That's how far the scale goes up.
You fill me with pride.
This is the essence of exploration.
Like for reference here, oh nice schlag.
Great.
This is my Alice's gear. She's at like 260, 250, 260 speed or something like that. It's my Alice's gear. It's quite a lot of action speed. It's not the most, but it's quite a lot. We have 4 triple action speed pieces here. And she's got 100 less speed than some of these characters these guys are talking about.
I have your back.
I am on the defensive.
You're a fine leader.
I feel like I can't lose to anyone. Do you think we can open it?
So the scale goes quite wide.
Disarming. It's done.
to keep myself as clean as I can. Be healed.
Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
And they just have damage as well because their gear is so insane. Enters. Ah, we need more pickaxes.
What could this be?
I look forward to our return to town.
Feel free to look around. Let's see what you have.
This filth brings to mind unpleasant memories.
I need to stop being careful with these. Or I'm gonna hit my item cap. We're already gonna have to sort our gear after the collab. Need to make it not before then.
Come again soon.
Shit.
Do come in.
Yeah, you missed the quest. It's in Port Town. It is.
Looking for anything in particular? Is this correct? Here you go.
That's the one, Guff.
A pleasure. Thanks for that. Thanks for that. Here you go. A pleasure. Come again soon.
Hey, Chickona. To restart Abyss 2 again? I don't think you do.
Let us sneak in.
I don't think you'll need to restart. Probably right there at the Port Town. EQ is not down right now, but it did go down for unscheduled maintenance earlier. And I don't really like swapping between games constantly, because it's really unsettling for people who want to watch. So every time it goes down for unscheduled maintenance, I swap to this, and I don't swap back. One day I'll get to actually play it.
This way.
Who knows?
You are.
Not today.
We have the initiative. Praise be to great Agora's blessing. I am on the defensive.
It is
I
finished.
must see to the wounded.
You're fine.
I feel like
You
I
all
enjoy
enjoy
this
the sight of
one.
blood as much as I.
I'll leave that up to you, Perg. It's fine. We have grinding on here to do anyway.
Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming. It's done.
CIA Kakona.
Valor.
I am on the defensive.
Nice job, Nick.
I dodged it?
I am on the defensive.
Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
You medic in your job. Who, me? I'm not. You wouldn't want me looking at your wounds, that's for sure.
I'll cast my
Leave
spell.
this to me.
I am on the defensive.
Traits clash.
Our traits
I
don't match.
end you.
That's amazing.
Good luck, the bot.
I am on the defensive.
What job do I do? Currently, all I do is stream.
I can bear this
I've been
type.
streaming for about 2 years now. I have to stay at home because I have to look after my mum.
The types do not
Our
match.
traits do not match.
Remote work is quite difficult to find.
Blessing of Agora.
So any little amounts of money that I earn is from streaming.
I must see to the wounded.
You're a fine leader.
Who could have guessed
blood as much as I?
adventuring could
What
be
could be
quite so
inside?
entertaining?
I shouldn't phrase it like that either. I don't have to look after my mum. I want to look after my mum.
Caught.
A fly's master.
I can bear
A
this
fly's
type.
master. I am on the defensive.
I must see to the wounded. Your command never ceases to
Forward
amaze me.
instantly.
Blood as much as I.
Leave it to me. I'll cast my spell. Have at you. This will be
I
your
am on the
grave.
defensive.
You've done
Ugh.
a lot of killing.
Have been your
Yikes. Lana squeezed the first one out there.
was my demise, but a dream.
Well, it lasts.
Tybee.
I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive.
Do as you will with what's inside. Disarm it. It's done.
See Alice Magebook in the shop. Yes, yes, grab it. Yep. Yep. Grab it immediately. Grab it immediately.
Opportunity.
Don't wait. Get it out.
Leave this to me.
Don't swap her yet. But yeah, you want to get it right now. Because you might not get another opportunity for a very long time to get that class book. The class books are very rare. They do run events for them, eventually. But we had one not that long ago. Imagine the next one we'll have will be anniversary.
I am on the defensive.
Around anniversary, I would guess.
You've done a lot of killing.
I am on the defensive.
Alice Magebook is one of the best books that you can possibly get.
That went well enough, didn't it?
Do as you will with what's inside.
Oh no, Gunshad. That's tragic.
Disarming.
I'm so sorry, man.
It's done.
I always tell people when that event comes around, it's like, make sure you spend your currency, because I have had one of those events where I just didn't spend all the currency by the end of it. I just forgot. Oh no. Oh no, no,
You
no.
fill me with
We
pride.
must withdraw.
Oh no, no, no. Okay, so in an ideal world, Legis Can, you would like to swap her to Mage, get her to whatever level Malefic Wind is, like 63, and then swap her back to Priest. But you're gonna have to wait until you can get class change tokens to swap her back. But she's still better with both of the spell pools.
Let us end this quickly.
I do tend to do the events, yeah, bro. I know that's not for fat cats
This
like
is the
yourself,
essence of exploration.
Disarming.
for the little people like me.
It's done.
You do not need to get your character to max level to class change, but you probably do want to pick up all of the things. You don't need the book anymore, Lejuice. You need a class change request. You can use a book to go back, but you need a class change request to go back. You can see them. I'm not suggesting that you buy them, but you can see them in the shop right now. If you go and look at the Jewelers packs that have the new class changes for characters for Henrico and Urza, you can see the class change requests there in those packs. Those are what you're looking for. But you don't... You probably don't want to buy those for the class change requests. They will come around with packs with them eventually. I would just leave her in Priest for now and then change her to Mage once you've got all the abilities. The reason why she's usually better in Priest... Oh, God. Okay. The reason why she's usually better with Priest is because she has about 200 extra HP in Priest.
This is the essence of exploration.
And really, you only care about her surviving. There is no way to class change for free. Yes, there's, when they run the class change request, the class change event, you should get 3 books for free, right? And you can pay green gems for the books in the shop as well when they rotate around. So you can get, those are 2 ways you can get them for free. 2 books free, is it? Thank you.
I am on the defensive.
Yeah, it'll probably be back in the next anniversary. So in, what, 2 months' time? 2 and a bit months' time? 2.5 months' time? If I had to guess.
This bores me.
Oh my dear God. I need to stop walking into this. Oh no, Lana. No, 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 no. You can get them into any class with the help of a book. No, each character has 1 class that they can turn into. Except for new ones, which don't have any yet. They have 1 set class they can turn into. For Lana, it's Fighter. For Alice, it's Mage. For Adam, it's Priest. For Yeka, it's Priest. For Gerolf, it's Priest. For Deborah, it's Knight. And so on and so on and so forth.
So entertaining.
Let us show our valor.
Interlopers.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. Basically, it's a good thing that you've got the class book, Lejuice. Don't use it straight away, but it's good that you've got it. It's good that you've got it in your inventory. It's great that you have that. Camille does not have a class change book yet. Datus.
Your head is mine.
I must see to the wounded.
Yes, lower star characters can change class too. Not no names though. The no name adventurers do not get a class change. The general adventurers do. Literally in the shop right now, they've just released Henrico and Urza's class changes. And Henrico actually has a better class change than Urza does. Considerably better.
Treasure.
We might get a fairy ninja.
What do you think
It's definitely
is
possible.
inside?
Disarming. It's done.
I'm gonna have to grab some water in a second.
Opportunity.
I'm scared for Tony B's, like.
I am on the defensive.
Oh, it gives 2 free class changes. Really, I didn't know that.
May you have it is finished.
Yeah, the new pass they give you now is pretty great.
Have at you.
I must not be outdone. Leave this
Don't need HP if you've already killed everything. What?
while it lasts.
It is done.
I must see to the wounded.
Is it a paid pass? It is a paid pass, but you can get rewards even if you don't pay. You just don't get all of them.
I have your back.
I am on the
It's
defensive.
that kind of pass. And you also get some through daily login, I think, during that period. Generally when they run that event.
I doubt it. I must see to the wounded. I feel more brave when I love under the feel of blood as much as I. Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
No!
Have at you. I will heal the blessing of Agora.
I must see to the wounded.
I'm pretty sure it is very late for Kaikeri. Pretty sure it's like 3 AM for him.
I have your back.
I am
You
on
can't defend yourself, Kaikeri. These allegations.
I must see to the wounded.
When is the Annie for Wizardry? Around October the 20th.
To anyone.
So about 2.5 months.
Please leave this to me. You need not sully your hands with such grudges.
Mid-October for a mid-game, am I right?
I am on the defensive.
Oh yeah, it is. It's October the 15th. Yeah, you're right. Sorry. I'm getting it confused with something else. Man, this world is cooked. I have to use AI to help me write a prompt for a fresh instance of itself to properly pull a damn report. Yep.
On the defensive.
And it's like, AI is like, yeah, I included instructions for the fresh instance not to make any assumption how the data set is ordered, but it might anyway. I have to do that a lot when I work with AI, Ariatel.
What could be inside?
Trying to get it to basically reset to factory settings so that it works properly and doesn't have any preemptive bias. It's a fucking nightmare.
We have the initiative. Praise be to great Agora's bless. I am on the defensive.
That was hilarious, right? That was hilarious.
I must see to the wounded.
I remember watching that as well and being like, oh my god, this is looking real good, guys. This is looking great.
Exploration.
They seem to have gone all out on this. This is looking great. I can't wait to see what this leads up to. Oh, that was it. It was like they were building up to this big reveal and then there wasn't one. The video just ended. It's like the best troll video I'd ever seen.
Leave this to me. Have at you.
Leave this.
Saving Bones and hopes the 2x legendary event comes back. I mean, it might. Duh. It might on the anniversary. I'd say if it doesn't on the anniversary, there is no chance of there being a 2x event ever again.
The blood as much as I. Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
That's true. Any reveal would have been considerably less memorable than that. It is kind of weird, isn't it? Because like the only reason any of us remember last year's Wizardry thing is because it was so stupid. So maybe it was all their master plan. Everyone remembers the Wizardry trailer because of that.
Show our valor.
No. Let me go. Ooh. Oh wait, that's a different one. Wait. No, it's not. The hell? Warped behind me. I don't know why I'm
Please
surprised.
leave this to me. You need not sully your hands with such drudgery. I am on the defensive.
Oh my.
It did. It actually flashed that behind me. I was like, what? Wait, what?
It is
I
finished.
must see to the wounded.
A sound victory.
I feel
Just
like
as
expected.
expected.
Adventuring could
Do
be
as you
quite
will
so
with what's
entertaining.
inside. What is it?
Let me out. I want to go home. I need to get a drink as well.
Forward to our return to town.
Yeah, that's right. It gives you another... It gives you a legendary bones for each legendary you pull
We've been here before.
on the standard adventurer bones. But it's only ever run once, so don't get your hopes up too much. It may never happen. Thank you, Dervis. Yeah, I pride myself on my digging. I appreciate that, my man. Right, I just need to go and grab a drink. I need to go grab some water. I don't want to dehydrate. I don't want to desiccate out here. Back in a second. Hello, ducks. Sorry, everyone. Everything right downstairs as well. My apologies. Right.
A tricky one.
What relic he's on fighter? Almost certainly two-handed sword.
Interlopers, I end you. This is but one torture.
Come now, while it lasts.
I end you.
Where do I get the rhodium to build shield in the main night in Abyss 1?
Let us quickly
Yeah, you have to do a quest
Must see to
on
the
floor 6.
You're fine, Mater.
You are enjoying the scent of blood as much as I.
This is the essence of exploration.
Infiltrating.
This way.
Is it
right?
not treasure?
Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
This way, right?
Ooh, I have to go and retrieve my attestations or whatever it is that I've gone in for.
Opportunity. I end you. This is but one torture.
Come now, while it lasts.
I am on the defensive. This!
This is the essence of exploration.
Disarming. It's done. Opportunity.
A dum ba da boom.
How about that?
Leave this to me.
I am on the defensive. This!
You've done a lot of killing.
I have your back.
I am on the defensive.
Yeah, they're meant to feel like slogs. They're meant to be like difficult to traverse. It's nice. I quite like it.
Who could have guessed adventuring
Blood as
It
much
feels
as
really
I.
good when you do get across those floors.
Opportunity. Interlopers, I end you.
I am on the defensive.
Yeah, it teaches you about undead weapons, but pretty much.
Do you think we can open it?
Does anyone know how to fix the blacksmith bug from the Final Fantasy collab yet? I've completed the event and I still can't unlock the blacksmith of Reforge. I'm really sorry, man. I've seen a few people have similar issues and I don't know what to suggest. I still haven't seen like a reliable fix for it other than playing all the way back through and just trying again to unlock it. Going back on whatever floor it is, floor 3. Yeah, wheeling all the way back and then starting again.
Would be quite so entertaining. Something's here.
Is there a bug?
Leave it to me.
Presumably, yeah.
What's my spell?
I end you.
Yeah, it's the end of floor 3. Lulu Nade tells you you should go back to town.
You have to think for myself and what to do.
Yep, that's the way it works, Davis. But some people have real problems with it. Some people don't seem to manage to get the unlock for it.
It's done.
This is the essence of exploration.
We have the initiative.
It sure does
Praise
duck
be to
ass.
greater Gora's blessing.
Come now, while it lasts.
I am on the
You know what they say about a bad worksman, right?
I must see to the wounded.
Get good, citizen. That's a skill issue.
Leave it to me. I'll cast you
Textbook skill issue.
Have at you. I am on the defensive.
I must see to the wounded. I feel more brave when
You
I'm
are enjoying the
with
secret
you.
as much as I.
What do you think is inside?
Disarming.
The only real bug in Daphne is the at the end of Abyss 1.
It's done.
I literally don't pay
This
any
is a
attention
good
to the scene. I could be
opportunity.
getting any number of fragments or any number of attestations. I have absolutely no idea at all.
I am on the defensive.
I barely even notice what I'm fighting most of the time.
How impressive.
Not zoned out enough, that's the problem.
I am on the defensive.
It's much easier when you have chat to look at. The only time I ever focus on the game is when no one's talking.
Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming. It's done.
I mean, like, it's just another case of skill issue, isn't it, really? I don't know what else to say, mate. It's got to get good.
Let us show our valor.
You guys are talking a lot about whales, but I'm sure he's learning a lot of whaling.
Sound victory.
Drink away. Yeah, it's pretty expensive waterfall guy.
We have the initiative. Praise be to greater Gora's blessing. I am on the defensive. This!
Just gotta get on with it, don't you?
Please, leave this to me. You need not sully your hands with such drudgery. I am on the defensive. Have at you! This!
Mate, what? Streaming this just for myself is terrible content. Let alone anyone else's.
I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive.
I fell asleep.
I must not be
I must
outdone.
see to the wounded. I feel more brave when I'm
enjoyed the
with
secret
you.
blood as
Could be
much as
quite
I.
so Do you think we can open it?
Opportunity.
The tech CEOs of the Wizardry world. Interesting.
Have at you!
I must see to the wounded.
You think Randolph is Elon Musk? Like, if this were Granblue Fantasy, I'd be with you. That's basically what Sierra Cart is. But in Wizardry, I'm not so sure. Not so sure about it.
This bores me. I end you.
I am on the defensive.
Your command never ceases to amaze me.
Magnificently.
Interlopers!
I end you.
I end you. I end
On
you.
the defensive.
A fly. A fly. A fly.
All show ill will. What do you think is inside?
Fly is faster. Love a good flight.
Leave it to me. I'll cast
I
my
am on the
spell.
defensive.
Your command never
Your
ceases to amaze me.
magnificently.
I have your back.
Our traits do
I am
not
on the
match.
defensive. This!
Your head is mine. It is done.
Who could have guessed
blood as much as
adventuring
I?
could be quite so entertaining?
Who would have thought adventuring could be quite so entertaining? What am I farming? I'm farming relic fragments.
There's something here.
That reminds me, I need to go back and check my relic fragments out.
Turn back. Whatever.
I have some. No. No, they're mine. Oh yeah, we're working on this now. I don't know why we're working on Glory, but we just are. So let's go. Glory. Sort of. It's like watching someone set money on fire. One day my relic longsword will be worth more than your weight in gold. You just wait and see. I'm kidding, it's a pile of shit. I'm kidding! Is there a more human way to farm for these relic upgrade material, or I gotta no life? The event is on for another 31 days, so there's no need to low life it, just take it steadily.
How impressive!
Impressive. You fill me with pride. Your command never ceases to amaze me.
Blood as much as I?
Do you think we can open it?
Yeah, it's definitely possible we might get an easier way on Thursday.
It's done.
Yeah, agreed. What poor guy. If I were just starting out, I'd definitely be pushing on with the story, as things are.
We have the initiative. Praise be to great Agora's blessing. I am on the defensive.
That's amazing!
I end you.
I am on the defensive.
Who could have guessed adventuring
Magnificently.
could be quite so entertaining?
This bores me.
Leave it to me! Yeah! How about that? Have at you! This will be
I
your
am on the
grave. That would
defensive.
hit me?
You're probably not going to be able to get the relics very easily at low levels. You'll be able to get the first few versions of them, which will still probably be pretty good for you, Rag.
It's done.
But yeah, it's going to take you a while to get into territory where you can unlock like the maxed out relics.
No! Our traits don't match.
I am on the defensive.
It does indeed, Liminality. Yeah, it does indeed. The game has a bit of a tag problem.
May you have a is finished.
Your command?
Strongly encourages you to like dismiss a lot of your adventurers.
I mean,
But of course you will have had to have pulled an amount to have spare adventurers.
This is a good opportunity.
how about that?
I am on the defensive.
I must not be outdone. You're a fine leader.
I feel like I can't lose to anyone. Do you think we can open it? I have your back.
I am on the defensive.
If only, Citizen.
Hold no ill will. I feel more brave when I'm against it. Could be quite so
This is the
entertaining.
essence of exploration.
Disarming. It's done.
Upgrade these relics once the collab ends? No. Once the collab ends, there will no opportunity to further upgrade them through this blacksmithing system.
Your command never ceases to fight as blood as much as I.
Presumably, at least. I'd be very surprised if they did. I'd be shocked.
We have the initiative. Praise be to greater Gora's blessing.
How about that?
I am on the defensive.
That's amazing!
Could be Silka.
I feel more brave when I'm fighting against adventuring. What do you think is inside?
Oh no!
A fly's master.
The flies faster.
A fly's master.
Flies faster.
I am on the defensive.
I dodged it?
I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive.
Ideally, yeah, right. I would focus on the greatsword above anything else. It's the most universally useful.
Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming. It's done. This bores me. I end you.
I am on the defensive.
Hold no ill will.
A sound victory.
I grow
Just
I
as
can't
expected.
lose to anyone. I mean... I'll cast my spell.
I am on the defensive.
I must see to the wounded.
Eye could be quite so entertaining. Feel not escape. I am on the defensive.
I feel more brave when I
Enjoying the feeling of blood as much as what could be inside.
Disarming. It's done.
I have your back. I am on the defensive.
I end you.
hold no ill will.
You're a fine leader.
I feel like I can't
blood
lose
as
to
much as
anyone. Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
Please leave.
Katana's great. Yep.
You need not sully your hands.
You have a katana user.
I am on the defensive.
I must see to the
Getting sure hit by grudge twice for over 600 plus damage. Didn't save your poor girl. Any events for tags like there are for class changes? Yeah, they do have a tag event. Yep, it was last week. It was a daily mission one, yep.
What could be inside?
But I need more.
Disarming. It's done.
Let us show our valor.
I am on the defensive.
That's amazing!
I've already glued so much.
A flies faster. A flies
Is it Tifa? No, it's Birkenen's alter form.
That would hit me.
I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive.
That would hit me. I must see to the wounded.
A sound victory.
I grow
Just
weary.
as expected.
Can't lose to anyone.
What could be
I mean-
inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Leave it to me. I'll cast my spell.
I am on the defensive.
44 plus tags for clicking bodies. Yeah.
You're a fine leader.
Blood as much as I. What could be inside?
Is there a guide which tells which class of equipment suits each type of unit? Something that's very, very, very important to learn in this game
Your back.
is that the type of gear that you have on a unit doesn't fucking matter in the slightest.
I am on the defensive.
It's so unimportant. It's almost completely negligible. The thing that matters is the blessings that's on the item.
I have to think for
So even if
myself
you have a
what to do.
bronze piece of gear with incredible blessings on it, it's probably going to be infinitely better than a silver piece of gear of the right armor type with shit blessings on it. So the guide is not which class of equipment suits them, but rather which blessings they might want on their gear. And there might be something like that on Faster Thoughts. No, it doesn't. No, what bro guy? No, 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 no. It really doesn't matter at all. If anything, heavy armor is actually kind of good early, because more defense is better when you need those early stats. Never fall into the trap of being like, oh, this is heavy armor, this is shit, or something weird like that. It's not good. You want to look at your blessings. Your blessings are good. You're good to go. Your blessings suck. It's into the dumpster.
I will endure.
While it lasts.
I am
It's
on the
really that
defensive.
simple. Yeah, heavy helmet and gloves have a much higher chance of rolling double attack, which is actually great. There's like a few exceptions in the game, and it's due to just the bases being incredible. Probably the most notable one is hunting boots from Alabaster. Hunting boots are absolutely insane as a base. They're like a bad pair of hunting boots is probably better than a good pair of most other shit. But aside from that, yeah, it's really all up to the blessings.
I am on the defensive.
I must see to the wounded.
Yeah, different types of armor have different percentages on what they on the chances of what they're rolling on their gear. You can find that on the somewhere on the blacksmithing page on Faster Thoughts. I think there's also a doc for it.
Let us show our valor.
Let us quickly do away with his rabble.
A goated accessory accuracy ring for Ranger. Nice. Good job.
Adventures to anyone.
Could be quite so
Do you think we can
entertaining.
open it?
That guide might be useful for someone at the end of Abyss Spawn. Definitely not for someone who's on their first playthrough of Abyss 1.
Onward.
Missed that chest.
Is it not treasure?
Do as you will with what's inside.
Insanity.
Disarming.
We get stuck in the wall quite a lot when we're leading chests. But it's fine. Refinement stone. I don't know what type of refinement stone that was. It was a 4 to 6 though. Refinement stone. Magic defense. Plus 3 to 5. Hot. Hot darn. Nice job, Brazil. Oh, Ouroboros. Now we're talking. Get on board the Ouroboros Express. Swept backwards.
Must be nice, the bot. Must be nice, mate.
A job well done.
Is the Feyward armor worth the grind, or should I just wait for silver stuff?
Shall we be going?
In my opinion, I would definitely just press on and try to get to Alabaster Cave. Whenever anyone ever asks me, should I stop and grind something in Abyss 3, my answer is always just get through Abyss 3 as quickly as possible so you can get to Alabaster Cave in Abyss 4. The grind is it's just so much better than anything else really in the game. The accessibility to those items, and hunting boots specifically, but also hunting gloves and just the general silver. It's an easy cave, great loot, actual end game gear you are getting from it. Anything you farm in Abyss 3, like, you might find good pieces that you get to keep. But the chances are kind of low. Abyss 3 farming spots kind of fucking blow. They're not great.
Please leave this to me. You need not sully your hands with such drudgery.
Even the best ones look kind of bad compared to Alabaster.
Hold no ill will.
A sound victory. I feel just as expected.
Magnificently.
Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming. It's done. Opportunity.
Have at you. I am on the defensive.
You've done a lot of killing.
What do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's done. This bores me. I end you. This I end you.
Come now. I am on the defensive.
You've done a lot of killing.
You can feasibly get a better silver
What do you think
ring
is
than the
inside?
Master Fighter ring.
Disarm.
Yes,
It's done.
it's possible.
Leave it to me.
I wouldn't put too much stock
On
in
the
that dock,
defensive.
to be honest with you.
I end you.
I don't think it's something that anyone who is other than like a very end game player, anyone that's really going to benefit from looking at that shit.
What could be inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Thanks, Twishry. I try my best.
I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive.
That's amazing.
The Masterclass ring is excellent, but yeah, its stats are not perfect.
You all fought magnificently.
To anyone.
This is the essence
Div
of
is a good
exploration.
stat for priests and sometimes mages. The problem with Div is it has a very low soft cap, so you get diminishing returns on it very quickly. The best stat for both mages and priests is speed. Speed and action speed.
Please leave this to me. You need not sully your hands with such drudgery.
But Div is not
On
a
the defensive.
bad stat by any means.
What could
What is AMAG? I have absolutely no idea what AMAG is. Div soft cap, I believe, is 150 and then 300. But it has been a long time since I looked at the numbers.
Please leave this to me. You need not. I am on the defensive.
I must not be outdone.
Each spell has its own soft cap, basically. It's a subset I got an equip at AMAG. I don't know, I'm afraid.
Leave it to me. I'll cast my spell.
I end you.
Yeah, they're gonna kill you pretty quick, Mythic.
I am on the defensive.
What do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Nice job.
They'll not escape. I am on the defensive. The types do not match.
I end you. Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming. It's done.
A treasure chest.
What could be inside?
Disarming. It's done.
This is a good opportunity.
I end you.
I end you.
I am on the defensive.
Your command never ceases to amaze anyone. I mean...
They'll not escape.
I end you. This is but one torture.
Yep.
I am on the defensive.
That's amazing!
The relic shield? Yeah, it's alright.
I feel more brave when I enjoy the sight of you as much as I...
It's alright.
Opportunity.
Guessing the generic 100 XP skill enhancement books are rare. Yeah, really, really rare. Liminality.
You fill me with
Ultra rare.
Fine leader.
They are a very, very, very precious resource.
I mean...
All skill books are.
Let us show our valor.
Tawny B. Tawny B.
How about that?
See if I can not overshoot this one.
Yep. I hope I can hold out.
I will endure.
Tawny B. Tawny B.
Well, it lasts.
I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive.
I must see to the wounded.
Relic dagger shield. Oh, is he fighter? Fighter Kiraha, Mythic Foot.
What could be inside?
What a boost.
Disarming. It's done.
Nah, it's been a little while. The bot. I'm pretty sure they've been doing nothing but working on the Final Fantasy XI
Please
collab.
leave this to me. You need not sully your hands with such drudgery.
Come now. Well, it lasts.
Let us quickly do away with this rabble.
I think they're probably now working quite heavily on the on Abyss 5. But who knows? We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, the Lana quest kind of sucks.
Disarming. It's done.
No! I am on the defensive. This! How impressive! I am on the defensive.
It is finished.
Do you think we can open it?
We have the initiative. Praise be to great Agora's blessing.
Have at you! I am on the defensive.
You're a fine leader.
Who could have guessed
blood as much as
adventuring
I?
could be quite so entertaining?
We have the initiative. Praise be to great Agora's
you.
blessing.
Somnia!
To me!
Hey, look. Don't let your dreams be memes, Somnia. You keep wanting what you want. The heart wants what the heart wants.
The blood as much as what could be inside.
Disarming.
Some people want fame, some people want fortune, and some people want Kiraha's class request thing.
I have your back. I am on the defensive.
Traits clash.
Our traits don't match.
I must not be outdone.
I am on the defensive.
Oh, we gotta do the dance with the stupid
I
demon.
am on the defensive.
I must not be outdone.
Demon's stupid.
I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive.
It is finished.
Get out of here, demon.
You're a fine
Yeah,
leader.
it's what I've been telling people for a while now. Nobody believed me. Very few people believe me, but they've been working on this for fucking 6 months. Like, they have not been working on Abyss 5 at all. Abyss 5 is nowhere to be seen.
This is a good opportunity.
Have at you. I am on the defensive.
No, it's just a silver two-hander. Or Pogo.
Adventuring could be quite so entertaining.
I want to
Not even
keep
particularly
myself
good one.
as clean as I can.
Oh, I did.
Oh my.
That would hit me? You asked for this! I feel more brave when I have gassed and pressure.
Magnificently.
Could be quite
This
so
is the
entertaining.
essence of exploration.
Disarming. It's done.
These darn bunnies. You're spelt with a Q, the bot.
That's amazing!
I am on the defensive.
Darn Qs.
What could this be?
She just doesn't really have anything special going for her.
I could go for a hot meal right
Liminality, because the special things that she does have can be stripped away very easily as they don't really do anything. Special chain attacks, very flashy, but they're unreliable because you have to work your way to them and they're not really that damaging. A revive is awkward since you need to be maxed on fortitude for it, and you know, if you die, it's really easy to res a 100 fortitude character, so it doesn't really make that much difference. And then her heal is really negligible. It doesn't really do that much. It's a shame, but yeah, she's just really a fighter with like some weird little bells and whistles. She is the good-looking character, yeah. Often gachas do this. They make the good-looking character the one that has the shit kit, because her looks will sell by itself.
A tricky one.
We have the initiative. Praise be to greater
Her animations are gorgeous.
I am on the
She's gorgeous. Yeah, her animations are gorgeous, and yeah, she's fun. If you have fun with her, she's not bad. She has a light attack asterisk, Mythic Foot, because like, if you could use the light attack by itself, then yeah, I mean that would be great, but you can't. You have to cycle through to it.
Could be quite
Do
so
as you will.
It
entertaining.
makes it
What's
really
inside?
awkward.
Disarming. It's done.
If you could use her abilities when you wanted to, if she had that versatility to her kit, then she'd be a lot better. But unfortunately,
This is the essence of exploration.
chances are you get the wrong ability, you know, at the wrong time.
Infiltrating. Opportunity.
I am on the defensive.
Yeah, indeed, Liminality.
What do you think is inside?
I don't know, it's just not that great. It looks very pretty though. It looks extremely pretty.
It's done.
She got 2, 3,
Do you think we
really.
can open it?
She has her revive, she has her heal,
And she has her special attack.
Disarming. It's done.
She does have the full fighter kit, so there is that. She has both poised and earth splitting. So at worst, she can just play like a fighter with a spear. Not that there's anything wrong with spears. Spears are great.
Quite so entertaining.
This bores me.
Leave this to me. Have at you. I am on the defensive.
Your head is mine.
Yeah, you can. You can mini Genki. It's you need to be at max fortitude. It isn't at 100 fortitude. It's at maximum fortitude.
Leave it to me. I'll cast my spell.
Leave this to me. Have at you. I am on the defensive.
Impressive. You fill me with pride.
I end you.
I'm drowsy. I dodged it.
Good morning.
Take this. I can withstand this type. That would hit me.
I dodged it.
I will heal the blessing that
I
will
dodged it. I must see to the wounded. What do you think is inside?
Disarming.
Hello, El Cheapo Benito. How are you? Things are going okay for me, thank you. She doesn't have armsmanship. No, she does have some other things though. She has, what is it, overwhelm or something? Yeah, that's the attack in the front thing.
Opportunity.
What I would be more concerned about, and this is info that I don't have, is what her coefficients are like. Like, if her coefficients are the same as fighters, then she's pretty great, you know? She'll be perfectly fine. But if her coefficients are worse than fighters, that kind of sucks. Like, if she has a lower attack power coefficient than fighters do, that's pretty awful.
This is a good opportunity.
I am on the defensive. This.
But I don't know if we have that info.
Let us show our valor.
I am on the defensive.
I must see to the wounded.
That went well enough, didn't it?
Opportunity.
I am on the defensive. This.
She also has demon slaying for what it's worth for free, which, I mean, like, not always going to be useful, but sometimes
A
useful.
treasure chest.
No!
I am on the defensive.
How goes the grind? It's going okay. We're grinding. We sure be grinding.
Do you think we can open it?
Let us show our
It has a fancy name, but I don't know what it is.
How about that?
At you. I am on the defensive.
Your head is mine. It is done.
And she does also have the
What the hell is it called? Skill chain thing, where if you use different abilities every turn on the same enemies, they take more damage, which obviously has synergy with her rotating skill. But also you could use on bosses, so you can go like poise, earth spinning poise, you know, does kind of work. But she does have a few, like damage thingies. But again, I'd just be mostly concerned that her attack coefficient isn't as high as fighters.
We have the initiative. Praise be to greater God. I am on the defensive.
It is finished.
A sound victory.
Just as expected, adventuring could be quite so entertaining.
Opportunity.
I am on the defensive. This.
I feel more brave when I found with you.
Yeah, inheriting her skill, she only gets one of the skills. Her inherit's pretty awful.
I am on the defensive.
Have at you.
None of their inherits are particularly good. Sides is the best, and that's like it's like a decisive torso strike, so
A fly's
it's not great. Hello, Lucy's brother. How are you, brah?
flies faster.
I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive.
I'm getting on. Getting on, brother.
I am
There's a
on
lot
the
of free
defensive.
stuff in your Granblue Fantasy mailbox.
Me? I must see to the wounded.
If you haven't checked it yet.
Command never ceases to amaze me. Anyone?
Do as you will with what's inside.
We actually have too many shield attestations now.
This bores me.
I am on the defensive.
May you have it is finished.
I must see
This
to
track
the
is going to
wounded.
be ingrained into my brain. This track was already on our playlist, on our video game playlist.
So entertaining.
Every time I hear it now, I'm going to be like,
We have the initiative. Praise be to greater glorious blessing.
congrats, thank you, man.
I am on the defensive. This.
Your command never ceases to amaze me.
Magnificently.
Monster Memories post. Hold the phones.
I have your back.
Uninteresting.
I am on the defensive.
Time for you to get off. Have a great wank, mate. See, well, thanks for hanging out, dude.
Do as you will with what's inside. Disarm him. It's done.
It's the effect I have on people. Mid-grade iron ore. Ugh. Ugh. Denver staved off for another week.
I have your back.
I am on the defensive.
I feel like
You
I
all
can't
enjoy
trust
the sight of
anyone.
blood as much as what could be inside.
Disarm him. It's done.
My favorite theme is the town theme. I actually really like the town theme. I will never step foot in a den ever again. I really hope they use ore again in the future, mining again in the future. Now that they've got it in the game. And they just sack off the stupid stuff. Stupid dens.
Could be quite so entertaining.
Or they could put ore in the dens. That would work too. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the town theme. Never heard it before. I don't know if it's from Final Fantasy XI or not. It's got a really slow build up. I just sat there and listened to it the first time I heard it.
What is this?
Upgrading maps to the mining has been so good. Yeah, indeed, indeed. You don't know the horror. You might not know the horrors of dens too much, Legis can. As someone who has spent probably, I wouldn't be surprised if I spent a good like 100 hours in dens farming ore. Maybe more. I don't know. Dens suck. Yeah, the dispatches have helped a lot. We have dispatches nowadays. We never used to have dispatches for those things. Yeah, dens are really outdated, especially Earth Den. Yep, agreed. Earth Den is not it. It's not it. Den dispatch ruined the game. Tweshri, how do you tell the truth so often? How do you make such great points so often? Where does the inspiration come to you?
An enemy.
Something's here.
Why do we need traps
What
in
do
them?
you think
Indeed.
is
I don't
inside?
know.
Disarming. It's done.
Hi, Tillian. Based. True. That is what the children call a based point of view.
This bores me.
Hey, Tillian, how are you doing?
I am on the defensive. That's amazing.
Leveling up gear is expensive. Yep.
It is finished.
Children.
Sound victory.
Children.
Could be quite so entertaining.
Oh yeah, it's from the live stream, Libra. I don't know why the rewards are so ridiculous, but yeah, all from the live stream.
Do as you will with what's inside.
Pretty insane. Chilling after working on the house. I hope your housework is going well. Yeah, the live stream. Yeah, really nutty amount of stuff. Sunlight stone, Damascus ingot, like 14k crystals, 5 gold moons, all sorts of shit.
Could be quite so entertaining.
It didn't give any eternity sand. That's what it didn't give, Libra.
Please leave this to me. You need
Granblue Fantasy, right?
on the defensive. How impressive.
Half anniversary?
Ill will.
No? Maybe? No? When was the anniversary? Anniversary date, GBF. Oh, it almost, kind of almost, February the 28th.
Let us show our valor.
End of February is that anniversary. Kinda close, I guess.
How impressive. This.
Either way, bonkers amount of stuff.
Went well enough, didn't it?
Opportunity.
I am on the defensive.
It is finished.
as you will with what's inside.
Dude, I think my water team lives to the end of
Disarm.
Mugen now. I need to get the Draconic. I need to get Hex and that.
This is a good opportunity.
Have at you. I am on the defensive. Hold no ill will.
Is Granblue Fantasy Relink any good? Thought about getting it. If you like that kind of RPG slash action RPG kind of combat, that's pretty much all the game is. If you aren't invested in the Granblue Fantasy kind of IP, you're going to be missing out on a lot because of that. So you better really like that style of gameplay.
I am on the defensive.
That would be my advice to someone playing, like picking up the game. If you're into Granblue Fantasy IP, then you'll probably like it regardless.
I feel like I can't lose to anyone.
Magnificently.
What could be inside?
It is a pretty fun game if you like that kind of combat, whether or not you're familiar with the IP.
It's done. This bores me.
I am on the defensive.
You've done a lot of killing.
Congrats on your Mars and Loader.
envy you.
I can bear this type.
If this Mugen ever dies, I'll tell you what
I
my
am
ass is
on
like
the
to
I am on the defensive.
You've done a lot of
I
killing.
must not be outdone.
I am on the defensive. I feel like I can't lose to anyone.
Magnificently.
What do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's done.
I have your back.
I end you.
I am on the defensive. Oh, a treasure
Do
chest?
as you will with what's inside.
You troll! You troll! This guy's gaming me!
Please, leave this to me. You need not sully your hands with such drudgery.
I think it took 8 squares of movement for me to be able to engage that.
I end you.
This is
It wouldn't
the
even
essence
aggro
of
me.
exploration.
It was just shifting around.
Opportunity.
Have at you. This will be your
I
grave.
end you. It is done.
I must see to the wounded. I have your back. I am on the defensive. Leave it to me. I'll cast my spell. I am on the defensive. How
Dog Liner is so much better than Confident Liner. I'm not a big fan of... I don't really like either of them very much, but I do prefer, like, personality. I do prefer the base Liner to Wanderer. I don't know.
I am on the defensive.
Wanderer Lana just really doesn't do it for me at all.
I am on the defensive.
You've done a lot of killing.
I just got reminded of Lana screaming with full power strike. Can you see through my technique? So the voice acting on her is so wonky.
Do you think we can open it?
I don't want to die!
Can you see through my technique? You don't get to hear that legend anymore. Nobody uses full power strike anymore. Growth with his feel the strength of a devil.
I am on the defensive.
Love him.
I must not be outdone.
You headed back to normal. Ah, cool, Gunsel.
What could be inside?
Yeah, I'm sure she has some cool bass lines now. Alice got some really nicely improved ones.
They'll not escape.
Feel the strength of a devil. Love growth,
On
man.
the defensive.
Impressive. You fill me with pride. Hold no ill will. I feel more brave when
You
I
all enjoy the fight of blood as much as I.
Garov got fucked over by the gacha system. Birkenham was never meant to be part of the crew.
Please leave this to me. You need not sully your hands with such. I am on the defensive.
Benjamin was always out. Let's be real. Benjamin never stood a chance. But Garov, he got caught in the crossfire.
leave it to me.
All dwarfs down here, dude.
Have at you.
I am on the defensive.
I enjoy playing with Burke quite a lot. I think she's really fun to play with.
To anyone. I
I
mean,
like how versatile she is. She isn't gonna kick out like the most insane damage in the whole world, but I really like how versatile she is. I really appreciate versatility in units in games like this. I don't really care about dealing maximum numbers. I like having options. I always backroad my Garolf anyway. He lived in the back row with a spear. Garolf carried me so hard. Through all of the abysses. All 4 abysses, Garolf carried me super hard.
What do you think
Every
this
single
is?
abyss. Every single abyss we fell into the old defend with the whole of the front line, poke stuff with Garolf's spear. Every single abyss, all 4 abysses. Yeah, I agree, El Chico Magneto.
a job
Blazing
well done.
hammer! Blazing hammer! Love him. Poor Garolf. He deserved a better fate than the mines. Right, let me have a look at this. Hold on. Supplies.
Onward.
Tickets. Stop trying to get me to use my welcome draw. Jesus. I've told you already. Yeah, SSR draw. What are we getting? An Eon? What's that? Who the fuck is this? Oh, it's Sarah. We got Sarah. Why'd you get rid of him if he was with you this whole time? You replaced him with waifus? Because I think Birkenund's a really fun character. I never really thought I'd have an opportunity to build her. We just got a load of copies of her while we were pulling for Eineke. So, I just took the opportunity. We're already on floor 5. Whoops. You're all favour Eineke? Nah, I like Eineke.
A tricky one.
I like the team as they are. It's a shame about Garov, but it's just the way it is.
This bores me.
Garov has a very basic kit, like he doesn't even really have a signature ability because Eruption Strike is so unbelievably awful.
Your command never ceases.
Raise MC with Garov, I would if I could, mate.
What do you think is inside?
Would if I could.
Disarming.
Oh yeah, Tertiary. Do it again.
It's done.
Broke up the boy band.
They'll not escape.
I end you.
Have at you. Have at you. I am on the defensive.
This bores me.
I am on the defensive. This.
Nicely, bro. Congrats.
That would hit me. You asked for this. Something's here. What could be inside?
Disarming.
Some treasure.
It's done.
None of your damn business, Lana.
They'll not escape. I am on the defensive. This! They're quicker than I thought.
Hold no ill will.
A sound victory.
I feel
Just
like
as
this
expected.
today one.
What could be inside?
Disarming. It's done. This bores me. I end you. This is but
Leave
one
this to
torture.
me.
I am on the defensive.
Maybe one day they'll make a good one-handed mace for Eineke.
How impressive.
Any day now.
Please leave this to me. You need not sully your hands with such drudgery. I am on the defensive.
I wonder what Eineke's gacha weapon was. I don't remember. Is that a one-handed mace? Probably was, right? It's probably awful.
Let us show our valor.
You've done a lot of killing.
I am on the defensive.
You all have been doing this recently.
Blood as much. What
I
could
of
be
course know what
inside?
Burke's gacha weapon was. The
Disarming.
incredible Studley staff.
It's done.
What kind of content would you like to see for the future of the game? Just abysses? Really? Apprentice? I'd love to see abysses. I hope they keep up the quality of them. They're of similar quality to the ones that have come before, then I'm happy to wait any amount of time for them. I don't want to see any flashy new game modes or anything like that. I want to see more of what they do well.
May you have it is finished.
What do you think is inside?
A hobbit twisted bloodwood. Holy moly.
They'll not escape.
A DPS check with a
I am on
timer.
the defensive. This!
Nope.
I'm at you.
Not really interested in that.
I am on the defensive. This!
Anime called Erased. Erased was pretty good.
I am on the defensive.
Too many tower slot. Monsters play real time, but you're so turn-based. Yeah.
This is the
That's
essence
good.
of exploration.
Get it in the game. I'm struggling to remember it that well,
You need not sully your hands with such dread.
but I remember liking it.
You fill me.
Kinda cool.
I am
I don't remember bits and pieces of it.
Hold no ill will.
Yeah, it's a good anime. It's a good anime. This relic
Let us
event
show our valor.
has inadvertently got me to grind the game. Like to grind junk. And now we're going to have so much junk. It's going to be unpleasant.
I must see
At the end of this collab, I'm going to have to probably do my inventory. I'm not looking forward to it. It's going to be pretty bad news.
Let us show our valor.
I am on the defensive.
I must not be outdone.
I feel like I could have guessed adventuring. What do you think is inside?
Disarming.
Yeah, don't want that inventory management, Gunstars. Less of that.
I have your back.
Yeah, I don't really mind. I don't care whether I get full oblations or not. Doesn't really matter. Be alright.
This is a good opportunity.
I end you. This is but one torture.
This grind has not been anywhere near as bad as I thought it was going to be. Like grinding
I am on the
demons
defensive.
stuff.
I end you.
I am on the defensive.
You still have stuff from Blade and Bastard. Nice, Gunstars. I respect that, brother.
Master.
Yeah, maybe next week we'll have a worse grind. Who knows?
That went well enough, didn't it? What could be inside?
Maybe it will just have a super boss that I can't kill and I can just move on. Move on with my life.
Leave it to me.
Gave PoE the inventory management tag, really.
I end you.
I am on the defensive.
I would expect it to get easier, yeah, if anything, Warthog guy.
I must see to the wounded. I feel more brave when I enjoy the sight of you as much as I.
It was one of the reasons why I wasn't particularly rushed to farm this.
It's done.
Because I genuinely would have played EQ Legends 3 days this week if they didn't have downtime. Because I would not be surprised if they make it easier to grind this next week.
I am on the defensive.
That's fine. Grinding's grinding, you know.
I must see to the wounded.
It's all good.
Your command never ceases to amaze me.
Not as much as I.
Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
I have your back.
I am on the defensive.
I end you.
I must see to the wounded.
I feel more brave when I lavender the fight of blood as much as I.
Yeah. The gill is pretty restrictive
No!
as things stand.
I am on the defensive.
Have at you!
Yeah, that too. That would be great. Giving... It feels really rough for newer players, like not being able to get the fragments at all. It's fine to give them reduced amounts, I think. But to make it so they can't get any fraggies at all really sucks.
This bores me.
But then basically being reduced to having to trade for the fraggies.
How about that?
It's a little
I am
rough.
on the defensive.
As I'm like hobbiting down here. Didn't have the camera pointed down far enough. Just kind of see my head like bobbing up.
This is a good opportunity.
The thing is, Warthog Guy, they want people to get through Abyss 3, right? That's the issue. I think they've been using this kind of to help push people through Abyss 3. To be like, hey, you don't want to miss out on your weapons, do you? Better get through fucking Abyss 3, brother!
A sound victory.
Better get yourself graded up!
Magnificently.
It's time to play, play, play! Yeah, exactly. Having to trade 10 attestations for one fraggy is like, that's not it. That's not even slightly it. Yeah, no, I agree. I know people who've played through the whole of Abyss 1, 2, 3 in under a week, but like, that's not the average player. The average player takes months.
What do you think this
Months. Get through that part of the game.
That was scary.
Onward.
A tricky one.
We have the initiative. Praise be to great
Leave this
Agora's
to me.
blessing.
Yeah, I agree.
On the defensive.
What we got? Agree.
They're quicker than I thought.
It's very difficult. I don't necessarily totally like the way they've gone about that.
I feel like we could have guessed adventuring could be quite so entertaining.
There's also nothing in the game that tells people that. So loads of people are like, oh, I've got no fragments, I've got no fragments, I've got no fragments, and they don't understand why. Like, I'm getting so unlucky, I'm not getting any fragments. It's like, well, that's because you're not able to get any fragments. As it turns out.
This bores me.
I am on the defensive.
Our traits don't match.
It is finished. You're
Maybe it'll become a permanent event. They can't do it, Do-Name Guy. They can't do it. The way that collabs work, this will be licensed for an amount of time, and then they can't keep doing it. They can possibly bring it back at a later date,
What could be inside?
but they'll have signed a contract for this. It will have to go away when the contract, you know, when the time expires. I'd love to see this be permanent though.
I have your back.
It sounds like there's a good chance that they'll be trying for more Final Fantasy stuff in the future. The collab seems to have gone very well for both parties involved, both Wizardry devs and also the director of Final Fantasy 11 and the players and whatnot of Final Fantasy 11. They put a bunch of Wizardry stuff in the Final Fantasy 11 game. Yeah, maybe we'll see another rendition of this or something like that later.
Please leave this to me. You need not sell your
Yeah,
hands
maybe,
with such drudgery.
Warthog guy. There is always the chance that they will reuse the blacksmithing, and thus you'll be able to do this again, but you won't be able to get the mats, right? To be able to do the remaking and whatnot.
Your command never ceases.
The specific mats for the item.
I mean,
This is a good opportunity.
Oh, hello,
I
Chili.
am on the defensive. This!
Hello, Nightmare.
I must see to the wounded.
Meow.
This is the essence of exploration.
Quite finished. Thank you. Very good go. Relic mats of the 4 Drake update. Yeah, I don't think that's happening. Chili! Chili! Little monster!
Let's show our valor.
Have at you. This will
I
be
am
your
on the
grave.
defensive.
If you plan on using FAFs on the relic gear, it doesn't matter what the initial values on the blessings are.
Blood as much as
I don't think that's true. I
We
think
have the initiative.
it's
Praise
adding
be to great
FAS
gods.
bonus to the original blessings. So if the original blessings are not set, which I'm not actually sure about, are they not exactly the same each
On
time?
the defensive.
Then theoretically
Blood as much as
you
I
could have better and worse relics. She does that sometimes, Frosty. Turn the Horned Eagle Sword into a relic.
This is a good
I'd love to see that.
opportunity.
I'd love to see it. I hope they do the relic weapon stuff more. It's great.
I am on the defensive. This!
FS re-rolls more enhancing. Oh, yeah, maybe it does re-roll the base value. So, like, obviously it won't re-roll the stats themselves. I'm not actually 100% sure. You may well be right.
We have the
Avatar.
initiative. Praise be
You may
to
well be
great
right as an
Gora's
Avatar.
blessing.
I'm not
I am on
100%
the
sure.
defensive.
I think it probably, yeah, thinking about it, I think it probably does re-roll the values. But I'm not 100% sure.
I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive.
I must see to the wounded.
We will all
I feel
fall
like I can't lose
magnificently.
to anyone.
Use the FAS on my 2-handed sword attack went from 18 to 31. That's rather large, isn't it, Citizen?
Disarming. It's done.
Quite the player, aren't you, Citizen?
Please leave. this
Quite
to
the
me.
gamer.
You need not sully your hands with such. I am on the defensive.
Traits clash.
I know some of the roll values, but not all of them.
Our traits don't
They're on faster thoughts, I think.
You fill me with pride. I am on the
Quite
defensive.
the gamer.
I am on the defensive.
I haven't used full alteration since a very long time.
I am on the defensive.
I end you.
I am on the defensive.
Our traits do not match.
I'm so sorry if you're getting the audio of the butt pats I'm giving Chili.
Your traits don't
I think you
match.
are. Yeah, you are.
Hold no ill will.
Magnificently.
She's loving
This
it.
is the essence of exploration.
She's just licking the mic stand. In a frenzy. What are you doing? Just licking the dust off the mic stand. No. You do you. Whatever makes you happy, Chili. Whatever makes you happy, my sweet.
Let us show our valor.
I end you.
Leave this to me.
I am on the defensive. Adventuring could be quite so entertaining.
Ah, good times.
They'll not escape.
I end you. This is but one torture.
Leave it to me. Yeah! How about that? I am on the defensive. This! I must see to the wounded. Leave it to me. I'll cast my spell.
Interlopers. I end you.
I am on the defensive. Have at you.
This is the essence of exploration.
Silver 200 melee weapons. Max flat. These are 4-star, aren't they? It's 13. Yeah, that's a high roll. 8 to 13. 9 to 17 on percent. The max amount that you can get after enhancement is 39 on a 4-star.
Disarming. It's done.
After for FAS. FAS.
Leave it to me. I'll cast my spell. I am on the defensive.
I'm not really in a hurry to full alteration stain the relics. I'm not even really in a hurry to make the relics. Trying to find the link that has all that info consolidated. Here you go.
I have your back. I am on the defensive. Impressive. You fill me with pride. Take this!
Yeah, it's a pretty useful one.
I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive.
And he's looking a little great.
I must not
Fast
be
thought that
outdone.
admins are a big deal. Rainicus.
I need treatment. Oh, God.
I am on the defensive.
Rainicus.
Sound victory. Who could have guessed that adventuring could be quite so entertaining?
Disarming.
Hi, Never to Ever. How are you?
It's done.
No! Have at you!
I end you.
It is done.
I must see to the wounded.
You're fine.
Do you want to enjoy the sight of blood as much as I? What could be inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Bum, ba, da, boo, da, boom.
A treasure chest? Leave it to me. I'll cast my spell. Have at you!
I am on the defensive.
You've done a lot of killing.
Your command never ceases to amaze
The sight of
anyone.
blood as much as I.
What do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Please leave this to me. You need not
I
sully your
end
hands with
you.
such drudgery.
Is but one torture.
Let us quickly do away with this rabble.
You're fine, leader.
I feel like I can't lose to anyone.
This is the
I mean,
essence of exploration.
They'll not escape.
I end you.
It is done. Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming. It's done.
My pickaxes.
what could this be?
Not my pickaxes. Hello, Chili.
I look forward to our return to
You know what? We
town.
should go and do our dailies. I'm not going to do Mausoleum right now. We'll do Mausoleum next Thursday. Do Mausoleum this week. Eka, Eulalia, Gaston, Chloe, oh, Amelia. Oh. A load of chaff and Amelia. Unyielding will to fight chance on Eulalia. Tags on Amelia? Surely not. You wouldn't tag Amelia, surely.
Welcome, esteemed patron. What do you seek?
Happens, Frosty. You might not tag. There's a 1 in 10 chance you won't tag Eulalia, because Unyielding Will to Fight is like the best
All
inherit.
excellent choices.
But yeah, 9 in 10 chance
Very
tags.
good.
Gaston's heavy attack. You might need that, maybe.
I am always ready to serve.
How's our gem supply looking? Oh, it's getting back up there. 33k. Pull those bones as well. Little scrollios.
Hey.
Leave it to me. I'll cast my spell.
Let us quickly do away with this rabble. Take this! Have at you! That was quite fun. When? Hey.
Wizardry quest sounds and shit so therapeutic. Yeah, I think they are too. I really like the music, the sounds and stuff that they use in Wizardry. I wish they
Let's
used a
move
few
on.
more. It's fun, 3 players. It's a good time to play. There's a selector and stuff right now. It's a fun game, but yeah, don't stress out about it. Why did you stop playing in the first place? And maybe that can tell you whether or not you actually want to replay.
I end you.
I am on the defensive.
Get frustrated with something, get burnt out, taps out of joy. But tap joy is like not entirely gone, but it's basically gone. It's gone entirely in North America, and in other regions it's no longer anywhere near as rewarding. Like they really cut down on the offers and stuff. I think they wanted rid of it completely, but they couldn't swing it because they're probably under some kind of contractual obligation. They really didn't realize what they were doing with Tapjoy. I can genuinely tell you that because I know, because I talked to them through a translator about it. Like, they genuinely didn't know what they were doing with Tapjoy. They didn't realize like how much negative shit there was with it.
Leave it to me. I'll cast my spell.
I am on the defensive.
Indeed.
I am on the defensive. Have at you.
They were just desperate to publicize their game, to advertise their game. They just thought it was another advertising source. Which, I mean, it kind of is, sort of.
If you would use me, choose a challenging task.
Go to our thingy quest as well, the capital. Said to renovate your bathroom and front room, whatever the room is called right behind your doors when you enter. Your like lounge, yeah, your front room or lounge, sitting room, all of those fine. Lobby, hallway. Maybe you mean that. I don't know. I hope it went okay.
To the Guild Tavern, where anything catch your fancy?
Yo!
It wasn't really anything to do with that, Garth. Like, Tapjoy was Tapjoy's an absolutely disgusting product. It's a really horrible app. It has ultra negative effects. Like, like a huge list of them as long as my arm. I don't really want to go into it because I've already talked about it so much. Tapjoy was an absolute scourge on the game. It was so terrible for it. I'm glad that they realised and got rid of it.
You got this.
Please leave this
This'll
to
be
me. I am
over
on the
soon.
defensive. They're quicker than
Offer wall software doesn't actually benefit anyone. It doesn't benefit the developers. It doesn't benefit the consumer. Like in the long term, all it does is it gets opportunistic people currency for a game, which then proceeds to ruin the, help to ruin the economy of the game. Usually forces the developers to have to make brash adjustments to their income in the game in order to support this ridiculous income that's coming in from the offer wall. It's really bad news, like ultra bad news, and in return they get a little bit of publicity and advertising, in that they get players coming in to do their shit for other games, but they won't stop to play the game. It's like fake advertising. Offer walls are like a scam for everyone involved. Nobody really benefits from them. Not in the long term, at least. Living in space where you fuck with water and toilet stuff is kind of fun. Wait, are you in space right now, 3Fuzz? You living in outer space, mate? This is crazy shit. Holy shit, 3Fuzz. Okay, I'm with you. So you're not in outer space. Just to clarify again, you're not actually in outer space right now.
We've been here before.
onward.
A tricky
Damn.
one.
I never knew you were so cool. I never knew you were an astronaut, 3Fuzz. That's pretty
They'll
sweet,
not
dude.
escape. I am on the defensive.
I must see to the wounded.
I
feel more brave
feel
when
you all enjoy the
with
sight
you.
of blood as much as I. What could be inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Oh, a treasure chest? What do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's done.
As far as I am aware, Wizardry are it's the only game that's ever had Tapjoy that has gone out of their way to remove it. It's kind of funny.
This is a good opportunity.
Leave it to me!
I am on the defensive.
In a weird way, it's nice to see how much they care about their game, even if they do make some questionable decisions in the first place.
I have your back.
I am on the defensive.
What, removing it? Pressure. I knew you would disagree.
Have at you!
Oh my. There.
I have heard that, Garth. Yeah,
That would hit me?
Apparently they're working on the global shop to make it
I am on the defensive.
probably closer to how the Japanese shop is. Since the Japanese shop has rewards and things, and they make a lot more money when people spend through the shop than through Steam or whatever. So it really they've really been incentivizing in Japan, like pushing the shop rather than paying through mobile device. Nobody's paying through Steam really in Japan anyway, but paying through like Google Play and whatnot. Oh,
A lot of killing.
okay, let's just step away from it.
Retreating.
Let's not worry too much about that one. Is this the same pack? They do a little flash step.
Please leave
Oh, it
this
is.
to
Fuck.
me. You need not sully your hands with such drudgery.
They don't stay in the same place. They walk around. I guess we could kill them.
Hiya! 'Tis the power of darkness.
I hope I can hold out.
We kill with this. Either that or our MC's gonna die. Yeah.
You've done a lot of killing.
Good stuff, good stuff.
I will endure. Hiya!
Well, while it lasts.
I am on the
Flies
defensive.
faster.
A flies faster.
I end
Well, while it lasts.
Hiya! 'Tis the power of darkness.
Oh, that didn't kill. Oh, it's fine. It was spellbound. It's all good. It's all good.
I must see to the wounded.
That yellow stuff, Astral Break. Yeah, Kaikari.
Adventuring could be quite so entertaining.
This is the essence of exploration.
It's done.
It's such a rip that you only get one Tombury's worth of mats from the 3 Tombury pack.
This is a good
Disgraceful.
opportunity.
Disgusting.
Let us
Go to the Wizardry Discord. There's one guy casually saying his Prish has 500 attack. Wait, that sounds like Capisaur. These people use fully FAS gear at D9. Yes, yes, Mr. OK. Capisaur was literally telling us earlier about how his Prish has 500 attack.
I have your back.
Hiya! I am on the defensive.
I have 430 something on Renate. Everyone else is much lower.
Leave this to me.
I am on the defensive.
I feel more brave when I have lost a pressure.
Blood as
Could be
much as
quite
I.
so entertaining.
Let us show our valor.
She follows up. When you attack, she hits 4
You've done a lot
times.
of killing.
When she counters with follow-up, she hits 3 times. That is odd.
Do you think we can open it?
Disarming.
That is quite odd. Oh,
Annoying.
I don't manage to do that.
Done.
Look at the screen, I guess. Lubra!
Let us show our valor.
I am on the defensive. How impressive! Please leave this to me. You need not sully your hair. I am on the defensive.
There's always one dude. He certainly had max discipline and the same stats after the update came out 2 hours ago. Yeah, of course. How long are you grinding this for? I'm actually about to go in just a few moments because I'm going to go out walking with Edie. That's my partner. So not very much longer. Probably after this clear, I will be a wolf. I usually stream for a little bit longer than this, but yeah, slack today. I do love abandoning chat. Yeah, I love it. I actually love it so much. When I wake up in the morning, I'm there fucking full mast. Just like, oh, I can't wait to abandon chat. Every morning, without fail. I can't wait to only stream for 10 hours and abandon chat. I'm just hot and horny for it. Can't help myself. You're into abandon play. Well, perfect. I'm glad I'm making someone happy, Prague. I touched her, yeah. Genuinely. And tomorrow's half stream as well. Oh, got clock tower tomorrow. Does she play games? No, my partner Edie, she is a consummate professional. She works very hard doing professional things in various different fields and is like a real person. Doing real things. She plays The Sims sometimes. On occasion. She play a little bit of The Sims or Animal Crossing.
This is a good opportunity.
I am on the defensive.
She's not like me.
Impressive. You fill
She's too
my
good for me.
pride.
Don't tell her though.
I am on the defensive.
Yeah, sometimes. They can be real. I mean, if jizz is real, then girls can be real too, right? If jizz is real, anything can be real.
A sound victory, you all. Just as expected. To anyone.
Just for the record, for anyone who doesn't get that, we had a guy who used to come through chat called Jizz is Real, which is his username. I'm always thinking about Jizz is Real. Jizz is real.
It's done.
Sometimes that's what gets me through the day, just thinking about Jizz is real. I could prove Jizz is real. Thanks. Thanks, Twishry. I don't actually give the slightest of fucks about waifus.
We have
The word waifu makes me cringe. I actually hate it so much.
I am on the defensive.
I must see to the wounded.
Fuck waifus.
Blood as much as I.
Thanks, Berg.
This
Appreciate that,
is
mate.
a good opportunity.
I may be cringe, but I'm free. You're certainly not free, Libra.
No ill will.
You're American, aren't you? You're anything but free, mate.
Adventures to anyone could be quite so entertaining.
Canadian. Oh, maybe you are free. Yeah, you're probably more free. Nah. You're definitely a lot more free than America. You're safe, brother.
I have your back.
I am on the defensive.
It's done.
Boopity boopity boop boop boopity.
I'm just here doing my Granblue Fantasy dailies at the same time. Don't mind me. Gotta do those sweeps. We get a pro skip soon. A pro skip. Maybe that's better phrasing. That skips all the pro skips, because there are so many pro skips now that it takes too long to skip them all. Good old 12-year-old gachas.
Leave it to me. I'll cast my spell.
I am on the defensive.
Yeah, there are so many pro skips. You need a pro skip for your pro skips. Yeah, it was one of the things that was announced today, Kaikeri. There's a pro skip
Could be quite so entertaining.
skip in the works. Kind of funny. Yeah, my pickaxes are made of absolutely nothing. They're literally made of salt. They're some kind of display piece.
Have at you.
I don't know, Wonton Bear.
Come now, while it lasts.
I unlocked that recently, Lubra, because I needed like about 500 Genesis fragments, and I was like, yeah, I'm not really getting these without doing a lot of clears on things. So I was like, might as well just unlock this while I'm doing it, I guess. Let me fight this guy. Makes the alcohol taste
This is a
big good.
opportunity.
What's your alcohol of taste, Libra?
I am on the defensive.
Hold no ill will.
It does. It takes so long to skip through skips. It's insane. Nomad. I'm with you, brother. Rum and scotch and beer. Sometimes I crave a shandy. I don't really drink. I mean, I don't drink. But like, sometimes,
What
very
do you think
occasionally, on a
this
warm
is?
summer's day, I crave a shandy. It's like that's like half and half, beer and lemonade. Unlocking those skips actually made my berries get a zero. Oh,
go for
maybe
a
get
hot
zero
meal
berries
right
from it.
now.
Really? Does strength and IQ scale the exact same on Samurai? I think they are both 1.0 if I remember correctly. But if in doubt, look at Faster Thoughts. Don't drink very often. Wow. Yeah, I think the last time I drank was at wedding, and I will drink this year at Kurt's wedding next month, which I have to take like 2 to 3 days off for, by the way. So, just for the record, if I disappear for 2-3 days next month, I will announce it on the Discord, but yeah, if I disappear for 2-3 days, because I'm at Kurt's wedding. Couldn't miss Kurt's wedding, could I? It's fucking Kurt. Yeah, 2 to 3 days, because it's up country, so I have to travel up country for it. I will, yeah, 2-3 years. Yeah, I can't do one. I already thought about how I could possibly do one, but it's so harsh on Edie, because Edie has to get time off work for all of this, and like, it's just super difficult for her to do it in one. I think it's like basically impossible. I always think about how I can like stream in day, then go, then have day doing whatever I'm doing, then come back and stream in the evening when I come back, but it's just not feasible for this one. Nah, I'm not streaming myself anywhere else. It's too. I don't want to put people on camera, especially Edie. She definitely doesn't want to be on camera. She's a real professional, so like, I think it lives. There's a fair bit of fear in her mind that, you know, like, people will somehow see her out of being professional, you know, and that will impact her career somehow. Very, very important to her career. Audio only. Don't think so. Sorry, 3-4. No, I do. I hate you all. I'm really sorry. But on another note, I do actually love you all, and I have to go. So, especially in what she doesn't want me to tell you, right? So I'm not gonna say. Right. Yeah. Thank you guys. I love you very much. Professional in a number of fields. She is a very smart person. Yeah. Thank you guys. I love you. I really do love you. I appreciate you for keeping me company while I'm doing stupid monotonous grinds. It's great. Thank you. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be attempting for the 4th time this week to play EQ Legends tomorrow. And it's also half day tomorrow. I have Clock Tower in the evening. Thank you guys. Thank you Nomad. Thank you Rag. Thank you Tillian. Thank you Drakere. Thank you Prog. Thank you Kayakuri. Thank you Giacona. Thank you Garth. Thank you Zidasi. Thank you 3Fuzz. Thank you Tweshry. Thank you D-Name Guy. Thank you Lubra. Thank you Vox. Thank you... Oh, Fox isn't here. Never mind. Thanks Nomad. Thanks Diasis. Oh god, I think I've missed like 18 people. I'm so sorry, but thank you. Thank you Sivo. Thank you guys. Thank you everyone. Thank you Dragiyoshi. Thank you guys. I really, really, really do appreciate it. It means the world to me. I will see you tomorrow. Yeah, it did not just start, no wishing, but thank you for being here. Thanks guys. I have to dash off. Bye bye. Have a great night. Bye bye.